What if growing up didn't mean losing yourself, but reclaiming what was stolen from you? In part 2 of To Shape and Change, Harry steps forward with eyes open, choices made, and allies emerging from unexpected places. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks. We continue To Shape and Change by Blue Owl, a fanfiction that explores what happens when knowledge, preparation, and inner strength shape Harry's identity from the very beginning. Disclaimer: this is a fan-created adaptation of a Harry Potter fanfiction. All original rights to the world and characters belong to J.K. Rowling. This audiobook is shared with respect to fan creators and their transformative stories. In this chapter, Harry begins laying the groundwork for a life on his terms. With Lucius Malfoy, Severus Snape, and other unexpected players now watching him closely, Harry must navigate politics, prejudice, and power, all before his first day at Hogwarts. If you enjoy strategic, slow-burn development with a confident but grounded Harry, you're in for a treat. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and become a Wizard Army member to help keep stories like this alive in audio form. Now, let's continue To Shape and Change by Blue Owl, Part 2. Chapter 11: Innocent Intentions. Although they had seen some of the conditions in the periphery of the refugee camp, Bruce was still shocked as they parked and walked through the settlement. The shelters on the outside of the camp were made from tarpaulin and scraps of material thrown over rough wooden frames created from scavenged spare wood. The original camp had been formed from properly constructed huts or tents with regular water sources and toilets, but out on the periphery, there were no such luxuries. When the original Dadab camp had been built, they had set aside an area for the addition of a medical facility, and that was where the Doctors Without Borders were heading, which involved a long walk from the edge of the camp with all their luggage. It didn't help that although they had rough directions to the building, they had quickly gotten confused because the settlement grew and changed daily. The feeling of confusion and disorganization continued even after they had found where they were staying. The large shelter was as minimal as the pair had ever seen, with a bare concrete floor and breeze-block walls. There was no glass in the wooden frames, only slats that could be shut in case of a storm. The wood was slowly eroding, showing that dust storms were more of a risk than a downpour. Setting up their beds and mosquito nets was easily done. The wooden beams running along the roof provided handy places to tie the nets from. The metal-framed beds were reminiscent of military cots and were hardly luxuriant, but at least it was more comfortable than sleeping on the floor. The mood was somber as they quickly claimed their beds and dumped their possessions. But as they jumped straight into helping those doctors, already there the newcomers were faced with just how enormous a task they faced. The arrival of 31 fresh faces to combat the massive influx of refugees seemed to revitalize the original staff of the clinic, which was heartening to see. However, soon everyone was too engrossed to think about more than the person needing attention in front of them. When the camp had been formed almost 20 years previous, the intended occupancy had been 90,000, but the civil unrest had meant that the number of people inhabiting the temporary structures had easily exceeded 4 times that amount. Even by the end of the first day, Bruce wanted to throw in the towel and head away from the camp for the second time. He had joined the others in helping to unpack the new medical equipment they had brought before diving in and treating patients. Except he had had the extremely stern woman shadowing him to ensure he didn't slip up. They had clashed within the first 5 minutes due to differences in techniques. Bruce was used to diagnosing and treating patients with the cheapest over-the-counter medication in the world. In comparison, the woman, whose name was Jane, seemed to stick more to the tradition by the book methods. She also questioned his hunches, and whilst they were just hunches without proof, they were always right. Bruce couldn't exactly say that he had learnt the telltale sense of the common illnesses because that would lead to a very awkward conversation about the skills he picked up from harboring the other guy. So he bit his tongue and dealt with Jane, constantly attempting to correct him whilst trying to overcome the language barrier as he treated people. He was relieved when the clinic closed at sunset as it gave him a chance to run away and find Matteo. As expected, the child was lying on his bed next to Bruce's, but unexpectedly, he was reading a book that the man knew they didn't own. John lent it to me. It's his phrase book. Apparently, some people here might speak Arabic, but it would be good to try to learn Somali and perhaps Swahili. Depending on how long we are here, I might try to learn all 3 languages. John knows Arabic and a decent amount of Somalia, Matteo explained. How do you like John? I think he's the only adult I've seen you talking to, Bruce asked almost worriedly. He's quite nice, Matteo said whilst he thought about the man. He trained as an army doctor, but was discharged when wounded in Afghanistan. Apparently, he tried to live a normal life again, but couldn't hack it, so he came out here. I think something probably went wrong at home, too. He seems sad and glad to be away from there. He's offered to help me when he can with learning the languages, and any studies I want that he can help in. If you can get the lessons, then it'll be good for you to keep busy. And Arabic at least will probably come in handy in the future, Bruce said as he sat next to his son. You don't mind coming here, do you? We can't get back to India, so this is as good a place as any, Matteo said. That wasn't a straight answer. Bruce instantly spotted the evasion. Carefully, he pulled the book from his son's hands and rolled the boy over so that they could look each other in the eye. It isn't the nicest place in the world, but we knew that before we came here. Matteo spoke reluctantly in their preferred language. Bruce may have second-guessed himself constantly about his parenting skills and his wisdom in even taking in a child with the other guy lurking in the shadows. However, he was proud that he had been successful in raising Matteo to be comfortable enough in their relationship that he was never afraid of telling the truth. I would rather you be happy than for me to help here, though, Bruce insisted, also swapping to Malayalam. You know I love India, but we can't get back there. Here we have free food and lodgings. I can learn the language and be an interpreter for you, and you get to help out. We just have to keep an eye out, Matteo said. If you ever want to leave, then remember I would rather hear than you keep it silent, he reiterated rather redundantly. Don't worry, Dad. You know I don't keep secrets. Matteo smiled. Good. Now come on, I believe there is some kind of canteen or communal cooking going on nearby that we go to for food. Bruce scooped up the child. With the giggling 10-year-old set on his shoulder, the American strode out of the doorway in search of their dinner. While Bruce settled into the routine of treating patients with the other adults, Matteo found himself with copious amounts of time on his hands. For a while he learnt from John's book and mostly kept to the doctor's quarters, only venturing out into the street beyond and the clinic next door when he needed to. But after 2 weeks of studying the book cover to cover repeatedly and not wanting to read one of their old books, Matteo ventured outside into the camp. As usual, his presence garnered quite a lot of stares from the locals. He was a lone white child in the midst of a refugee camp. Whilst he was used to it, Matteo wasn't exactly happy about the situation, but he was distracted enough by something he had noticed to really be agitated by the attention. His father had asked about nearby schools, and had been told immediately that there was no way Matteo would get to join one. However, Matteo could easily spot a handful of children on the road he was on, so there were likely hundreds not in school in the local area alone. With nothing better to do, Matteo sat himself down at the base of a long dead tree and waited, determined that he would test out his new language skills with some of the children. If they were brave enough to approach him, that was. It took about 10 minutes for the first of the children to get within talking distance, and Matteo was relieved to hear them speaking both the languages he expected. Both Arabic and Somali were taught within their native country as a way of aiding trade with countries to the north of Somalia, so it stood to reason that the children were taught both languages. "Hello," Matteo said tentatively. "You speak Arabic?" One child piped up. "A bit." "I am learning," the Banner child replied. "What are you doing here?" A second child was bolstered by his companion's courage and joined the conversation. "My dad is a doctor. I stay with him. But I'm bored of reading," Matteo said, truthfully. "Then play with us," the second speaker offered. Matteo needed no second invitation, and was soon chasing after the other children with gay abandon. The variety of games they could play were rather limited, as Matteo had no idea how to play the other children's games, and he hadn't picked up many on his travels. But they spent a few hours playing tag and hide and seek. After a while, the children got tired and dragged Matteo off to sneak food and drink off of their parents. So caught up was the child that Matteo didn't think about what he was doing as he joined them in sneaking past adults and then running off with the fruits of their thievery. The 8 of them then found a deserted patch of ground to sit in and share their food and the jug of water. Matteo's grasp of the language had picked up as he sat amongst the others talking rapidly in Arabic, and he realized that he was missing something big by not having friends. He loved his father dearly and enjoyed the games they played when he wasn't working. Compared to his life with his relatives, his adoptive dad was the most exciting person in the world, and Matteo never wanted to leave the man. However, as he watched the boys around him with their private jokes and favorite games, Matteo understood the benefit of having more than one best friend, and perhaps having a best friend his age, not just his parent. It was only as the sun started to set that Matteo realized the time and hurriedly bid goodbye to his new acquaintances. Luckily, he knew that Bruce wasn't due back for another 20 minutes, so he even had time to get a little lost without worrying. Where the camps varied from shanty towns and favelas was that it was surprisingly open plan, with decent gaps between tents, rather than being rammed together. This gave plenty of visibility that enabled Matteo to spot the clinic between the tents long before he got onto the actual street it was built on. He was back once more on his bed, and his heartbeat was at a level for a long time before Bruce appeared. Matteo knew his father worked hard to pull his weight with the group of doctors in an attempt to see every patient that made up the queue each morning. They never managed to reach the end of it, but their work was certainly helping. Although he was certain that it was only the fact that they doctors strictly observed a scheduled bedtime from 10 to 5 that his father could keep going. At least his dad was too tired to have nightmares at the moment. "Good day," Matteo asked as Bruce sat down on his own cot. Well, there were a lot of patients as usual, nothing seriously worrying, although it seems another bout of typhoid might be sweeping the area. His dad replied wearily. "Are there enough antibiotics to counteract that?" Matteo knew the illness from Bruce's lessons. "Enough for the children, but depending on the number that are affected, we may have a problem with treating every adult," Bruce admitted. "Hopefully it won't get that bad." "Hey, I played with some of the local kids today, And Matteo went into a long story of what he had learned to say and the fun they had had running around. He left out the bit about the fruit, deciding that it hadn't been that entertaining, and it was only a snack. Bruce had been right by the typhoid outbreak, and Matteo was soon given the briefing, along with every adult, about safety with food and water. Although he was a little too excited to really pay attention, he had had the vaccination in China and was much more interested with what he had been promised. John had listened to him the night before and had deemed him fluent enough in Arabic, and haltingly so in Somali, to act as a translator. So with an official job, Matteo was allowed to help in the clinic to ease the work of translators they already had. He knew they were being patronizing, and he wouldn't help much as he would only work with his dad. However, Matteo was ecstatic to spend more time with his parent and learning new stuff. So soon he was sat on his own stall next to Bruce's treatment bed and waited patiently for their first patient of the day. Although the language and settings were new, Matteo quite quickly found the similarities in ailments between here and many of their old patients. There were definitely a lot more issues with malnourishment and the cases of typhoid, but Bruce was mostly given patients with the everyday illnesses like coughs, pregnancy concerns, infected cuts, and so on. The patients seemed surprised at first to see Matteo sitting there, but quite quickly he proved his usefulness in the system by cutting out the sometimes awkward miming Bruce had to deal with when giving medicine with instructions written in English. Having a child there sometimes made them awkward, but often Matteo's grown-up behavior and innocent curiosity about their hairstyle or clothing or meaning of their name distracted them. Matteo was so excited to be allowed to help and to get back to learning that he didn't really pay attention to how tired he was feeling in the mornings or at dinner time. He put the evening exhaustion and lack of appetite down to working through the day and ensured that Bruce didn't think anything was wrong. He wanted to help, and if his dad thought he was working too hard, then he would make sure Matteo stopped helping, so he wasn't worn out. It was only a week later, when he felt decidedly off, that Matteo started to think that perhaps there was something more than just tiredness at play. He almost managed to pass it off as nothing. He hated a fuss being made of him, but Bruce saw right through him. "Matteo, you are as white as a sheet. What's wrong?" Bruce asked. Although his tone was concerned, Matteo knew the underlying tones that meant he would not be able to deflect the question. "I've been feeling a bit tired and not hungry the last week, and now I feel a bit not good." Matteo didn't really know how to sum up the feeling. "You're running a temperature," Bruce declared as he held his palm to the boy's forehead. "I'm going to ask to get you tested for the usual culprits. Which test would you be comfortable giving? Urine or blood? I haven't needed to go for a while," Matteo admitted. "Matteo, you know the risks we face living here. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Bruce asked with a sigh. "Sorry, Dad," Matteo muttered in an almost whine. He hated disappointing his father, and added to feeling ill, his emotions got the better of him. Hey, it's all right. I'm just worried about you." "I don't want to see you ill," Bruce said as he scooped the child into a hug and wiped the tears from his cheeks. "I know, but I don't want to disappoint you." He sniffled. "We all make mistakes. And although this means you might take a little longer to get better, you'll be all right." Bruce hugged and rocked his child until the tears and hiccuping had stopped. Matteo felt even more tired once his little emotional bout finished, but he tried to disguise the yawn. Bruce didn't buy it, though, and he soon settled him down in his bed once more. "I'm going to go get the blood test kit. You stay here and try to rest, okay?" "Okay, Dad," Matteo mumbled as he curled up on his side. "You started early." John noticed Bruce heading out of the clinic with something clenched securely in his hand. "Mateo's not feeling brilliant, and apparently hasn't been for over a week. I need to check his blood for illnesses. I'll pay for the cost of the test and antibiotics," Bruce said shortly. "I'm certain no one will begrudge you having them for free. They may not say it, but I think quite a few people are enamored with the boy. I assume he is up to date on all his shots." The Brit matched paces with the American to accompany him to the communal hut. "He should be. I made sure he had everything possibly useful. But then nothing is 100% foolproof," Bruce said reluctantly. "If you want, I can take the blood sample so you don't have to," John offered. Bruce was about to take an indignant stance with the suggestion he wasn't up to scratch to take the blood sample, but then he realized the true intention behind the offer. He would probably hate causing his son the tiny amount of pain a blood test caused, so by allowing someone else to do it, the procedure could be done quickly and without a guilty conscience. Any doctor here was more than proficient at doing such a quick procedure, but John seemed to truly like the child. As such, he would definitely try to cause the least amount of pain as he took the sample. "Thanks, John." Bruce passed over the kit as they entered the room. "I hear our little linguist is under the weather," John said as he took a seat on Bruce's bed. Due to the size of the room and the number of beds, their cots had been pushed quite close together, and the proximity was good enough to provide a convenient spot to perch and conduct a blood test from. Mateo knew the drill from watching countless others of blood samples taken, so he obediently extended his right arm and waited for the cold alcohol swab and the jab of the metal. Bruce sat by him and gently carted his hand through the boy's hair until the process was done. "I'll get to testing this right away. Hopefully I can get it done before the clinic opens," John said as he put all the used items into the plastic bag, whilst he kept the blood sample in his right hand. Bruce flashed him a grateful smile, but focused on trying to get Mateo to sip some of their sterilized water. He also remembered some rehydration salts he had knocking around in his bag, so before Mateo drank too much he added them. "But that stuff tastes foul even if you are dehydrated," Mateo whined. "I know, but it can't hurt to try to drink some of it." Bruce nudged the water bottle back into his son's hands. Although the child pulled a face, he dutifully tried to choke down some of the water before giving up and curling into his blanket once more. Mateo seemed to be slightly feverish, in that he was boiling hot but seemed reluctant to let go of his blanket. Coupled with the tiredness, lack of appetite, constipation, and apparently achy joints, Bruce was pretty sure he knew what was wrong. Even before John returned, Bruce had scrounged together various things that could be useful to treat Mateo, and the immediate area around his and Bruce's bed was cluttered with a bowl of water and a washcloth, a sick bucket, drinking water, safe food, books, and Mateo's toy dog Bingo. Bruce himself had moved to sit on the edge of Mateo's bed, with everything within easy reach. His back was against the wall headboard railings, his own pillow behind his back to try to reduce the discomfort of leaning on the metal frame. Mateo was curled up half on his lap and seemed relishing the warmth despite his sweat-soaked fringe showing his real temperature. Bruce was humming a tune that seemed to soothe the child. John smiled at the scene in front of him when he re-entered the dormitory room. It was obvious that whilst Bruce was not trying to make too much of a fuss, he had failed to hide his concern. Mateo seemed to be relishing the attention, though, despite his illness. It made him wonder, not for the first time, how the two ended up traveling together instead of settling down to a normal life. But then, Considering his attempt to have a normal life in London, he couldn't exactly preach the benefits of such a life. It's as we suspected, he's got typhoid. He isn't exhibiting the typical symptoms, but it showed up in his blood works. John handed over the pack of antibiotics he had brought with him. "We didn't catch it too late, did we?" asked Bruce worriedly. Although it wasn't likely to be fatal as Matteo was a healthy child, there could be complications. "I doubt it, but keep an eye out for bruising or lumps on his stomach," the other doctor warned. "We may have to double the amount of antibiotics usually given to a child, but there's no worry of there being any long-term complications. He'll be in bed for a while longer than some, but it won't be long before he is up and running again." Chapter 12. Dream. As John had said, it took a while for the antibiotics to kick in and start combating the infection. In the meantime, Matteo's fever spiked, and the child became slightly delirious, leading to a lot of senseless rambling that Bruce had to listen to while he mopped the child's brow. While a lot of the dreams and hallucinations seemed to be nonsensical, but the Dursleys and their cruel treatment cropped up quite a lot. Bruce was glad that they were largely left alone in the day, as he really didn't want to face explaining the entire Dursley debacle to a load of strangers. Thankfully, in the evenings and overnight, Matteo was mostly quiet as he managed to sleep the night through quite often. Some of the other doctors were less than thrilled to share space with an infected person, but Bruce's glares silenced the most vocal of them, as they assumed that all utensils Matteo used would be sterilized after the majority of the doctors were content to just give the area a wide berth. No one considered Bruce was sharing anything, so they never asked questions, which helped the situation. As the other guy gave him natural immunity from all poisons, illnesses, and diseases, Bruce did indeed share water with the child with no worry. He had greater things on his mind than hiding the fact he couldn't get ill. Matteo's fever was spiking, and he was battling to keep the child's temperature down. Matteo was unaware of the unrest he was causing between his father and the others, lost as he was in his dreams and hallucinations. He was walking through a field of wheat that almost came up to his shoulders. The ears were golden and swollen, ready for harvest. The crop swayed gently in a breeze that Matteo couldn't feel, and birds wheeled overhead on invisible thermals. Occasionally, in amongst the wheat, red poppy could be seen tentatively poking its head out above the level of the crop. He was standing on a path that seemed to run unendingly on behind him, and disappeared into the haze in the distance caused by the heat shimmer above the crop. Ahead of him, the field sloped upwards gently to a tree that stood alone in the center of the wheat, with the path that Matteo was walking along running up to it. The child didn't recognize the tree species, but it was tall, and its branches spread wide into the open space. Dark green, lobed leaves covered every twig, and a few light green oval nut-like seeds were starting to form amongst them. The large branches of the tree cast plenty of shade onto the ground below. Coupled with the bright sun above, Matteo was stopped from being able to see anything in the deep shadows under the tree. Not being able to feel the wind around him or hear the birds above didn't unnerve the child, even though he knew it should. Unconsciously, he started walking towards the tree and its shade where he knew he had to go. Although he couldn't feel anything around, Matteo was aware of how tired and achy his body was, and the promise of cold shade and a place to rest was very tempting. Eventually, he climbed the low but long hill to the tree at the top and could make out two figures under the tree. But Matteo wasn't scared, much to his surprise, and he approached them calmly without haste. One was a man and one was a woman, and whilst they looked nothing alike, they both wore looks of loving pride on their faces. The woman was the shorter of the two, with beautiful red hair that fell silkily past her shoulders. Her green eyes looked familiar, like a less vibrant version of his own. She wore a dark blue dress that looked comfortable whilst being very professional looking. The man was tall and thin, with a mop of messy black hair that showed signs of having been fought into order. The man's brown eyes were covered by thick glasses that sat easily on the man's nose. He was clean-shaven, showing a strong jaw and high cheekbones. To match his clean appearance, he was wearing a white shirt under a red pullover jumper that looked smart. "Hello," he said to the pair, knowing that he was safe to talk with them. "Our darling, look how big you've grown," the woman said as she knelt down to be closer to his level. "I'm glad you avoided my horrible eyesight," the man said with a smile as he mimicked his wife. "D. Bruce paid to have it fixed." Matteo corrected his terminology, aware that his parents might not have been happy with him calling the man Dad in front of them. "It's all right, little one. You can call him Dad. We were very glad when Bruce took you in and chose to treat you as his child," Matteo's father said with an encouraging nod. "Am I dead like you now?" Matteo connected the dots and looked worriedly at them. "No, not at all, darling. You are only ill. However, because you are unconscious and very unwell, you are close to the veil, which allows us to come visit you. It might be the only time we can," his mother explained, sadly. She reached forward to caress his face, and Matteo was amazed when he felt the ghost of sensation on his cheek. It became obvious then that he was a different state to them, and a small part of his soul yearned that they were the same so that he could properly hug them. But he leant into the phantom feeling and savored the faint warmth, knowing it was the closest he would get to his parents ever again until he joined them for good. "I miss you," Matteo said honestly. "We miss you too, little one. But we are glad you have Bruce looking after you." His father reached forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Why did you have to leave me? Why did I get stuck with the Dursleys?" Matteo asked unhappily. "Those are not questions for now. You will get your answers one day. We cannot stay for long, but we had to let you know that we love you and that we are proud of you," his mother interjected. "Bruce has our thanks too. He has done an amazing job of raising you into a handsome young man," his father added. "And you, my amazing darling, need to believe in yourself more." His mother nudged his chin, so their green eyes locked. "You have so much potential and so much to give the world. You just need to open up and to grasp the opportunities. Playing with those kids is exactly what you need to do. Take risks and face the world standing tall and proud. You have so much greatness within you, and there'll come a day when people will look up to you as a symbol of hope. I know when that time comes you will be a great leader." Matteo wasn't exactly sure what his mother was trying to accomplish with that pep talk, but he smiled anyway. "I love you both. And we love you, never forget that," his father replied for the both of them. "As much as we have loved this opportunity, you should be heading back to Bruce. He is quite worried about you." The adults stood once more with one hand around the other's waist. His father gestured back down the path, and Matteo dutifully started to walk back down it again. When he was a few meters out of the shade of the tree, he turned and waved back to his parents. He couldn't see much detail of them, shaded as they were by the tree still, but he thought he could see them raise a hand each to wave back. After that, he faced down the path and trotted away from the tree, not turning back again. Bruce had been on the verge of panicking as Mateo's fever spiked, and the child started to thrash violently. He did all he could to comfort the child. The cloth on his forehead barely had time to dry before Bruce was dipping it back into the bowl of water. At first, the child's mutterings were incoherent and random, but after a while, Bruce was able to pick out actual words. His insides turned cold when he realized that his child was hallucinating about his biological parents and was talking to them. It was heart-wrenching to hear the boy ask why he had been left alone, and if it would have helped, he would have hugged the boy tightly and never let go. But instead, he settled for quietly singing the song that Mateo had latched onto as his favorite lullaby. It wasn't a conventional one, but Bruce had ended up singing the song to try to help the child calm down after waking from nightmares. He had first sung it in China, and Mateo had immediately liked it, so it often worked for soothing the child during traumatic moments. May these words be the first to find your ears. The world is brighter than the sun now that you're here, though your eyes will need some time to adjust to the overwhelming light surrounding us. 'Cause you are loved more than you know. I hereby pledge all of my days to prove it so, though your heart is far too young to realize the unimaginable light you hold inside. I'll give you everything I have. I'll teach you everything I know. I promise I'll do better. I will always hold you close, but I will learn to let you go. I promise I'll do better. I will soften every edge. I'll hold the world to its best, and I'll do better. With every heartbeat I have left, I will defend your every breath, and I'll do better. Very soon after Mateo's fever broke, and the child started to sweat profusely, Bruce felt relieved enough to cry. Instead, he focused on dribbling water down the child's throat and mopping his brow. By the evening, Mateo was a lot calmer and was resting peacefully for the first time in 4 days. The child had lost a bit of weight due to the illness and having not eaten properly for the week before he was struck down. Bruce was determined that he would ensure that Mateo ate as much as he could once he was aware to combat the loss. Bruce was certain that he had a gap in which he could go stretch his legs and Mateo wouldn't be likely to need him. So he carefully extracted himself from under the child and stood. The smell of cooking had been wafting through the building for a while, so he was pretty certain that there would be freshly cooked food available. He quickly but carefully sterilized his hands. He couldn't get ill, but he could pass the infection on before heading out. His keen sense of smell proved him right, and the dishes were just being set out for the doctors to help themselves. Not many had gathered quite yet. Apparently, many of them had been tackling the numerous children with typhoid and often spent extra time in the clinic with the last patients. So Bruce managed to claim his share of the food and an often empty corner to eat in. However, his plan of staying out of the way failed miserably as people spotted him as soon as they entered the courtyard. From the fact alone that he wasn't merely collecting food and leaving again told the others that Mateo had improved. But with the lack of other new news, Bruce found himself cornered by 5 other doctors who wanted to talk to him. The questions were inane and repetitive. Mateo may not have showed the typical symptoms like every other typhoid patient they had, but he did respond to antibiotics the same. But Bruce politely responded to their questions until he felt he had hung around for long enough to politely excuse himself. Mateo was where he had left him, sleeping peacefully. In all honesty, Bruce knew he could have hung around with the others for longer, but he just couldn't bring himself to. The two of them had been on their own for years, only being forced to talk to patients in order to treat them. Having to live with 30 other people in close proximity with no privacy or peace was starting to grate on Bruce's nerves. He was far from losing control on the other guy, but Bruce knew that it had been a mistake when he had accepted the offer to join the doctors. Matteo's illness was another testimony to how much of a mistake the decision had been. The child had never been severely ill in all their travels before, and Bruce felt incredibly guilty that he had brought them to a situation that had gotten through the child's defenses. "You're thinking too much again," a hoarse whisper broke through Bruce's thoughts. "Hey there." Bruce smiled at the weary green eyes that were looking at him. "How are you feeling?" "Like I tried to run to the top of the tallest pyramid and then jumped off," Matteo groaned and wetted his lips. "And it tastes like something crawled into my mouth to die." "Well, that second one we can fix easily now. And with plenty of sleep you'll be back up and running in no time." Bruce's relieved smile failed to fade as he bustled about making the child comfortable. Over the next few days, Bruce never brought up any of the ramblings that he had heard whilst Matteo had been ill. The child didn't seem to remember anything. At least he was much more preoccupied with trying to wheedle his way out of bed once he was no longer showing signs of illness. However, Bruce stuck to his guns and managed to keep Matteo in his bed by constantly engaging his mind in schooling and stories. After 3 days of bed rest, Bruce allowed Matteo to get up and wander around the dormitory and to the private courtyard they ate their meals in. At first, Matteo muttered about the limits set to his freedom, but when he could only make it to the courtyard, he realized how realistic Bruce was being and quickly fell silent. However, he was perfectly well enough a week later to join everyone in the courtyard for dinner, and Matteo was glad to return to normal life. Most people seemed almost indifferent to his reappearance beyond being glad that he was better. However, John made the effort to find him and sat by the child whilst they ate. Matteo immediately launched straight into learning more words, and Bruce was left smiling at his son's antics as he listened in on the lesson. Although some people had solar chargers for their satellite phones, there was very little contact with the wider world. Most calls were to the organization in charge or hospitals nearby for supplies or assistance. So it wasn't uncommon for there to be group announcements if there was news that everyone would be interested in. "Guys, I had a call from back home," Christian called as he arrived in the courtyard. The tone of his voice caught their attention, and an uneasy silence fell before low chatter sprung up once more. Although numerous people started muttering worriedly, it was the youngest doctor in the group, a 25-year-old Englishwoman, that spoke up first. "Has something happened?" "There's flooding in Nepal, but nothing severe has happened to any of our families." What I was meaning to say was a reporter is likely to come and spend time with us to raise awareness of the situation here, Christian explained quickly. It sounded like most people were agreeable with that idea, and those that had tensed immediately relaxed. Apparently, it was a commonly held opinion that it was frustrating for people back home to be unaware and uncaring of the suffering going on elsewhere. So an in-depth newspaper report, or perhaps documentary, would be exactly what was needed to raise concerns. Bruce was careful to hide the sudden spike of worry he felt, and instead of acting, he turned to the other doctors nearby and joined in their conversation. However, he really just wanted to grab Matteo and their belongings and head off right now. "Bruce, can I have a word?" Christian's voice called from the direction of the dormitory. The American had to force his pulse to slow down as he turned to head to the German. Although he was in control, it wouldn't do for the other man to say something wrong and run the risk of the other guy coming out. Christian was leaning against the doorframe, and Bruce wandered past him, so that their conversation would be slightly more private. It always surprises me how little media coverage there can be on events like this. Christian started neutrally. Tales of refugees and poverty don't sit well with the capitalist idea that the world is improving, Bruce said cynically. But then he took a breath and attempted to talk in his normal mild tone. Was there a particular reason you asked to talk to me? As the flooding and landslides in Nepal are rather severe, the organization are sending relief workers and aid to the country, Christian said. And Bruce said once it seemed that the man wouldn't continue. There is a relief flight heading into Nairobi to drop supplies for us before heading to Nepal. If you want to leave, then there are seats available, and you are not obliged to help in Nepal. Once you land, Christian expanded. If you can organize for us to fly over there, it would be amazing. I really don't think Matteo is enjoying it here, Bruce said, omitting his own discomfort. From his stories of what you have done in India, then it would be a shame from keeping you there. We might be busy here, but we will survive without your and your little interpreter's help, Christian said reassuringly. Besides, I know you will want to be away from the reporter when they are here. Hiding for a month won't exactly be productive. Why would I want to hide from a reporter? Bruce tried to remain calm as he replied. I have a friend who lived in Harlem. I ended up watching a lot of TV when I was trying to find out if she was all right, Christian said pointedly. And you haven't told anyone about me? As he asked the question, Bruce started to panic a bit. Of course not. To start with, who would believe me that a gentle-mannered man with a sweet child is secretly a rampaging Goliath? Secondly, it is obvious you are working to erase the guilt you feel for what has happened. Who am I to stop you? However, I don't know if the person coming would feel the same, which is why I am giving you this opportunity to get out of here, the German said with a reassuring smile. Thank you, Christian, for everything. I'll go tell Matteo the news. Bruce didn't waste any more time, and instead hurried off to find his child. With the events in Nepal progressing quickly, Matteo and Bruce barely had a day to get used to the idea they were going to be leaving, although everyone had known from the beginning that they were. Eventually roaming to India, some seemed a bit disapproving of their departure. But Bruce ignored them in favor of saying goodbye to those that they considered friends. Matteo, of course, was most upset about leaving John, as the man seemed to have left an impact on the child. The linguist had tried to ensure the boy was entertained over the first 2 weeks he was around, and had been one of the most genuine people asking about his health the week he was ill. Matteo couldn't exactly promise to keep in touch, but Bruce spotted him tucking a scrap of paper into his sketch pad at one point. 2 mornings after the announcement, Bruce and Matteo rose at the same time as the others, but were forced to rush to get their morning rituals done. A very battered van had been requisitioned for the purpose of taking the pair to the airport, and the driver spoke no English. However, with Matteo's linguist skills, they were able to roughly carry a conversation. The roads were incredibly bumpy, and the van seemed to have never heard of suspension, so they were rather sore when they stopped after 3 hours for a rest. Bruce moved like a man twice his age as he staggered out of the van to stretch his legs. Matteo merely skipped around with the abundance of energy children always seem to have, and was enjoying exploring the area they had stopped in. It could hardly be described as more than merely a lay-by the road, and the drought had turned the majority of the countryside to a brown wasteland. However, Matteo somehow found things to entertain himself with until their driver whistled for them to be heading out once more. After 6 hours of traveling, Bruce practically fell out of the van onto the tarmac at the airport. They had 10 minutes to get to the plane, so Bruce quickly grabbed their bags and walked quickly in the direction of the entry gate. Christian had given them a pass that Bruce waved at the guards before striding through, with Matteo trotting at his heels. A huge cargo jet was parked at the edge of the runway. Its pale paintwork made it contrast to the airport quite severely. There were a few large crates standing to the side, but it looked like the majority of the hold was still packed with matching crates. Bruce and Matteo Johnson, a man with a fluorescent jacket, shouted above the sounds of machinery and engines. "That's us," Bruce shouted back. "You're just in time. We'll be taxiing out in 5 minutes. I'll show you to your seats." The man started walking without waiting to see if he was being followed. "It's not going to be a glamorous ride, but we'll be there in 10 hours. We'll manage. It would take a lot longer to do the journey by water," Bruce replied. Their seats were indeed far from glamorous. They were metal bucket seats that were built into the sides of the cargo hold. Bruce quickly grabbed his blanket and threw it onto their seats to attempt to make them comfier before he and his son sat down. The airman showed them both how to clip their harnesses on before he walked off again to finish the pre-flight preparations. "This isn't going to be pleasant, is it?" Matteo showed his perceptiveness. "It might be a little rough and a bit boring, but it can't be worse than sailing, can it?" Bruce pointed out. Matteo shivered at the thought and just sat in his seat, swinging his legs nervously, waiting for the plane to take off. When it did just under 5 minutes later, Bruce offered an arm for Matteo to grasp as the rumbling increased in volume as they thundered down the runway. At first, the child was rather terrified of being in the plane in the air, but once they leveled out and the juddering faded away, he settled down once more. As there was little to look at or do, they stayed in their seats for the duration of the flight, both with books in their hands as distractions. They were fortunate in that they did not encounter any turbulence, and Matteo soon forgot that they were thousands of feet above the ground. To him, it was no different to sitting in a large tin can for a long time. The landing in Nepal was a bit rougher than takeoff had been. The storms that had caused the flooding and landslides had diminished to persistent rain by the time they arrived. So the landing was wet and a bit jittery, but mate bravely stayed calm. The same airman with the fluorescent jacket that had seen them to their seats came to open the ramp up and allowed them to exit the plane. Bruce thanked him politely for his assistance before he and his son headed out onto the tarmac and away from the plane. Neither said it, but as they traveled westward away from the airport in the back of a farm cart, they both felt relieved to be back amongst the faintly familiar settings. Matteo was glad to be back in a region that he was familiar with and understood better, whilst Bruce was happy to be alone with his child once more. Chapter 13, Romanoff. After their trip to Africa, Matteo had developed a greater interest in the fauna, so Bruce led them to a place he knew the child would enjoy. So once they left Nepal, they train jumped and hitchhiked across India to the destination Bruce had in mind, Gujarat and the last stronghold of Asiatic lions. Although not as large as African lions, Matteo found them fascinating, and they spent at least a week tracking them with a guide. After the small detour, an almost holiday-like stop, they headed to Calcutta to see whether they could be useful. Bruce was still a little wary that they could have been followed from Nepal, and so had planned escape routes. Should they find themselves needing to leave quickly, they would have the option to head south through India or to flee across the nearby borders to Bangladesh. If the situation was really dire, then there was also Burma as an option to shake off any determined tail. The city of Calcutta was over twice the size of Kochi, which was to be expected seeing as it was the capital of West Bengal. There were also a lot more old and grand architectural structures that they spotted as they traveled through the city, testimonies to the city's long history. Depending on where in the city they ended up staying, and how well they did for money, Bruce promised that they could maybe visit the landmarks at some point. But with every growing city, there were areas that were less savory, pockets of underdevelopment, and neighborhoods of cheaper housing. It was as the pair traveled through one such area that Bruce noticed the number of unwell-looking people. The narrow streets and constant movement of people and machinery made the air thick and less than ideal for respiratory problems. Matteo had picked up on the thoughts that were passing through his father's head, so he could easily reply when Bruce asked if they wanted to stay. With a reply to the affirmative, they followed their usual pattern of moving into an area. For Matteo, this meant learning the language as quick as he could, while Bruce organized finding a house and food. They ended up managing to claim a flat in a block of buildings near the edge of the main trade section of the neighborhood. Bruce would have preferred a house right on the outskirts of the city altogether, just in case, but the other guy was content for now. Being back amongst the familiar also meant that Bruce was relatively sure that there would be no surprises that could unleash his other half, so he agreed to take the property. At the moment, the flat contained 2 beds, a table, and some wooden chairs. It was sparse and far from personal, but they agreed it would do for now. So whilst Bruce went out to pawn their old clothes and buy food, Matteo decided to go out and get a feel for the area. Since Africa, Matteo had come out of his shell a little more and was willing to explore a little on his own. He also had an excellent sense of direction and never became lost, which helped Bruce's decision to allow his son to explore on his own. Matteo was well aware of what to keep an eye out for in terms of dangers, and his rough clothes meant that he ran no risk of being targeted by pickpockets. They would be disappointed anyway. The child only carried enough to buy a drink or some food. The rest of their money was hidden in a secret compartment of the medical bag Bruce carried, and that never left his side, and anyone who attacked him would be sorry for their mistake. After a couple of hours wandering and listening intently to the chatter of the locals, Matteo thought it would be prudent to return home. Bruce rarely took long to complete his tasks and would likely be back and worrying by then. It would also be a good exercise in navigating the streets again after only one pass through them. "We are lucky that we arrived when we did," Matteo said as soon as he arrived home. "How so?" Bruce asked. "There's an illness going around at the moment. It doesn't sound major, but the fact that unrelated houses are getting sick suggests it could be waterborne," Matteo said as he flopped in a seat. "Have you learnt Bengali already?" Bruce asked with raised eyebrows. "Not much, but enough to ask some questions and understand the gestures. Seems there is a fever, vomiting, and diarrhea that lasts a week or so. Deaths aren't that common, but probably the young and old get dehydrated quickly. I think we should stock up on rehydration salts and start boiling everything we eat," Matteo said, casually. "It's a good thing we can cook for ourselves then. I don't fancy eating out just in case we aren't used to the germs around here." Bruce wrinkled his nose at the thought. I'm finding the closest shop that sells hand gel, and I'm using it every time I touch a door." Matteo joked. The incident in Africa was still too fresh in his mind for him to relax about germs. "What's for dinner?" "Well, we are back in India, so I thought we would have fish and chips," Bruce suggested. "Good one, Dad." Matteo rolled his eyes. "I'll get to peeling the vegetables." It turned out that Matteo was right, and a small bout of typhoid was occurring. So Bruce and Matteo were busy helping treat it as soon as they were settled. Yet another benefit of having the other guy was that Bruce was immune to any kind of human illness, so he happily spent hours in infected houses with concerned family members. Matteo had been slightly worried about contracting the illness again, but was careful to avoid eating or drinking anything from the infected houses. However, Matteo didn't have to worry overly over getting sick, as spent more of his time running from shops to Bruce fetching medicinal items than spending time in the room with patients. He also started running errands for the family, such as buying food, even though he would easily be able to help treat these people. It seemed that illnesses were common in the area, and it was common practice for the affected family to isolate themselves to avoid it spreading. It was pointless if it was waterborne, but Matteo admitted that it was the thought that counted. So he offered his services to the family by buying any supplies they may be running low on when the two males visited. In comparison to some cities the pair had lived in, Calcutta seemed to regularly experience illness, and they were rarely not being called upon. Over the few months that they lived in the city, Bruce made quite a few friends in the neighborhood, but also a few enemies. A couple of local doctors had their noses put out of joint by Bruce, whose methods often produced better results, and his patients recovered a lot quicker. One got rather angry and offensive towards Bruce, but the American was now able to merely smile and walk away without fearing the appearance of the other guy. The other guy certainly wasn't dormant now, but they had seemed to come a very loose truce. Bruce could at least be sure that a small argument or relatively minor injury would not set the wheels in motion for his other half to appear. Matteo had just finished buying a wide selection of vegetables and pulses for making healthy broths, and was on his way back to the last house they were working at for the night. At times it became infuriating that the city was so badly impacted by problems that could be fixed simply by building efficient water and sewage pipes, but Matteo was not naive enough to assume that such a thing was as easy to do as to think about. Thanks to Bruce's meticulous habits, the two of them had avoided every illness that had passed through the neighborhood, and Matteo felt a bit guilty at times when he saw nearby kids being struck by one illness or another. Pushing the depressing thought from his head, Matteo trotted up the stairs to the flat they were working at and knocked on the door respectfully before poking his head around the door. "I have your food for you, ma'am," Matteo said respectfully. "Vishnu smile on you for your kindness," the wife of the family said in relief as she took the package off of Matteo. "Where is my father?" "I did not think he would be done yet." Matteo looked around the small flat and could not see Bruce. A girl called him away. She seemed rather upset about her parents. "Your father said for you to go home, and he would see you later," the woman relayed. As there was nothing more Matteo could do, he bowed his head respectfully and left, easily winding his way home to wait for Bruce. As they had eaten a large lunch, Matteo settled for purchasing some fruit from a street vendor and listened to the chatter of conversations as he leant against a wall to eat the banana and orange. When he got home, he sat at the table and waited his father's return and listened to the faint sound of chatter and music that drifted through the shuttered windows. Matteo had fallen asleep, his head propped on his arms on the table, waiting for his father when the door was opened rather violently. In a flash, Matteo was on his feet, and in a crouch, still half awake and blinded by the light bulb being flicked on. Bruce was largely a pacifist, but he had ensured that Matteo knew the basics of how to defend himself from attack. It had never come in useful, but the violent waking he had then made him react in defense. He only relaxed when he realized that it was his father that had entered, and when he finally could focus on his watch, he saw it was 11 at night. "Sorry, Matteo. I thought you would be in bed," Bruce apologized. "It's all right. Are you okay? You seem a little flustered," Matteo asked, fully prepared to hug his father if it was needed. "It seems that no matter how careful we or someone has been following us," Bruce said in an annoyed tone. Matteo stayed still for a few seconds before heading towards the bedroom. "Where are we thinking of going next? I hear the Philippines might be an interesting place to see. They apparently have an interesting culture. Burma might be an idea, as no sane person would follow us there, but then we would have to be extremely careful." "We aren't running," Bruce called. Matteo returned to the living room, still clutching his bag of clothes. "But you said we have been followed. Shouldn't we be going?" "We aren't running because apparently it was the good guys tailing us," Bruce explained. "Well, you could have said that at the start." Matteo sighed in annoyance. "What do they want?" "Apparently something important has been stolen by some mythical being, and they need me to help track it down if I can. Seeing as I have the best knowledge of gamma radiation, they decided the benefits outweigh the risks," Bruce said grimly. "Mythical being? Really? It is such a pathetic story. I almost want to believe them." Matteo looked skeptical. "Either way, they know we are here, and I highly doubt we can outrun them this time. They already have a plane waiting for us and 4x4s ready for a chase, so our options are limited." Bruce sighed this time. "What nation is it?" "It's got to be America, England, or Russia." "America? Well, I've always wanted a genuine cheeseburger," Matteo joked. "Grab your stuff then, and we can get one once this is all sorted." Bruce smiled and also started packing. Matteo was already packed by the time Bruce had finished gathering the few books and photos dotted around the apartment, so the boy decided to make himself useful. They had enough food for a few days in the kitchen, so he gathered it all into a couple of plastic bags and dropped them off to their right-hand neighbors who had just had their third child and were struggling a bit. As he was returning to the house, Matteo spotted a woman hiding in the shadows across the street. Although she was very good at melting into the darkness around her, Matteo felt that she was deliberately not concealing herself as well as she could. The youth wasn't sure whether that was deliberate to give them the idea of control, or so they knew they couldn't run. Either way, he waved at her and smiled at her surprised look before he shut the door again. "Ready to go yet, Dad?" "I think I have everything," Bruce said as he came into the living room, rucksack on his back. He had changed into some slightly less worn and more formal clothes, which consisted of a purple shirt he was fond of with less worn trousers. He still wore the same jacket as usual, but the pockets were empty of medical clutter he often accumulated throughout the day. "Glasses, iPod, books, money?" Matteo asked innocently. "Yes to all four. I don't know how long we will be, so are you sure you have everything you brought with you?" Bruce shot back. "You know, I only have like 4 sets of clothes. I'm all good." Matteo gestured to his rather bulging rucksack. He may not have many clothes, but Matteo had plenty of sketchbooks and reading material that he carried around. "Then let us go find Agent Romanoff and be on the road." Bruce opened the door. She's across the street between 2 houses 3 down from us. She has quite a pretty dress on. Sticks out like a sore thumb, though, Matteo remarked. As much as she sticks out, I am pretty sure she is merely downplaying her talents to avoid intimidating us. I'd rather you do not insult her as soon as you meet her, Bruce said sternly. You know me, father, Matteo said as he led the way to the woman. Dr. Banner, the woman said politely before looking at the boy questioningly. May Vishnu smile upon our meeting, Matteo said politely with a low bow. Matteo, Bruce said in an exasperated tone. You wish me to be courteous, Matteo smiled innocently before reverting back to English. Sorry, old habits die hard. Matteo Banner, at your service. I had heard you had adopted a child, but it is still surprising, the redhead said. There is no reason Bruce would not make a good father. I have turned out perfectly sane and happy. I imagine there are much more careless and ill-suited parents out there in the Western world that are freely able to adopt children, Matteo said defensively. You know, perhaps you should let me do the talking, Bruce said quickly in Malayalam, being more comfortable with the language than Bengali. Yes, Dad, Matteo replied before falling silent. Perhaps we should be heading to the plane, Bruce said. The redhead nodded and walked off silently, leaving the pair to catch up. Any chance of learning her name at some point in this journey? Matteo asked. Her name is apparently Natasha Romanoff, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and previously a freelance assassin from Russia, Bruce replied to his son. Noted, I am definitely not getting on her bad side. Matteo almost gulped. How many languages do you two speak? I'd say you've used 3 since I've met you. Natasha eventually spoke up, curious about the pair despite herself. I speak about 4 fluently and a smattering of about 5 more, but Matteo is fluent in at least 7. He picks them up incredibly easily, which has been invaluable, Bruce said proudly. Only because you have given me the opportunities one needed to learn them, Matteo replied. Bruce smiled at his son's modesty before the trio fell silent. In no time they got into a jeep, and their speed increased until they were zipping along the larger roads to the airport. The 2 males knew each other well enough to read the nervous posture that the other held themselves in, and they sat as close as possible to give each other support. Bruce was going against the instincts that had kept him alive and free for the last 15 years by allowing a large corporation to take him anywhere. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. purported to be the good guys, Bruce couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, so he stayed alert and vowed to keep Matteo close. The other guy had proven that he too was protective of the child, so Bruce had no fear over Matteo being harmed if this was a trap. Matteo was worried for his father, that this could be a trap and that they would be separated. These people were official and attached to the government somehow. If they knew he had run away, they may take him back to his relatives. As much as he wanted to run, though they couldn't, apparently these people had been tailing them for a while. They could force them to help them, and that would likely be less pleasant. Natasha watched the pair as they sat side by side and holding hands. It was clear that the 2 were fiercely protective and loyal to each other, and that they both were heading far out of their comfort zone. If Natasha didn't know Bruce's history, she would almost be amused by the Americans' reaction to going home. The child that went by Matteo was a complete enigma, and so she had no idea why the child was nervous. Half an hour later, they reached the small airstrip that the plane was parked at, and the 3 clambered out. The ride had been a lot smoother than their last stint in a vehicle, that being back in Africa, so the 2 fugitives could move a lot easier. Bruce, and Matteo hefted their bags and headed out towards the small black shape. "That doesn't look much like a plane," Matteo said nervously. The squat black vehicle had 2 blades set in the middle of each wing and a small body. It looked delicate and easily broken and very cramped. "This is a jet, special S.H.I.E.L.D design, and it will get us there much quicker," Natasha explained. "I don't think I am going to enjoy this," Matteo muttered to Bruce, who patted him on the shoulder in a supporting manner. The child may have ridden in a cargo jet before, but the sheer size of it had seemingly been reassuring to Matteo. This was a lot smaller and seemed more delicate in his eyes, and Matteo was not hiding his worry or distrust of the craft as they climbed aboard. "You can stash your bags here." Natasha showed them how to tie their bags down under their seats before moving forward and taking the spare seat up front. Matteo glanced fearfully at the militaristic interior of the jet, and Bruce sighed. The adult nudged his son to a seat and buckled him in before doing the same to himself right next to Matteo. As soon as he was settled, Matteo had moved his father's arm to be around his shoulders and burrowed his face into Bruce's chest. Bruce tried to comfort the child by rubbing his hair while breathing deeply to fight the rising sense of panic he was feeling. "We'll be there in 9 hours, Natasha said. Matteo squeaked in protest, but before he could so much as move from his seat, the back door clanged shut and the jet started moving into position to start taking off. The initial jolting of the acceleration and takeoff had Matteo screwing his eyes shut, but once the jet had leveled off and was stable, once more he quietened down a bit. Bruce just hoped that there would be little turbulence as they traveled. Although Matteo wasn't worried about flight from their other journey, turbulence could unnerve him. Once Natasha said they could take their belts off, Bruce rummaged in their bags for a blanket and made sure Matteo was comfortable. The metal craft was slightly cold, and whilst Bruce had his jacket, Matteo was just in his shirt. He made the executive decision to bed the child down so that he would hopefully sleep through the majority of the journey. Matteo was great in that he could easily find entertainment, so he wouldn't be disruptive. It was just that Bruce didn't want him to keep worrying. "But I want to see outside," Matteo grumbled as Bruce threw the blanket around his shoulders. "Trust me, the sky is dark and all you will see is clouds and possibly some stars. You are missing nothing except a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we will be in America, and I am sure you will want to explore it thoroughly whilst we are there," Bruce pointed out. Matteo thought about that for a few moments before sighing in defeat and curling up. With his head on Bruce's leg and his body kept warm by the blanket, Matteo was reasonably comfy. Bruce looked at the harnesses and extended some straps and tied Matteo down so that he couldn't accidentally roll off the narrow seats. Matteo flashed him a grateful smile and tried to sleep. "He's a sweet kid." Natasha left the cockpit an hour later and sat opposite Bruce. "I'm lucky to have him. He has literally saved my life," Bruce said honestly. "How exactly did you manage to adopt a kid, especially one of English descent?" "It's not an official adoption. I found him on the streets and took him in. No one came looking for him, so he ended up traveling with me," Bruce said honestly. "And you are certain that was the best choice for him?" Natasha asked gently but bluntly. "I offered to take him to the authorities, but he wanted to stay with me even though he knew exactly what he was getting himself into. By the sounds of it, his home life was rather terrible before he met me, so I suppose anything was better than before," Bruce said defensively. "Just as long as he is with you of his own volition, I know children who have not had that luxury, Natasha said emotionlessly. I have asked him hundreds of times if he would prefer to find another family, but he refuses to leave, Bruce said in reply. Natasha fell silent, but Bruce thought he saw a look of satisfaction in her eye as she handed over a pile of files. He had no idea what kind of small talk a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent would be interested in, but the woman got up and returned to her original seat once Bruce accepted the files. Soon, the jet was filled with only the sounds of the engine as the two agents focused on flying while Bruce read through the files and Mateo slept on his leg. Natasha Romanoff, better known as the Black Widow, sat up front of the Quinjet and tried to make sense of what she had learned over the last few hours. She had come into this mission with little more than a file and a destination. Normally, that was enough for the Black Widow complete even the most difficult mission. There was very little that she couldn't achieve. And again, she had been successful in her mission. The Hulk and Bruce Banner had been recruited into the Avengers Initiative. She found it almost insulting that S.H.I.E.L.D. had sent a backup team to contain the Hulk and ensure his cooperation if she had failed. But from the little she knew, Natasha knew that the act hadn't been an insult to her skill. The Hulk was wild and unpredictable. His human side wasn't much better. Or, at least, that had been suggested by the file S.H.I.E.L.D. had given her, and that she had extensively studied before heading to India. The last video footage of Bruce Banner had shown a shifty and paranoid man, constantly fidgeting and checking over his shoulder for a tail. It wasn't hard to see that from the film of the debacle in Harlem that the Hulk would not listen to reason and could not be controlled. For this reason, Natasha doubted the wisdom in bringing the beast into the already chaotic situation. However, she knew that Banner could be useful. She needed him to succeed to retrieve Barton. So she had vowed before leaving America that she would ensure he kept his cool and would finish his job. However, very little of what Natasha had prepared for had materialized. Sure, Bruce had rather cruelly tricked her to see her true opinion of him, which had resulted in her pulling her gun from under the table and aiming to kill. He had been nervous and shifty, but a lot more composed and rational than Natasha had expected of a fugitive harboring an extremely dark and violent side. The fact that he had been reasonably easy to reason with and get him on board the idea also surprised Nat. She had been expecting to have to seriously attempt to manipulate him. But the biggest surprise of all, one that almost had Natasha showing her emotions openly, was the confirmation that he had a child with him. As she needed full clearance to the file, she had seen the almost afterthought-like note that stated the possibility of a child presence. Seeing a note on a piece of paper was massively different to seeing the living, breathing being in front of her, though. This Mateo Banner looked surprisingly similar to Bruce. They shared the same black hair and mild look that permanently graced their features. Mateo didn't look like he would be the tallest man, nor the physically strongest, like his adoptive parent. The child was polite and obviously loved his father enough to obey his requests. Although such loyalty could be obtained through fear, Bruce certainly didn't seem like the kind of person to stoop to such low levels as to physically abuse a child. Despite the obvious worry the child was exhibiting, he had followed his father dutifully, and Natasha was immensely relieved that the child merely went to sleep on the Quinjet. She had not had much interaction with children and had no idea how she would have coped on the long flight home with one constantly chattering or whining. Natasha took stock of what she had learned so far. Her opinions of both Bruce Banner and his son had been wrong. She just fervently hoped that her view of the Hulk was wrong too. Chapter 14 S.H.I.E.L.D. Matteo awoke an hour before the assassin had said they should arrive at their destination. Natasha had been rather secretive as to where exactly they were heading, so Bruce wasn't sure what to expect when they got there. All he knew for certain was that it was in America, and the place would undoubtedly be crawling with many armed guards. So whilst he reveled in the calm and tried to create a relaxed bubble in his mind so the other guy wouldn't become aggravated by said guards. It wasn't anything that he had seriously contemplated before, but he would be interested to see America again. In comparison, Matteo's curious nature had him becoming excited to see anything new despite their fears. He was not naive enough to be unaware of the tensions and worries that would plague them whilst being with the military. He didn't much like guns either. However, to be on the side of the soldiers could only help in the situation. He hoped they wouldn't want to fire on their own guest. Surely, Bruce noticed how still and quiet Matteo had become. So he quickly rummaged in his bag and produced an orange and an apple for the child to eat. It was a survival instinct that Matteo had never fully shrugged off, one of many, and Bruce knew that Matteo going quiet was a sign of his hunger and attempt to conserve energy. Matteo flashed him a quick grin before falling on the food. Natasha noticed the smell of orange and also produced some breakfast bars and bottles of water for them. They ended up being ahead of schedule thanks to the calm weather, and they all buckled their harnesses 20 minutes after Matteo and Bruce had finished eating. The view out the front window was restricted, but it seemed like they were approaching a ship or island out at sea. Matteo grimaced at the rapid descent and deceleration, but did not react as badly as he had when they took off. "We have assigned you quarters on board, so someone will take your bags to your rooms. Unless you need anything from them, you should follow me," Natasha said, and led the way down the ramp. Matteo quickly grabbed his sketch pad and pencil case, assuming that he would be tucked away in a corner like he was used to being, before hurrying outside to his father. Bruce had his glasses tucked in his jacket pocket from where he had been reading files, so he had had nothing to retrieve. The sun was making good progress across the sky, and the boy guessed it was around 10 in the morning from its position. His watch would now be wildly inaccurate, so he had to make do with making an educated guess until he could fix it. They had indeed landed on a giant boat of sorts, which was teeming with machinery, jets, and soldiers. Everything around them had a use or a purpose, with no fancy frills to complicate matters. Sparse and functional was the theme of the boat and its equipment, and Matteo found it altogether a rather depressing design. The cacophony of sounds produced from booted feet, engines, machinery, voices, and the wind made even Matteo wince, and he looked sympathetically at his father, who had even better hearing. The pair stood to one side out of the way, and nervously watched the soldiers hurry past, and their rapid movement added to the tension that pervaded the air. Matteo noticed his father seemed to have tensed up ever since they had left the jet, and he worriedly huddled closer. Bruce put a reassuring hand on Matteo's shoulder, and the tiny family took comfort from each other. Matteo had never seen half of the stuff lying around, and part of him was itching to go explore. However, he stayed put with the only familiar thing around him. The fact that a lot of the equipment looked suspiciously like they were either weapons or parts for guns also had Matteo wanting to stay well away from them. "Dr. Banner." A voice called above the noise, and the man in question turned to look at the newcomer. Bruce knew that Matteo had reverted to his old habit of trying to become invisible, so he tried to help his child out by staying still and creating a feature to hide behind. People were going to see him at some point, but for a short, while longer, he could keep everyone's attention off him. In a polite manner, the other man offered his hand, and whilst they were shaking hands, Bruce took the chance to inspect the other. He may have been behind the times with Western culture, having not been to America in at least 10 years, but Bruce knew that the man in front of him was not wearing fashionable clothing. He was dressed in a flannel shirt and jeans with a sturdy jacket, and while it was all very practical, it was a little too neat and dated for the man's age. Perhaps it was the fact he looked entirely too neat, but the short haircut and muscled physique suggested military training. The kind blue eyes and vaguely lost aura made Bruce less wary of the person and smiled back at him. "Oh, yeah, hi. They told me you would be coming," Bruce said absent-mindedly. "Steve Rogers." The man introduced himself, slightly redundantly. "The word around here is that you are the one who can find the cube." "Is that the only word you've heard about me?" Bruce said blandly in reply. However, inside, he was already prepared to be politely rebuffed. "It's the only word I care about," Steve said in a no-nonsense tone. Bruce liked the man immediately for his attitude, but wanted to sigh at his naivety. Ignoring his other side could be a fatal mistake, even if you were a living legend straight out of the Second World War. "I assume this is all rather foreign to you," Bruce said by way of conversation after a short pause, instead of voicing his opinion. From the small amount of information in the files he had been given, Bruce had learnt a bit about the others being called in to face this Loki. From Steve's file, he vaguely remembered that the man had been frozen for 70 years, which was probably why he seemed rather dated and had a slightly lost look. "Actually, this is all rather familiar. Military life rarely changes much," Steve said as they glanced around. "Gentlemen, you may want to think about stepping inside. It might get a bit airless out here soon." Natasha ceased hovering off to one side and motioned towards a door. Bruce hadn't really noticed, but she had changed at some point into clothing more appropriate for a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. "Is this thing a submarine?" Steve was surprised when a new voice joined in, and a child appeared from behind Bruce to look over the side of the ship. Steve studied what he could see of the child with interest. It had not been mentioned on the scientist's file that he had a son, but the child couldn't be anything else. They shared the same black hair, and whilst the boy was less tanned, they had similar builds. The child had obviously been with Banner, as well as he was dressed in Indian clothing, a long green shirt that ended at his knees and elbows, a belt buckled over the shirt, a pair of brown cotton trousers, and thin fabric shoes. "Really? They want me in a submerged, pressurized metal container." Bruce muttered and followed Matteo to the side. He noticed the soldier staring at his child, but let it slide in preference of thinking over the huge list of things that could go wrong with the other guy in a submarine. The sight of two large horizontal propellers appearing from below the water had all three of them staring. Steve seemed to be reconsidering his statement in the consistency of military life, while Matteo looked intrigued at the mechanics of the vessel. It didn't take them long to realize that instead of going underwater, they would in fact be leaving it far below them. "Oh no, this is much worse," Bruce said flippantly, whilst inwardly cursing. If they were underwater, there was at least the chance that someone could hold their breath until they reached the surface. Unless everyone wore parachutes whilst they flew, there would be no way to survive a fall if the other guy threw people off the craft. "We'll be fine," Matteo said confidently before grabbing his father's hand in his empty one and headed towards the door. The trio were led by Natasha down many gray metal corridors until they eventually reached a large open room that seemed to be the command room of the giant vessel. Strangely, there was also a conference table installed in the back of the bridge, while the other half was slightly lower and was full of people working away on computers. Unlike the corridors that had had no view of the world outside, this room had one entire wall dedicated to windows. The three males stood looking slightly in awe of the room, while Natasha wandered over to the nearest bank of computers and started checking up on the progress of something. Matteo was glad of his improved eyesight, as he could see that they seemed to be running a facial recognition program from where he was stood half behind his dad. Although he didn't want to be far from his father in this strange place, Matteo took a few steps towards the computers curiously. He missed the awkward half-turn his dad made when he realized the nook he had intended to stand in was already occupied by two armed guards. It was then that a tall, dark-skinned man approached Bruce and Steve, and Matteo rather got the impression that he was in charge thanks to the long black coat, and the eye patch giving him a rather ominous feel. A lithe female with dark hair spotted him and smiled back at him in a confused manner. Matteo was itching to explore and see what each computer did. They must all do something different, otherwise why do they have so many, he thought, but the number of people around made him slightly shy, so he settled for lingering near the table. He seemed to meld with it quite well, as no one paid him the slightest bit of attention. Another thing that curbed his willingness to explore was the overall feeling of tension and anxiety that seemed to thrum in the air. The dark man in a long black coat seemed to try to be polite to Matteo's dad, which he was grateful for, as it was blindingly obvious the chief guy was armed. However, it was also very obvious that his manners and calm was forced. The way the man held his shoulders revealed that he was unhappy with the situation. If he didn't want to remain happily out of everyone's scrutiny, Matteo would have laughed at the silliness of the scene. They had been in many stressful situations, and his dad hadn't blown a fuse. Why do they treat him like he would explode when someone sneezed? As he watched, Matteo noticed that the two guards at the far back of the room seemed to be keeping their eyes mostly on his father, rather than scanning for suspicious activity. Matteo was almost going to voice his observations in an accusatory manner when Natasha motioned for Bruce to follow her. As much as he wanted to stay and observe the command room more, Matteo decided to play it safe and followed his father. Bruce was already getting into the professional mode Matteo associated with his father working hard to treat a patient. His sleeves were rolled up, and there was a glint in his eye that showed he was kicking his brain up a notch to think quickly. Matteo trotted over to the familiar figure and followed closely behind. He thought they would be out of the limelight. Now they were leaving. But before the door closed behind him, he could feel a number of pairs of eyes on their backs. They wound their way through even more gray corridors until eventually Natasha showed them to a lab, then left them as apparently she had a mission to go on. Bruce watched Matteo wander around the room and scrutinize each piece of equipment, and when he had finished, he returned to his father's side. The room was pristine white with no signs of prior use, which Matteo was surprised about. They were not used to getting to use brand new equipment. So, why are you here? What do they want you to do? Matteo asked. The Tesseract is some kind of unusual power source that emits strong gamma rays, and seeing as that was my area of expertise, they want me to track it down. I'm to make a tracking algorithm to get all mass spectrometers scanning for it and try to triangulate its rough location, Bruce explained. So, lots of trial and error and lots of maths? I'm going to go and sit over there and doodle, Matteo said, and headed towards a lab bench set against the wall. The countertop was at his chest height and was devoid of any handholds or useful gaps for his feet. So despite Mateo's best attempts to scrabble onto the lab bench, he failed to get anywhere. Bruce chuckled at his son's futile attempts to get onto the counter before he walked up behind him and picked him up. Mateo grumbled indignantly, but flashed Bruce a thankful smile as he got comfy. His spot was half hidden from the door by a tall column of cupboards, so gave Mateo some shelter from any prying eyes from the corridor. "You aren't too cold, are you?" "I didn't think about it, but we haven't been too far from the equator in a while," Bruce asked. He didn't say it either, but the air conditioning in this room was more effective than anything they had experienced in their homes. He was slightly chilly himself, but Bruce had always found that he preferred to be on the cooler end of the spectrum whilst in a lab. It helped keep him awake and alert. "I'm good," Mateo said. Mateo's green shirt and brown trousers were thicker and warmer than most people wore in India, but were still designed for the dry season out there. Mateo may have been born in England, but his body had likely adjusted to living in warm countries over the last 5 years, so Bruce draped his jacket over his son's shoulders. Mateo rolled his eyes at the man's actions, but did happily snuggle into the jacket that smelt of his dad. Bruce ended up spending the next 3 hours playing with the computers trying to figure out a basic tracking algorithm to try to narrow down the location of the Tesseract. For this time, Mateo sat in the corner and sketched what he could remember of the jet that had carried them there, and then the eagle-like logo that had been on the wall of the control room. When it became obvious that his dad was likely engrossed too deeply to realize he was likely getting hungry, Mateo glanced around the room and looked for something resembling a fridge. On the other side of the room, a metal container seemed to fit the description, so Mateo slipped off the counter and carefully snuck around the room, ensuring that he didn't disturb the man working. Thankfully, the door opened silently and Mateo grinned as he found various sandwiches and sealed bottled water. Bruce was jolted out of his thoughts by a sealed drink and sandwich being placed next to his right hand. He followed the path of the plate back to his smiling son standing on the other side of the lab bench. "Remember to eat at some point today. It doesn't do for your child to be your minder," Mateo said in a kind tone. "I haven't seen you this distracted since that rabies outbreak in the Congo." "Sorry, Mateo, this can't be overly fun for you." Bruce sighed and took his glasses off to rub his eyes. "You couldn't exactly leave me in Calcutta, and this is important work. Not many kids can say their parent helped save the world," Mateo pointed out. "It is still unfair on you," Bruce said as he took a bite of the sandwich. "I am sure I could entertain myself by having a wander, although I am not sure whether that would be a good idea. I can grab an agent and go to my room and get a book." Mateo voiced his ideas. "And once this is all over, S.H.I.E.L.D. will owe you and they can take us on a tour of America so I can see the sights and you will be safe from harm." Bruce smiled at Mateo's decision, but before the child could go anywhere, he quickly stuck his own head out of the lab doors. As expected, there were 2 armed guards standing outside at each end of the corridor. His appearance out of the lab had caught their attention, and he beckoned to one in what he hoped was a non-threatening manner. "Hello. I was wondering if there was someone available to take Mateo to our quarters. He wants to get a book," he explained in a polite and friendly tone. "I'll see if there is someone free to accompany him," the guard said shortly. "Thanks." Bruce turned and headed back into the lab. He gestured for Mateo to wait with him. "Someone's coming." So while they waited, Matteo scrabbled onto the counter to sit by Bruce and listened as he gave a simplified version of what he was working on. 10 minutes later, their conversation was cut off by the doors opening once more and another S.H.I.E.L.D. agent entering. Whereas the majority of the people Bruce had seen employed by the company wore black combat outfits, this man wore a smart suit that was slightly rumpled. The tired look around the man's eyes showed that he had likely not had much rest recently and explained the state of his suit. The man's receding hairline made him look older than he was, but Bruce guessed that he was probably around 50. His blue eyes looked kind rather than cruel, and the man didn't look at all put out at having to walk into the same room as Bruce. "Hello, I'm Agent Phil Coulson. I thought I could take Matteo to your rooms if you still want to," Coulson said in a mild tone. Matteo already liked the man for asking him directly for his opinion rather than assuming Bruce made his decisions for him. Although there was the customary gun at the man's hip, he didn't seem all that threatening, and Matteo gave a small, grateful smile as he relaxed slightly. "If you wouldn't mind, I would quite like to get a book from my bag," he said politely. "I don't mind at all. We'll be back in half an hour or so," Phil replied as he looked to Bruce for permission. Bruce wasn't overly keen on the idea of letting his son out of sight, but the agent who stood before them at least seemed decent. The other guy was not overly worried by the man, which was always a good sign. He had not been shy in voicing his displeasure about the two outside the lab doors. And Coulson was wearing a suit, which suggested he was above the average grunt, and so would be important enough to not be harassed or stopped by others. He also had made the attempt to be reassuring and polite to Bruce, which earned him extra bonus points. "Thank you, Agent Coulson," Bruce said by way of approval. "So what do you do?" Matteo asked once they were out the doors and walking down a corridor. "I am one of Director Fury's subordinates. I take his orders and ensure that they are carried out," Phil explained vaguely. "Do you enjoy your work?" "I wouldn't be here if I didn't," Coulson said with an amused smile. "If I'm annoying you, then just say, and I'll shut up," Matteo said as he misinterpreted the look. He knew that many adults found children irritating, and he didn't want to irritate the man who had sacrificed time to help him. "You aren't annoying. It's just refreshing to see someone enthusiastic and curious about something. Events have made everyone rather stressed around here," he hurriedly corrected the child. "So what do you want to be when you grow up?" "I'm going to be a doctor like Dad and help people," Matteo said with certainty. In India, he was really popular for helping those in need who couldn't afford mainstream health care. "Is that where you met your dad? Do you like it out there?" Phil asked, and Matteo didn't miss the sudden interest the man was showing in the new topic. "Yes, I love it. The language is easy and the culture is beautiful. Plus, you can make a difference. Dad is adored out there because he helps people and only asks them to pay what they can. We've been able to live happily whilst we have helped people. Dad may not have been rich, but I've had a childhood that is pretty unbeatable," Matteo said defensively. "I am glad that you feel that way. You certainly seem like a much more grounded youth than so many teenagers and even some young agents I have met," Phil said. "You do not seem to be that judgmental of my relationship with my father. I would have thought you would be like the rest of S.H.I.E.L.D. who seem to be ready to jump out the window if my dad were to look at them." Matteo looked analytically at Phil. Coulson pulled Matteo to a stop in a small alcove out of the way of the main corridor. When he had the kid's full attention, he said in a serious tone, "I have access to more information than the average agent, and I have an open mind to see that someone's past is not necessarily what they will be like in the future. I know that your dad would do anything for you, and an evil man would not be capable of love. Therefore, your father might have a bit of an anger issue, but I know he is a good man." Matteo looked at that man and came to the final conclusion that he liked the man, without any doubt. "So, if you are one of Fury's top men, why do you have the time to escort me to my room and back? Surely there are much more important things for you to be doing right now," Matteo asked as they reached the area that made up the accommodation section for all aboard the ship. "There is a mission going on to intercept Loki and hopefully stop him. So while we are waiting for reports on the success of that, I have some spare time. I thought I would probably be less intimidating than some of the other agents," Phil explained. "Thank you doubly for coming then," Matteo said as the agent pressed a button to open a specific door. "This is the room you and your dad are sharing for now. It isn't that big, but then none of the rooms on board the helicarrier are," Coulson grimaced. "It's got a bed. That's better than some places I've lived," Matteo said reassuringly as he thought of his cupboard. Matteo spotted his bag on one of the beds, next to Bruce's personal bag and the medical bag. He quickly opened it up and rummaged through for his favorite book, Robin Hood. "What are they for?" Matteo gestured to a great set high in the wall as they started to walk back to the lab. "Air vents, obviously for air circulation, but also one of our agents would use them for navigating the helicarrier. It's useful if there is an incursion, as we can get through the ship undetected," Phil explained. "The layout is very confusing, but if you have a mind for it, then the air vents are actually a quicker way of moving through the helicarrier than the corridors are." "That would be useful," Matteo agreed thoughtfully. "Dr. Banner, we are having a meeting up in the control room that we think you should attend," Natasha said as she appeared in the doorway of the lab. Bruce looked up and nodded absent-mindedly and followed her. He had been working solidly for a few hours and had only been distracted once by numerous guards clattering down the corridor as they escorted a prisoner down to the cells. Even if the noise hadn't gained Bruce's attention, and no one could have ignored the clamor, the prisoner wouldn't fail to do so, considering everything that had occurred, and the man's odd garb. Bruce guessed that they had apprehended Loki. The scientist had read that the god was supposed to be Thor's brother, but he looked nothing like the image of the god of thunder. Where Thor was tall and built of muscle, Loki was whip-thin and had jet black hair. Bruce wasn't concerned by being close to the prisoner as he was escorted past, but the fact that the Norse god was grinning like a Cheshire cat had all his senses on high alert. No one facing a spell in their enemy's jail should look as pleased as the trickster god was looking at. That moment, Natasha had appeared a few minutes later to guide him to the meeting, effectively breaking this train of thought. "Do you know if Matteo is already up there?" Bruce asked. "I haven't seen him. How do you not know where he is?" Natasha asked in concern. "I was busy working, and Matteo often just tucks himself in a corner when I'm busy. He went off to get a book with Agent Coulson. Probably 4 hours ago now," Bruce said sheepishly. "Surely you noticed before now that he was missing," Natasha said coldly as she mentally questioned Bruce's parenting skills. She had given him the benefit of the doubt, but his complacency had her concerned with the child's safety once more. "Matteo is very good at staying quiet and hidden. It's something that his relatives taught him, and he still does it," Bruce said in a calm tone as he ignored what Natasha was implying. "He has a biological family?" Natasha asked in surprise. Very little was known about the child, so any new information was a revelation. Not one that wanted him, Bruce said shortly. Thankfully, the assassin took the hint his icy tone gave, and she dropped the conversation. However, both of them knew it wasn't the last time such a topic would be brought up. Steve was already sitting at the conference table when they reached the command room, but now he was wearing a colorful, iconic battle suit. Agent Hill stood to one side, half of her concentration on the workers manning the computer terminals and half on those around the table. A tall and muscly man with shoulder-length blonde hair and an unusual black and silver outfit stood to one side, gazing out at the clouds with a pensive and troubled look on his face. Although they had not been introduced, Bruce immediately recognized Thor from his mug shot in the file he had seen. Natasha took a seat on the far side of the table, but Bruce remained standing in case he felt the need to start pacing. He thought better on his feet, and from the atmosphere in the room, Bruce guessed he would likely be having to do a lot of thinking this time round. As the screens in the table played the interaction between Fury and Loki, he decided it was likely to be a wise choice to remain standing. Bruce managed to keep an air of calm professionalism as the live feed played out for them to see, but in reality, he wanted to punch something. Preferably, Bruce would love for the something to be Loki, just so that he could wipe the smug grin off his face. But Bruce knew any kind of violent motion from him would result in numerous bullets or tranquilizing darts being fired at him to neutralize the threat of the other guy. So he gritted his teeth and stayed stubbornly calm as everyone cast occasional, worried glances at him. He really grows on you, doesn't he? Bruce broke the troubled silence once the transmission had ended. Loki's going to drag this out. So Thor, what's his play? Steve asked the newcomer. He has an army called the Chitauri. They are not of Asgard, nor any world known. He means to lead them against your people. They will win him the earth in return, I expect, for the Tesseract. Thor replied, and turned slowly. An army from outer space, Steve said with a slightly incredulous tone. So he's building another portal, Bruce said, connecting the dots on a few of the recent thefts and attacks that had been attributed to Loki and his men. Finding out why Selvig had been taken was useful, but Bruce was reluctant to start to try to dissect Loki's thoughts, as he knew that was a dangerous path. The other guy was also disturbed by what they had seen over the video feed from the S.H.I.E.L.D, and Bruce knew that his other half could tell that the god was not completely acting with reason. They had moved on to discussing why he suddenly made such a grand entrance at Stuttgart and Barton's theft of iridium when someone joined in. It's a stabilizing agent. It means that the portal will open as wide, and for as long as Loki wants. A new voice joined in with the conversation. Bruce turned to see a well-groomed, dark-haired man with an interesting beard stroll through the doors with a rather harassed-looking Agent Coulson. From the snippets of news that Bruce had managed to catch of world events, he knew that this was Tony Stark, ex-Merchant of Death, and now Iron Man. Tony greeted Thor with careless informality before carrying on with the conversation on the logistics of building a new portal-creating device. It was a bit of a shock that Tony was able to understand and chat about the topics that Bruce had almost forgotten about from his time in the labs many years ago. He almost had to scrabble around in his mind for the relevant facts and figures that he had not thought about for almost a decade. However, Tony seemed to easily chuck out theories to the clueless group as if everything was still fresh in his mind. From the glint in his eye, Bruce knew that Tony was enjoying confounding the others in the room with their scientific discussion. Those who appeared to half understand their chatter Tony managed to annoy with his constant pacing and playing with Fury screens. Considering the little that Bruce had gleaned of the man through the S.H.I.E.L.D. file, Bruce was slightly amazed that Tony had learnt so much thermonuclear astrophysics overnight. While many scoffed at the billionaire's declaration, the actual scientist in the room was not so skeptical. He had studied with other students who managed such feats the night before exams. Feeling slightly outdone by the man, Bruce quickly answered Steve's question about the power source to confirm he was actually the qualified scientist in this field. Tony bounced a bit of theory off of Bruce before coming over to greet him properly. Did he do that on purpose to prove my usefulness? Bruce thought. To say that the physicist was shocked by Tony's casual treatment of him, like a human being, would be an understatement. Everyone had been tiptoeing around him since he had gotten onto the helicarrier, terrified of being the cause of his other half being unleashed. No one had met his eyes, and those in the corridors had given him a wide berth. It was unheard of for someone to know everything about him and not be worried about the other guy. And it threw Bruce for a loop for a second. Fury's return to the room put a bit of a dampener on the conversation, but it gave the pair ample excuse to leave. It seemed that the surly S.H.I.E.L.D. director tolerated the billionaire for his usefulness, but he certainly didn't object to him leaving the conversation at the first opportunity. Tony started to head straight to the laboratory level, but Bruce stopped the billionaire. I just need to head down to the accommodation level first. I may have left something down there. Bruce said vaguely. Fair enough. Do you know what room you are in? Tony asked. No, I haven't been there yet. Someone took my bag for me, and I headed straight to the lab to work on finding the Tesseract, Bruce admitted. Well, the ship was designed so that all the guest quarters were on the same level, so we can just knock on each door. Or, hang on, Jarvis, what room has Dr. Banner been placed in? Tony asked. Bruce was confused at the man's antics until Tony flashed his watch at the curious scientist. Although it functioned as a watch, Bruce could see that the genius had altered it significantly. And then the watch spoke. Dr. Banner's bags have been placed in guest quarters 12. My AI computer. He keeps my houses running and ensures I know anything going on. Tony said, You've built a fully functioning AI. Bruce replied in amazement. Jarvis has been running for almost 15 years. I've updated and improved him over time, but the basic programming has stayed the same. Tony replied flippantly. Bruce didn't reply as he churned over that information, and the billionaire easily navigated the ship. Banner didn't question how Tony knew the layout of the craft so well as they were soon standing in front of the appropriate room. Bruce hurried in and saw the 2 beds and the 3 bags, but no sign of his son. He made a show of rummaging through his bag and pulled out his notepad and pen before motioning Tony to lead on. He already had one assassin questioning his parenting skills. He did not need to add a billionaire to that list, so he pretended nothing was amiss. However, Bruce's concern increased noticeably when he walked into the lab after Tony and found that the room was also empty. He tried to concentrate and return to his work, but he kept looking towards the door in the hopes that Mateo would wander back through. I take it the real thing you misplaced was your son? Tony asked after a short while. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that everyone knows about him. I assume it was in my file? And yes, he went to get a book and I haven't seen him since, Bruce admitted, annoyed but unsurprised that even the fact he had a son was on his file. If anything, he was surprised that the man who seemed to have no self-restraint had taken so long to ask the question he obviously had wanted to ask for a while. It wasn't on your low-level file, but no system can stay secure for long after I set my mind to it. Once I was called in to help out, they gave me a few files to browse through, but I wanted to read the whole story on everyone, so I hacked S.H.I.E.L.D's database. I thought that Fury had developed a sense of humor and had placed that as a joke in your file, but it seems like I was wrong. So, how did you meet the little fellow? Tony asked. I appeared out of thin air and stuck to him like a limpet. A much younger voice said confidently. Matteo appeared through the laboratory doors at that moment and interrupted the conversation brilliantly. Bruce smiled at him and nodded in an unsurprised manner as he saw the book that his son had chosen to bring. Where did you get to? Phil took me for a small tour of the ship, and we got talking. When the news came through that Steve and Natasha had returned, he had to go do something. So I came back, Matteo said, and turned to the stranger in the room. And who are you? Tony Stark. Tony said like that should have been obvious. The billionaire stood and scrutinized the child in front of him, whilst the youth did exactly the same thing to him. And what can you do? Matteo asked after a pause, while Bruce stifled a chuckle at the look of incredulity that Tony was sporting. I have a metal suit that enables me to fly and fight. Tony looked even more ticked off that he had to explain Iron Man to a child. What metal do you use? I assume you used a mixture, as you need something light enough to fly in, but strong enough to withstand explosions, and such. And how exactly do you achieve lift? Flying implies taking off and landing too, but wings and flapping would be very cumbersome and time-consuming. Matteo asked curiously. I like him, Tony declared. Normally the man had little time for children and their incessant questions. However, Bruce's son seemed genuinely interested in the mechanics of the Iron Man suit. Tony dared to hope that there was a budding engineer hiding within the small boy, and a spark of an idea sputtered into life in his mind. He does have a rather insatiable curiosity streak, Bruce said as he ruffled the boy's hair, unaware of Tony's budding scheme. I'm afraid we have to focus on finding the Tesseract for now, but I'm sure Tony won't mind answering your questions once we are finished. I'll go back to my corner then, Matteo said acceptingly. If I can have a bunk up again, that is. Bruce chuckled and lifted the child up to his spot once more so that he could get down to reading again. Tony looked rather floored by the concept of a child being in the lab, but Bruce soon managed to drag his attention back to their work. Chapter 15, Disintegrating. A slightly uneasy silence had fallen in the laboratory since Matteo had returned with his book, as it seemed that Tony was unwilling to say something that could upset the child. Bruce could see that the billionaire had no experience with dealing with children, so he was floored by the prospect of having to interact with one now. It was quite amusing to Bruce that a man who could face reporters and terrorists was terrified of having to talk to a kid. And Matteo was quite a sterling child. He hadn't budged from his spot as he flicked through that book for at least the 12th time since Bruce had bought it. So is it normal for kids to just quietly sit and read? Tony said eventually, obviously trying to understand Matteo. As it had taken him half an hour to speak, Bruce was quite surprised by his self-restraint. Depends on the child. Matteo loves books, so he will happily sit and read for hours. What? No rough and tumble? No loud arguments, tantrums? Tony pressed. Well, we couldn't exactly risk rough and tumble games, could we? Bruce said sardonically. No worries of a mini Hulk having a tantrum, because there are no sweets on offer? Tony tried another angle. No, Matteo's not a huge fan of sweets, came the patient reply. What about button pressing? no chance of an accidental nuclear strike, or our work being deleted. Again, no, Bruce sighed. And please tell me you didn't bring any controls to nuclear weapons with you? So he doesn't wander off. We won't have any risks of eavesdropping, lost child announcements, accidental injury. Anything? Tony pressed, trying to find some kind of fault in the child. Negative to all those. Mateo's an old head on young shoulders. He's more sensible than you are, Bruce said with pride. Huh. Tony was stumped at that. Bruce had to hide his smile of victory at winning that small conversation and turned the billionaire's attention to the machines once more. Mateo watched in amusement as Tony swanned around the room and played with the various computers with a sense of familiarity and confidence. Although he didn't understand much of what flashed across the suspended computer screens, Mateo guessed that Tony had greatly advanced the progress they had made. The eccentric billionaire definitely had a gift with technology, as in under half an hour he checked and finalized the work Bruce had done so far. He also managed to boost the computer power and speed so that they wouldn't need weeks to track the cube as Bruce had calculated. After that, it was left to Bruce to monitor the readings whilst Tony started prodding at something else on his computers as he kept an eye on their work too. He also showed great talent in being able to work through incredibly complex calculations whilst holding a conversation. Bruce wasn't so skilled, and his replies to Tony's ramblings were mostly monosyllabic, unless a more eloquent answer was needed to explain his work. The billionaire also seemed to enjoy talking about things that made Bruce uncomfortable, and Mateo gave up actually trying to read his book when Tony started talking about the other guy. His dad looked like he'd rather discuss anything else when Tony pressed his point that the other guy had more of a purpose than just a rage monster. But Mateo was confident that he could and would handle the attention, although they both heaved silent sighs of relief when Tony turned back to his work and left Bruce to think over what had been said. Mateo wasn't sure what to make of the billionaire, and as he pretended to read his book, he tried to understand the man. The situation they were in was pretty dire. An immortal madman had commandeered an extremely dangerous power source and had hidden it somewhere. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had Loki in custody, the men he had kidnapped were still working on the Tesseract somewhere, and so Loki's plans could still go ahead. And despite the threat of world domination or destruction, Tony seemed to be treating it all as just a huge laugh, a form of entertainment better than a TV series. While Mateo could understand if it was his way of coping, but he didn't look stressed at all. Indeed, he seemed more interested with offering a tour of Stark Tower to Bruce than diverting his attention to the task at hand. Bruce was too busy inspecting the scepter that had been taken from Loki to notice the electrical tool that Tony had been playing with until he was jabbed in the side with it. "Hey, are you nuts?" Steve said incredulously as he strode into the lab. "You really do have a lid on it, don't you? What's the secret? Mellow jazz? Bongo drums? Huge bag of weed?" Tony asked and ignored Steve. "Is everything a joke to you?" The soldier wasn't about to be dismissed, though. Funny things are, Mateo winced at Tony's blasé attitude. Although he had a more accurate view of Bruce's control, acting like the other guy didn't exist or was like a tiny dog on a chain wasn't a smart idea. Threatening the safety of everyone on this ship is not funny, no offense, Steve snapped, then quickly tried to mollify Bruce. "It's all right. I wouldn't have come aboard if I couldn't have handled pointy things," Bruce reassured the soldier. Unobserved by them all, Mateo frowned disapprovingly at Steve. "You're tiptoeing, big man. You need to strut." Tony slapped him on the shoulder. "No, I am quite content as I am," Bruce said absent-mindedly as he looked at the readings coming off the scepter. "You should follow the doctor's example and focus on the problem," Mr. Stark stated Steve. "You think I'm not? Why did Fury call us? And why now, not before? What isn't he telling us?" "I can't do the equation unless I have all the variables," Tony revealed. "You think Fury's hiding something?" Steve asked reluctantly. "He's a spy." Tony, like he was saying something extremely obvious. "Captain, he's the spy. His secrets have secrets." "It doesn't mean we should know them," Matteo butted in. His addition to the conversation surprised two of the three adults in the room. Bruce merely gave him a warning look that Matteo knew was to be taken as a hint to speak carefully. He rarely spoke without thinking, but this was definitely an instance where he wasn't going to act tough. "Everyone already knows you are one of the smartest people on the ship. You don't have to prove it to us. Sometimes things are better left alone," Matteo tried to reason with the billionaire. "But it's not just bothering me," Tony protested. "It's bothering Daddy too." "Doctor." Steve turned to Bruce. Bruce looked at Steve's expectant face, then Tony before glancing to Matteo in his corner. In response, the child just shrugged and Bruce sighed. A warm light for all mankind. Loki's jab about the cube. "I think it was meant for Tony. His new tower is a self-sustaining energy source. That building will run itself for what, a year? And that's just the prototype," Tony said smugly. "So if Tony's a big deal in clean energy at the moment, why hasn't Fury called him in to advise on the cube and S.H.I.E.L.D's projects?" Matteo asked as he joined the dots together. "Have a blueberry." Tony threw one at Matteo, who surprised the billionaire by catching it easily. By inspecting it curiously before he ate it, Matteo further baffled the man. However, he mentally gave himself a shake and turned back to the conversation. "I should probably look into that once my decryption programmer finishes breaking into S.H.I.E.L.D's secure files." "I'm sorry, did you say?" Steve said incredulously. "Jarvis has been running it since we hit the bridge. In a few hours we'll know every dirty secret S.H.I.E.L.D. has ever tried to hide," Tony said almost gleefully. Just to rub it in further, he casually offered his packet of fruit to Steve. "Blueberry. And you wonder why they didn't want you around sooner," Steve said in a neutral tone, but it was obvious that he meant it sarcastically. "An intelligence organization that fears intelligence. Historically not possible," Tony grinned. "I think Loki's trying to wind us up." Steve decided to ignore Tony's last contribution to the conversation and forged ahead. "This is a man who means to start a war, and if we don't stay focused, he'll succeed. We have orders. We should follow them." "Steve's right. The sooner we're finished, the sooner we can leave," Matteo agreed. "But you only just got here. You haven't even seen America," Tony protested. "I'll live," Matteo shrugged. "Just find the cube." Steve nodded and walked out the lab. Tony was too busy scowling to notice the thoughtful expression on the soldier's face. "That was the guy my dad was always going on about. I sometimes wonder if they should have kept him on ice," Tony said in an annoyed tone. "It's not his fault he's defensive of S.H.I.E.L.D. They have been the only people he's known since he woke up," Matteo pointed out. "They're an organization that deals in secrets and subterfuge. He should know they can't be trusted," Tony countered. "Think about it, though. S.H.I.E.L.D. helped revive him, gave him a place to stay and a job, and helped him adapt to the changes in life since he went into the ice. To him, the betrayal would probably be the same as Bruce deciding to leave me in an orphanage now. Matteo said. He's still a sanctimonious git, Tony muttered, annoyed and unwilling to let the child win the argument. So he has morals and puts them above himself. It might be the complete opposite of your habits, but that doesn't make him a git, the child countered. If you stop acting like a child, then you might get on with him. Maybe even just being slightly serious every now, and then could do it. How can your child argue with an adult and win? He's 10, Tony said in disbelief to Bruce. You said it yourself that he's a genius, Bruce shrugged. Yeah, well, I doubt he could hack into the mainframe like I can, Tony boasted to save his dignity. The program's finished, and we can see what S.H.I.E.L.D have been hiding from us. None of them had to be a genius to understand every file that came flashing up as Tony flicked through the numerous, extremely sensitive files that had been hidden behind many firewalls. Although they were very text-heavy, Matteo could see that some were about Steve, Tony, and Bruce, and the threats they posed as well as counter-solutions. He was actually slightly surprised that Tony seemed more angry than Bruce was. Although looking at the pair, Bruce looked resigned. His view of the military and people in power was jaded, but more accurate than the others because of his experiences. He still seemed angry at the revelation, but not half as surprised as Tony was. What are you doing, Mr. Stark? Fury said as he stormed into the lab. I've kind of been wondering the same thing about you, Tony replied without looking away from the screen he was using. You're supposed to be locating the Tesseract, Fury said in angry exasperation. We are. The model's locked, and we're searching for the signature now. When we get a trace, we will. Have the location to within half a mile, Bruce backed up Tony. You'll get your cube back. No muss, no fuss. What exactly is Phase 2? Tony asked as the name popped up in more secret files. Phase 2 is where S.H.I.E.L.D uses the cube to make weapons, Steve said angrily as he stormed into the lab. He slammed a gun with an odd logo onto the workbench and glared at Fury. Sorry, the computer was moving a little slow for my liking. We gathered everything related to the Tesseract to help study it. This does not mean that we're dashed. I'm sorry, Nick. What were you lying? Tony said smugly as he halted the files flicking across the screen. The particular file frozen in view were the blueprints backing up Steve's claim. I was wrong, Director. The world hasn't changed a bit, Steve growled out. Matteo saw Tony about to say something, probably a witty or gloating comment. However, he managed to catch the billionaire's attention and shook his head to warn him to keep silent. Thankfully, he did, although his silence could have been due to Natasha's and another man's arrival. Did you know about this? Bruce asked indignantly to Natasha. Do you want to think about removing yourself from this environment, Doctor? Natasha said with calm professionalism. I was in Calcutta. I was pretty well removed there. Bruce retorted. Loki's manipulating you, the assassin warned him. And you've been doing what exactly? The scientist shot back. You didn't come here because I bat my eyelashes at you. Yes, and I'm not leaving because you suddenly get a little twitchy. I'd like to know why S.H.I.E.L.D is using the Tesseract to build weapons of mass destruction, Bruce demanded, unobserved by the rest of the room who had their eyes fixed nervously on an outraged Bruce. Matteo silently closed his book. It was a futile gesture to continue to pretend to read his book when the room was descending into turmoil. Although Bruce was keeping his calm, Quite well, Matteo was prepared to leap in to help if it looked like the other guy might be close to making an appearance. Because of him, Fury said in resignation as he pointed at Thor. Me? My people want nothing but peace with your planet, Thor said in disbelief. But you aren't the only people out there, are you? And you're not the only threat. The world is filling up with people who can't be matched, who can't be controlled. Like you controlled the cube? Steve chipped in scornfully. Both Tony and Bruce briefly looked respectively approving and surprised with the soldier's comment. However, before they could have the chance to speak, Thor beat them to it. Your work with the Tesseract is what drew Loki to it. It's a signal to all that the Earth is ready for a higher form of war. A higher form? Steve sounded insulted. Well, people do assume that aliens are always more advanced than us. Thor could just be stating what we already know. Matteo cut in an attempt to calm the situation. He wasn't sure why everyone was getting so worked up, but the fact that they were worried him. Children have no place in the discussion of warfare, Thor said. Matteo didn't take it as an insult. The blonde looked more concerned in keeping him out of the argument for safety rather than to belittle him. However, the already worked-up Bruce didn't see it that way. Don't talk to my son like that, he snapped defensively. Well, he's right. The helicarrier isn't somewhere a child should be. Steve couldn't help but defend Thor's view. He wouldn't be here if we hadn't been dragged from Calcutta, Bruce retorted hotly. Agent Romanoff, would you escort Dr. Banner back to his Ardash? Fury began. Where? You rented out my room, he said bitterly. The cell was just a precaution in case Dash, the director spoke, was cut off again. In case you needed to kill me, but you can't. I know, I tried. Bruce almost shouted. The entire room froze at the admission. Matteo, who had been contemplating heading over to his father to help him calm down, remained absolutely still in his spot as everyone stared at his father. He had never heard that story before, as it was definitely something Bruce would never have admitted to him under normal circumstances. Matteo wasn't sure if he wanted to hear it now either, but before he could try to stop his dad, Bruce had started pouring out the entire story. I got low. I didn't see an end, so I put a bullet in my mouth, and the other guy spat it out. So I moved on. I focused on helping people. I was good. Bruce suddenly noticed his child was in the room. For a second, he looked incredibly awkward and embarrassed, but he rallied and carried on. We were good. I hadn't endangered anyone, and we were happy. Then you dragged me back into this freak show and put everyone here at risk, including my son. Surely you're a risk to him anyway? Steve asked innocently. Don't you dare assume you know Dad, Matteo shouted before Bruce could react. I'd rather spend an eternity as the other guy than break a hair on Matteo's head, Bruce insisted. Accidents always happen, even those you idolize, Natasha shrugged. While Bruce wanted to argue with her, he couldn't deny that that was the fear that had often plagued his mind. If it hadn't cropped up in his dreams, it had kept him awake for hours after he had gone to bed. And the assassin had easily brought it up like she was discussing the weather. But as Bruce was brought up short by the mention of his greatest fear, the other guy wasn't halted. In fact, the casual manner that Natasha shot down Matteo's defense of them both. Even as Bruce felt his own anger recede into cold dread, the other guy's increased by an order of magnitude, and his anger started to cause the barrier that held him back to crumble under the strain. Matteo was the first to notice that his father's eyes started to glimmer green, and he slid from the countertop to his feet with the intent of approaching his father. However, before he could move the black box that Tony had brought and had been running the program searching for the Tesseract, started pinging, Bruce stormed over to the machine, glad of the excuse to change the topic of argument. At the same time, it gave him the chance to try to gather his wits and keep the other guy in check before something went wrong. Despite his attempts to keep control, Bruce's attempts were in vain. He barely had time to see the location that the Tesseract had been detected in before there was an explosion, and the world went to hell. Chapter 16 pieces. Matteo had enough time when he was falling to the floor to grab the handle of a cupboard. It didn't do a great deal to save him, but he was able to avoid being thrown around too much, a luxury that some others in the room didn't have. He had a few bruises on his arms from the cupboard door, but nothing bad enough to cause him trouble. There was quite a lump on his head by the end of it, but once he was certain it was not a serious injury, he stood and looked around the room. Steve and Tony were in the process of running out of one of the doors together, whilst Fury was calling orders through his earpiece. The other blonde also ran out of the room with a look of intent on his face. Natasha and Matteo's dad were conspicuously absent. Even as he waited, neither of them reappeared from behind the lab benches, and Matteo began to fear that the huge hole in the window had been created by them falling through it. "Where's Dad?" Matteo asked, even though he was pretty sure he knew the answer. "They fell through the window, so right now we need to get you somewhere safe, as the Hulk is likely to make an appearance. Even if you think your dad has brilliant control, falling through a window and down 2 floors would likely make him less safe to be around," Fury said, and extended what he hoped was a reassuring hand to the boy. "No chance. I'm going to Dad, so I can help," Matteo said. By turning around, he could see the blown-out window properly, and he gingerly picked his way over the broken glass to the open void. As much as he wanted to just run over to the window, Matteo tried to tiptoe around the worst of the glass on the floor. Whilst his shoes were incredibly comfy and breathable, the soles were much too thin to enable him to run over so much glass. As he reached the window, he discovered that he was just tall enough to look down and could see Natasha and his dad lying on the floor about 2 levels below. "Kid, don't muck around. We need to get out of here now," Fury said in his most authoritative voice. He was used to being obeyed, and having an untrained child around tested his patience. With an insubordinate agent, Fury could truly let go and shout at them if he wanted, and in such a situation as this he would. However, with the Hulk's son, he could hardly do that in case the beast learned of his behavior and retaliated. In his head, Fury kept up a steady stream of infuriated expletives whilst he externally lowered his hand and started to approach the child's new spot. He didn't want to frighten the child into running, and he knew he often had that effect on children. So he moved slowly and carefully. "But I need to get to Dad," Matteo said, noticing enviously how Fury was able to just walk over the broken glass with his thicker-soled shoes. "He is going to tear this ship apart, and the safest room in the helicarrier is the bridge. Come here, kid," Fury growled. "Trust me, I can help," Matteo almost begged. His emphatic statement bought him enough time to clamber onto the nearest workbench. He took a deep breath before running and jumping through the broken window. The fall was exhilarating as the wind rushed past his ears, and the moment of joy helped him to forget his worries about the possibly painful landing he was going to experience. Matteo tried to follow Phil's advice that he had imparted during their talks earlier, and he tucked himself in slightly and rolled on impact to avoid breaking any bones. He felt the scrape of metal and glass over his back as he rolled, but as far as he could tell, he was mostly unscathed. He was unsurprised to see yet another room built of gray metal, but this one seemed to be filled with pipes and other related machinery. The red-headed woman was to his left and did not look at all happy with his sudden arrival. Matteo at first wondered why she was still around. Then he realized that her leg had been trapped by falling debris. "Matteo, what the hell are you doing here?" Natasha said in an angry whisper. In her worry and pain, she forgot to doctor her words, and was glad that the child didn't seem overly worried by her use of language. Matteo didn't reply as he saw his dad writhing in pain a couple of meters away. It was obvious that he was in the beginning stages of changing. His veins were tinged with green, and his hands were clenching and unclenching spasmodically. While Natasha thought that the end result was inevitable, Matteo knew he could help the situation. At least, he had a theory that could work. He hadn't tried it out before in such a tense situation, but Matteo was reasonably certain that the underlying principles were sound. He could either attempt his idea or leave his dad to change and run rampant through the craft they were on. Matteo knew his father would likely disagree with both options, but he personally preferred to at least attempt to deny the inevitable. "Dad, it's okay, Dad. I'm here. Calm down," Matteo said as he approached the figure and carefully knelt in front of him. Bruce was lost in a world of confusion, pain, and increasing anger. Bruce tried to rein in his emotions, but the aftereffects of the explosion and his subsequent trip through a window had shattered his carefully built shields. He could feel the change coming, and he was holding the other guy back by his metaphorical fingernails. It didn't help his control had slightly tenuous to begin with. He had been infuriated by S.H.I.E.L.D's deception and their double standards. They wanted his help but were prepared to lock him up and would attempt to kill him the minute he showed any sign of losing control. Natasha made false promises and expected him to believe them, then refused to meet his gaze in her terror of the other guy. Steve had fought through some of the bloodiest battles in WW2, but was almost afraid to meet his gaze. The only one who had acted completely normally around him was Thor, and he had no idea about the other guy. Even Tony practically treated him like an interesting lab specimen, the way he scrutinized him and tried to push his buttons. Well, he was sick of people tiptoeing around him. If they expected the beast, then he would give them him, and they could see how futile their containment plans were. The other guy wouldn't go down without a fight, and Bruce was pretty sure he could destroy the pathetically delicate helicarrier before they managed to subdue his darker side. He had almost lost complete control, and indeed his skin was starting to ripple and turn green when something new broke through his anger. A small body was now bundled in his arms and had a firm grip around his neck, resulting in his head being pressed against the child's chest. The confusing whirl of emotions he was experiencing that it took him a few moments to realize that the other being was his own son, trapped in the middle of this nightmare. In stark contrast to before Bruce suddenly slammed all his effort into containing the other guy, although by this point he knew it was a futile effort. Although he knew that his son and his other half got on perfectly fine, there was no way he could leave Matteo alone in the melee. If the other guy was ejected from the helicarrier, that would leave the child alone in the hands of the potential enemy. Matteo would undoubtedly try to follow the other guy, and all it would take would be a stray bullet to destroy everything Bruce held dear. "Matteo, get away." He was able to choke out after a short while of fighting. All three of them were quite aware of the deeper growl that accompanied Bruce's normally mild tones. "I am not going anywhere, Dad. You can and will fight this," Matteo murmured in his ear. "I trust you. You can do this." Bruce then found another distraction in the form of his son stroking his hair, like he had done on so many occasions when Matteo had a nightmare, whilst his son's other hand started rubbing circles on his back. Bruce forgot about anyone else that might have been around and simply focused on his son's heartbeat and the motion of his hands. Inside his mind, the other guy was struggling desperately to get free, and he fought against the remaining barriers in a bid for freedom. Bruce was suddenly aware of how wrong the situation was. Normally, if he saw reason, then the other guy could be soothed eventually. However, today, he was having none of it and continued to rage and roar. "Stop it already. If we revolt, Matteo could get hurt and die. You know we cannot allow that to happen, so I need to stay in control." Bruce eventually roared back at the dark shadow in his mind, normally shouting at his other half-accomplished nothing. However, this time, the other guy froze immediately, and Bruce almost laughed in shock and relief. After a short pause, the other guy started to rumble once more unhappily in confusion and anger, but he didn't strain against the barrier between them again. It seemed that they had both finally realized that there was something wrong, and something was toying with him. That did not sit well with the other guy, and Bruce was pretty sure he knew what it was. After a full 2 minutes of the pair being locked in Matteo's stubborn hug, Bruce sighed deeply and lifted his head. Matteo's concerned gaze locked with Bruce's smiled of triumph at being able to push down the other guy once more. "If you weren't such an amazing child, I would be grounding you right now for disobeying me," Bruce said in a light-hearted tone. "You can ground me once this is all over. For now, I think we need to help Natasha free," Matteo answered with a smile as large as his dad's. Natasha was completely stunned as the father and son got to their feet and walked hand in hand towards her. When she had realized that she had been thrown through the window with Bruce, she knew that the chances of her leaving unscathed were slim. With her leg trapped and Bruce fighting a losing battle against his other half, Natasha had started a mental checklist to ensure she was ready for death. She didn't exactly have to worry about having homes lined up for goldfish and the like, but she checked that at least she had completed half of the revenge killings she had set out to do. And then the child had slammed into the ground near to them after obviously jumping after his father. Although it seemed that his sense of self-preservation was so small he didn't think twice about jumping 2 floors. He at least seemed sensible enough to tuck and roll to avoid injury. Natasha hissed at him to get away and to save himself from the impending explosion of fury. Even when his own father told him to leave, the boy disobeyed him and simply forced himself into a hug with his father. The assassin was not sure what she was expecting to happen at that point, but she certainly wasn't expecting Bruce to stop shuddering so violently and to be able to pull himself back together. After a short, while he sat up straight and grinned at his son, who still held tightly onto him. That image alone had Natasha rethinking her entire opinion on Bruce again. Such a phenomenon had never happened in Natasha's career. "Sorry if I worried you there," Bruce said when he reached her. "I don't think any apology is necessary considering what you were able to pull off," Natasha replied, grimacing from the pain in her leg. "Ah, I'll help you out," Bruce said and bent down to grab the metal pipe. At that moment, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. employees rounded the corner, carrying guns as well as medkits. Matteo saw the group whilst his dad was busy bending over Natasha. He noticed how the group seemed to all share unnaturally blue eyes before he realized that one of them was leveling his gun at his father. He was about to shout to the group to stop, but he was too late. Without so much as asking questions or clarifying the situation, one of them fired, a fatal mistake that he would never live to atone for. Bruce had been unaware of the approach of the group as he reached for the metal pipe. However, he certainly was aware of the gunshot and the consequences of the projectile. He felt the pain of the bullet burrowing through his lower back as it carved a path through an aorta and into his abdomen. Bruce had no time to feel the terror or pain, though, as the other guys surged forward to protect him from death. The change happened instantaneously, and Bruce was flung into darkness. The sounds of roars and screams increased as the Hulk tore after the 4 men who had come after him. Natasha was unendingly grateful that the Hulk was more concerned about those who had injured him than potentially harming her and his adopted son. Once the huge green being had charged off, Natasha let out a slight sigh of relief. "We need to move." Matteo reappeared at her side, and it took the assassin a second to absorb the fact he was there. To her, he had almost seemed to appear from thin air. Whilst his father had been transforming, Matteo had done as his father had instructed him to do many years ago. He found a small corner to hide in until it was safe to come out. With the Hulk enraged by the cowards that shot him, Matteo was well aware of the importance of getting out of there before he came back for Natasha. It was unlikely such a thing would happen. His loud roars would have attracted the attention of other soldiers by now, and they would attempt to contain the Hulk. Not that such efforts would do much good, but it would mean that Natasha should be safe. "Is there no chance of calming him down?" Natasha asked. "I don't think so. Not when he was very angry and is bent on getting revenge. It is just safer to get out of the way and wait for the storm to blow over," Matteo said solemnly. He walked over to the metal pipes that had Natasha's leg pinned and heaved on the upper one as hard as he could. His strength was not sufficient to lift it completely off, but he was able to lift it enough for the assassin to slip her leg out of the newly formed gap. Matteo promptly dropped the pipe and offered his hand to the woman, who merely grabbed it and led him on the quickest way out of the place. "I'm going to head to the detention level, and you are going to go somewhere safe. I think your quarters should be safe enough. It seems that the enemy are in S.H.I.E.L.D. gear too, so don't trust anyone," Natasha tried to reason with the child. "Okay, I'll wait for someone to get me. But you can only not trust the ones with the bright blue eyes. They were the ones that shot Dad," Matteo informed her before he trotted off in the right direction. Natasha was momentarily stumped by the boy's acceptance of her order. He didn't seem to have been the type to follow instructions when he had jumped down to them. But instead of trying to figure the child out, she left to attempt to help sort out the myriad of problems breaking out across the ship. Matteo really had been intending to head towards his room to wait out the battle, but something stopped him. He was running down a corridor that was on fire when he felt a tug of something drawing him to head left, from what he thought the accommodation corridors were to his right, but the odd feeling was drawing him in the opposite direction. He would not be able to explain in the future exactly what the tug had been associated with, or why he followed it, but he couldn't ignore the feeling. Matteo was about to try to navigate the corridors to investigate the odd tugging sensation when he remembered something. Every corridor he had been down had an odd large grill set high in the wall, with holes cut into the wall to act as handholds up to it. Matteo wasn't entirely sure why that had been added, but he assumed that the air vents could also be used as evacuation routes. So as soon as he found one of the grates and footholes in the wall, he scrambled up and tugged on the metal covering. Luckily, it was not screwed down, but merely left resting on hooks. However, it was too cumbersome for him to hold, so he let it drop to the corridor floor. He slid into the rather large crawl space and headed to the left, going where the odd sensation guided him. The air vents had been built surprisingly spaciously, and Matteo didn't have too much trouble crawling through them. In fact, an adult could probably move quite easily in them. The only difficulty he encountered was trying to figure out which path to take at intersections, because the vents did not travel in the same patterns as the corridors. Added to that, Matteo didn't really know where he was going. He only had the tugging feeling to follow. As he traveled, he found out that the vents were also not just unusually spacious, but also rather well protected, as he did not find any damage done to any of the ones he used. It took him a while, but eventually Matteo found himself sitting at an exit to the vents looking down at some kind of glass cage. The door had just shut, sealing the blonde man. Matteo remembered his name was Thor, inside, whilst the black-haired man vanished into thin air. But then the same man was standing next to a control panel, and he started pushing some buttons. A door below the cage opened, and Matteo guessed that the chamber could be dropped from the ship. With a flash of clarity, Matteo realized it was built for his dad. It would provide a quick way of removing the other guy from the ship. He wasn't sure if the intention would also be to kill the occupant, but Matteo definitely didn't want to know if S.H.I.E.L.D were that callous. The two men stood staring at each other, whilst the black-haired one gloated. They didn't look anything alike. The blonde was tall and broad, whilst the other had black hair, and was skinny and shorter. But the odd style of clothes they wore had Matteo thinking that they were probably from the same place. He didn't think they were related. The one in green and gold was much too bitter and angry towards the silver and red one. But then did he not feel bitter and angry whenever he thought of his relatives? He had no explanation for the feeling, but Matteo felt pulled towards the angry one, and he was slightly terrified because of it. As he had crawled through the vents, he had managed to categorize the feeling as being sort of similar to the one he felt when he recalled something he liked. It was a feeling of the familiar, like the scent of a parent or hugging a childhood toy once more, and it made Matteo feel warm and content. But as much as the feeling was attracting, he shied away from revealing himself to the black-haired man in fear. There was no doubt in his mind that the green-clad man was their enemy, the one that they had captured and were fighting. That he was the source of whatever had attracted Matteo to this room made him worry. Was whatever was inside of him also evil? Matteo's thoughts were interrupted when Agent Coulson suddenly appeared, hefting a heavy gun that he used to knock out the guard nearby. The weapon was at least double the size of a normal gun, and even Phil seemed a little unsure of how to wield it properly. But despite that, he sounded reasonably confident when he politely asked the man by the controls to back away. It made Matteo like him even more that he was still polite when facing the dangerous man. At first, the green-clad man seemed to reluctantly obey the orders, but Matteo almost knew what was going to happen before it did. He watched helplessly as the green-garbed man did the same trick of being in two places at once. The real him appeared behind Coulson and stabbed him through the chest with the staff he carried. Matteo realized he recognized it, as his dad had been holding it in the lab. How it got there, he had no idea, and now he really didn't want to know as he could see it puncture through the front of Phil's chest. Matteo bit his lip and held still as the blond man was ejected with the glass cage, while the black-haired man gloated to a dying Phil. Matteo could see the agent slowly bleeding out, and Matteo couldn't hold still any longer. Like at the lab, he kicked the vent open and jumped down near to Coulson. The drop was greater than into Phil's office and the lab, but shorter than his last jump, so Matteo didn't flinch at the height. And what do we have here? Your company must be very desperate to hire children, the man said scornfully. Matteo refused to acknowledge the man as he turned to Coulson and started trying to check him over. The wound was large, and without the staff to plug the gaping hole, blood was seeping into his white shirt, and likely down the wall he was leaning against. Look at me. When I address you, runt, the man spat. Matteo's back was to the black-haired man, but he saw Coulson's gaze track the man. Phil looked alarmed and worried for a second before he tortuously heaved the gun up and fired it. Matteo heard and felt the projectile slam the attacking man through a wall behind them before the room fell silent once more. So that's what it does, Coulson said in an almost satisfied tone. As he coughed up a trickle of blood, he turned his eyes down at the child crouched next to him. What are you doing here, kid? It isn't safe. Trying to save you, Matteo said simply. They both knew that he was wildly out of his depth, and his attempts were like trying to dam a river with pebbles. However, Matteo pulled out the handkerchief Phil had in his top pocket and shakily pressed it to the front wound. I don't want you to die. That's not fair. You were trying to help that other guy, Matteo said unhappily. The boy glared at the man's chest and wished that he could will it to heal. What the black-haired man had done could only be described as magic, and thinking about it gave Matteo an idea. He had done many weird things when he was younger, like teleporting to India. So perhaps he could do magic too? It was an absurd thought, and his relatives had made sure that he knew that such idiotic myths like magic were lies. But there was nothing that could describe what he had seen and done other than labeling it magic. If he could travel to India from England in a second, then surely he could stop this man from dying? So as silly as it sounded, Matteo looked at the wound and willed it to heal or stop bleeding or anything at all so that he didn't have to watch this man die. It was never easy to see someone die, and despite Bruce's attempts, the child had seen a few very ill patients pass away. Matteo had never lost anyone particularly close to him that he remembered. He may have lost his parents, but he had been too young to fully understand it, and he hadn't had any emotional response. But now that he was watching the man in front of him bleed to death, Matteo realized how much it would hurt to lose family or friends. And he decided he didn't like it. With the determination that Phil wasn't going to die, Matteo willed the wound to heal. It was difficult to tell who was more surprised out of the two of them when Phil was still alive 5 minutes later for the med team to reach them. Matteo was gently pushed to one side as the 3 medics swarmed around the agent, setting up a drip and packing pads around the wound. Matteo willed Coulson to stay alive as he was carried out of the room. Matteo remained staring at the smear of blood on the wall after the 4 had left. Coulson strapped onto a stretcher, not entirely sure what he should do next. Seeing as the atmosphere on the ship seemed to have calmed down, he guessed that his father was off the ship or unconscious. He doubted anyone would want to know where the man was, so asking was likely to be a pointless waste of time. He knew it was silly to worry whether his father was all right. The other guy meant that he couldn't be injured. Matteo knew that the other guy left his dad with plenty of nightmare fodder. He had been woken by his nightmares a couple of times. So he wanted to be there for him when he came round to make sure he didn't start feeling too guilty for any damage he caused. If things had really gone bad then, Bruce would probably want to leave as soon as possible, and a tiny part of Matteo was worried about being left behind. A gloved hand on his shoulder brought Matteo out of his thoughts in a quite gentle manner. He traced the limb up to the shoulder, and then the head of the aptly named director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury. It seems you are as good at obeying orders as Stark is at staying silent. Are you sure you got adopted by the right man? Is Coulson going to be all right? Matteo ignored the man's question. The medics seem tentatively optimistic, but he will be in intensive care for a long time, even if he does pull through, Fury said as he looked curiously at the child. The man seemed about to say something else when something caught his attention in his earpiece. Matteo guessed that reports had started to come in from across the ship on the injured or the damages. After a pause, Fury joined in and told everyone of Coulson's death. But why did you say that? You told me he was alive, Matteo said indignantly. And he is, but I need something to get the Avengers to work together. Tony and Steve were not likely to do that without a push, Fury explained. Oh, all right, Matteo thought about that. They are going to hate you when you tell them the truth, but I understand why you did it. If you can keep quiet about this, then you can come with me to see everyone, Nick offered as an attempt to get on the kid's good side. If not, I'm having you locked in your quarters until the whole situation is over. Matteo nodded and trailed after Fury. He was glad that he had been able to clean his hands of Coulson's blood before leaving the room. He did not want to attract more attention to himself. Fury already was giving him odd looks. As the pair swept through the corridors, Matteo saw a lot of damage pretty much everywhere, either to the ship or to the personnel as they were escorted to the medical facilities. There were very few that did not seem to have some sort of cut or bruise, and Matteo didn't envy the doctors on board, as they would be facing a long line of patients. It did not take them long to reach the command center again, and Matteo was shocked that only Tony and Steve were at the table. Fury explained that Thor had been ejected in the glass cage, while the Hulk had attacked a jet that had been sent to distract him, leading to him plummeting to Earth somewhere near Thor. At least Natasha's absence was explained by her receiving medical attention for her leg before going to oversee the recovery of Agent Barton. Matteo recognized the name and was happy that they had at least gone one person back, at the cost of two others. Agent Hill was standing at the second command post and watched the proceedings at the table with a sad look on her face. Matteo had initially thought he could stick close to one of the team and watch what went on, but with there being only two people at the table, he would be too obvious. So he hung back near the door and watched as Fury outlined the entire Avengers initiative to Steve. It seemed that Tony already knew of the plan, but he had never considered it would happen. Tony looked ready to storm out of the room by the end of Fury's speech, but before he could, Matteo interrupted. What about Dad and Thor? The three men turned to him, slightly shocked by the sound of his voice. Matteo wasn't surprised at all by the fact that they had forgotten him. He was good at staying still and silent. What about them? Hill asked from her spot. Well, we can't just leave them. They need picking up so we can stop Loki, Matteo said, trying not to sound like an egotistical child trying to spelling things out to an adult. Thor can fly, he can catch up with us. And the Hulk is not exactly the flavor of the month aboard this ship. Hill explained slowly, and Mateo couldn't help but feel like she was being slightly condescending. Dad had the other guy under control until some of Loki's men decided to fire at him. It is not his fault that Loki left nothing to chance, Mateo said in defense of his father. Besides, it wasn't exactly like he had much choice about being on board. We only knew where we were going once we landed on the ship. Perhaps in the future it would be more logical to put the scientist with an anger problem in a more calming environment than right in the middle of the action. I believe there is such an invention as conference calls that could solve the distance problem. There was silence for a few seconds before Tony burst out laughing. I definitely love this kid, he exclaimed as he saw the put-out looks on Hill and Fury's faces. Tony had been worried about having a child in the middle of a war, and knowing a child was on board when Loki's men attacked hadn't sat well with him. And then hearing the innocent high voice of the child interrupting the dark conversation they had made Tony wince. Children should not be thinking of death. But this child was standing in front of one of the most powerful people in the U.S., and wasn't afraid to speak his mind. Tony had liked the child and his inquisitiveness when they had first met, but his opinion of the tyke rocketed now. Unfortunately, Mateo, we have very few running jets left after the Hulk's rampage through the ship. Those we do have that are serviceable are needed to ferry the emergency patients to hospitals or in case Loki makes a move. Once this is over, we can send out search parties, Fury said. Mateo looked at him pensively, then nodded his acceptance of the decision. Okay, fair enough. I'll go to my room then. You probably don't want a child underfoot if you are going into war. The adults had watched the child disappear out of the door, some with looks of astonishment, and one with amusement on their faces. They had swiftly returned to more serious topics after they had gotten over the audacity of the child. After the remaining Avengers dispersed their separate ways, Fury returned to his command post and pretended to be busy overseeing the flood of information coming in from around the ship. In reality, he was thinking, and thinking hard. His deception of Coulson's death could come around and bite him in the ass, like Mateo said. If the Avengers took it wrong, he would have to do a lot of fast talking, as he knew Natasha and Clint were close to the man, and Tony hated being played. But if his plans were to work, then he needed a catalyst to get the team to focus on working together rather than picking at each other's faults and differences. And Mateo was a wild card that Fury had not considered. Initially, the prospect of having a child on board was nothing to worry about. Fury could have assigned an agent to watch the kid until Banner was done. And at first, Mateo's willingness to sit in a corner of the lab and draw had been perfect. His disappearance had been worrying. But as there were no security breaches in the sealed areas, Fury had not been overly concerned that the child might have been lost. The fact that he had magic was completely surprising, and Fury was instantly wary of the implications of this. It was protocol for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the council to know of the existence of magic and the American Ministry of Magic, but that was as far as the file went. They had very little interaction with the wizarding community unless a wizard went rogue, and they were contacted out of courtesy to explain why there was a sudden explosion of activity somewhere. But beyond that, the magical folk kept to themselves and didn't involve themselves in day-to-day life of the world. Even the threat of Loki taking over the planet wasn't enough to make them surface. So having a magical child with impressive skills that Fury thought were probably quite atypical for an untrained child threatened to become as troublesome as having the Hulk on board. If the council learned of the boy's existence, Fury wouldn't put it past them to decide it beneficial to detain and test the child. As much as Stark thought he was a heartless bastard, Fury would never condone the imprisonment of children. Casually he played with his screens and brought up the footage of the cell through Loki's escape. It was the work of a few seconds to permanently destroy that footage. He could blame it on the Asgardians' powers and give Matteo peace from the council. However, it didn't stop the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. from creating a few potential plans of his own for the child in the future. Chapter 17, The Battle. Fury was still slightly surprised that his speech worked when about an hour after their discussion, he saw one jet shoot off after a red and gold streak. A quick flurry of calm chatter told him that both Barton and Romanoff had left with Rogers and Stark. It was hardly the complete Team Fury had hoped for, but there was still the possibility that Thor would join them at their destination. Matteo's impassioned outburst had given him something to think about, although he would never admit it. However, the chances of Banner making it to the battle would be low. The Hulk could travel at a fast pace, but wouldn't be smart enough to get to where he needed to be. Despite his vow to leave the child alone, he felt bad that Matteo had resigned himself to his room. So whilst there was a lull in the action, Fury left the command to Hill and wandered down to the guest quarters. He might not be the most comforting or father-like figure on the ship, but Banner's son seemed to be quite mature for his age. Nick hoped that would work in his favor, and the boy might be content to at least receive some human contact. In all honesty, he just wanted to have a talk with the child and try to learn whether his suspicions were correct. The child might not know if he could do magic, but he might let slip about other instances of completing odd feats that normal humans couldn't do. If he arrived and was greeted with tears, then he planned to just seal the door again and send the first hapless agent he met to deal with the child. Fury may have the time to question a child, but he didn't have the time or patience to deal with a tearful boy. The corridors were quieter now that most patients had been treated, and the worst of the debris had been cleared up. There were still holes in the walls, and the larger chunks of metal were still lying to one side in some places awaiting collection. It was unsightly, but for now, the helicarrier was functional, and that was all that Fury cared about. Upon arriving at guest room 12, Fury knocked politely and waited for permission to enter. As director, he had override codes for all doors, but with a potentially moody child with some unusual skills, he decided the best course of action was to knock. He might be a short-tempered man, but he knew when he could throw his weight around and when he should be polite. However, after the third time of knocking, Nick was officially running out of patience, so he unlocked and opened the door. Guest quarters aboard the helicarrier were as impersonal and sparse as the staff accommodation, and the Banners had not had time to attempt to change that fact. By the right-hand wall, 3 bags had been dumped on the bed, whilst the bed on the left remained empty. Whilst both beds showed no signs of being touched, 2 of the bags had been opened at some point and had evidently been rummaged through, but the third was still shut. Fury quickly checked in every nook of the room and then the bathroom, but the child was nowhere to be seen. Agent Hill, I want a general alert for everyone to be searching for a child. Matteo Banner is not in his room, and I do not want him wandering around at the moment, Fury ordered into his earpiece as he swept back to the command center. He ignored Hill's reply and focused on planning for the upcoming battle. If his suspicions were correct, Matteo would not be found anywhere on the helicarrier anyway. The situation did not sit well with him, but the Quinjet had been gone for over 10 minutes now. Its occupants would not likely turn around for what they would suspect as a trap, so the boy would just have to hope they did not get shot down before they landed. Matteo kept deathly still under the seats that he had hidden under and prayed that the crash would not kill anyone. At the time, it had seemed like a good idea to steal aboard the jet in order to find his father quicker than by just sitting in their room. But now that they were in a controlled plummet to the ground, he was less certain of his idea. He really shouldn't have left his room, but the thought of being left alone with strangers, possibly permanently, had him scurrying to hide in the jet the Avengers were going to use. He had been incredibly lucky that his choice proved right as the 3 remaining Avengers clomped up the ramp and ordered the serviceman out. That he hadn't been spotted by anyone had Matteo almost scratching his head in confusion. He didn't think he had been that good at hiding. Not one of the agents or engineers had seen him as he had snuck through the hangar, though, so he just put it in the category of odd things he had done. That list was starting to get quite big, but he shook his head and concentrated on the present rather than thinking about the list. Their journey into New York had been very fast and smooth, as Barton seemed to be a very talented pilot. Matteo had been able to hear their conversation as he stayed huddled under the bench, and was surprised that the man was up and about so quickly after such a powerful head injury. The man sounded beyond angry at being controlled, though, and would occasionally mutter about getting Loki back, so that was probably what was powering him. Natasha had alerted Steve when they were approaching their target, and it was all Matteo could do to stop himself jumping up to take a look. By the time the jet had arrived at the city, the battle had already begun, and Matteo was desperate to know what was going on and who was there. The other 3 had earpieces and were in contact with Tony, and from their faces it looked grim. Natasha took control of the weapons and started shooting whatever was attacking the city, while Barton concentrated on navigating the tight streets to minimize the damage they did to the city. It was as they were climbing up into the sky that Natasha pointed out Thor, who was apparently attacking Loki on the tower. Both agents happily coordinated an attack on their enemy, but even with their cooperation, it did not last long. A loud thump and muffled explosion told Matteo that they had been hit long before they started plummeting. Thankfully, Barton was a good pilot, and despite one engine being shot out, the 4 of them reached the ground safely. Still, no one noticed Matteo as they checked each other was unhurt before piling out the back of the jet. Whilst the 3 of them charged off to fight the invading army, Matteo followed at a slower, more hesitant pace. He crawled out from under the bench of chairs and gingerly tiptoed to the end of the ramp, checking the entire time that there was no Avenger around to spot him. Not that they could do much beyond locking him in the jet, and as he looked around, Matteo didn't think they would risk that. The city around them was exploding and being engulfed in flames. Debris rained from the sky, and the streets were being torn apart. The shots of the aliens were powerful enough to ignite the petrol in the cars and could blow huge chunks out of the tall skyscrapers. There were screams and shouts of terror coming from every direction as the people of New York tried to find shelter from the maelstrom that had descended on their city. Any anxiety Matteo had about being caught by an Avenger disappeared, and was replaced with wariness for nearby explosions or falling matter. Now that he was in the middle of a battle zone, Matteo realized how reckless his decision had been. He was not able to help in the battle, as he could not fight at all. He would barely be able to defend himself from a normal human who attacked him, let alone these gray-skinned aliens that wielded very powerful guns. All the stories in books and told by storytellers forgot to mention how loud, confusing, and terrifying it would be to be caught in the middle of a battle. Matteo felt himself start to panic and become overwhelmed by the confusion, and for a minute he despaired. But as Matteo looked up, he saw the portal and thought that perhaps he could help close it, and that thought helped to center him and stop him crying. He wasn't brilliant with science, but he could at least inspect it and find a way of shutting it down. Iron Man was going to be busy fighting, and the other guy didn't have Bruce's intelligence, even if he did turn up, so he might be of use as a last resort. It was a very long shot, but as another blast showered the jet with rubble, Matteo thought it was possibly safer for him than remaining in the jet. The screams and explosions were disorientating at first, and for a while Matteo was so terrified he wanted to find a safe spot to hide in order to wait out the battle. However, there was not really anywhere safe. The aliens were destroying everything, and a building could fall on him at any minute. He had gotten himself into this mess, so it was up to him to get himself out of it again. And in order to do that, he had to sum up the courage to move and the determination to ignore the death and destruction around him. Hoping that he could remain undetected, Matteo set off at the fastest pace he could maintain for a while and jogged in the direction of Stark Tower. The journey was made more complicated by the boy having to dodge falling debris, explosions, and people, but Matteo made good progress. He seemed to be in luck, as everyone was too busy running away, and the aliens were too busy going after the bigger targets, that no one seemed to notice the child running in the wrong direction. Even Tony seemed to not notice him when shot past flying low to the ground, but that could have been because he had 3 aliens chasing him. It was almost miraculous that 10 minutes later Matteo arrived at the reception of Stark Tower without being hindered. He had a few scratches from small bits of flying rubble, but nothing major. Even when he got inside, no one stopped him. The 2 security guards seemed more worried about the explosions outside, and the rest of the huge room was deserted. The building confused Matteo for a second, but as soon as he spotted a lift, he ran inside and slapped the highest level button he could reach and waited patiently. It seemed to take as long as it did running to the building for the lift doors to close. And when they finally did, it took even longer for the lift to travel all the way to the top of the building. Finally, the lift opened on the highest floor Matteo could reach on the panel of buttons, and he searched for the staircase to run the rest of the way. When he finally found the staircase, they had been through the door at the end of the corridor. Matteo discovered he still had 12 floors to cover. The roof was surprisingly empty of litter and pigeon mutes, and was just covered in loose gravel. A 3-foot-high wall ran all the way around the edge for safety, but beyond that there was little permanent decoration to the roof. But even despite the Spartan look, Matteo could imagine it would be a pleasant place to spend an afternoon if there wasn't a battle going on. Today, the sparse roof was decorated by 2 new additions that obviously weren't a permanent feature. An unconscious man was lying in a rather uncomfortable-looking position a distance from a machine. The device that created the portal was mostly silver and gold and linked via cables to a laptop on a stand. The entire setup stood there whirling innocently as the city below roiled in fear from the creatures unleashed from the black hole in the sky that the machine made. Matteo approached the computer's setup and, with some effort, stood it upright and adjusted the screen so that he could read it despite the glare of the sun. After a minute of careful examination, Matteo sighed unhappily, the science was beyond his level, and he would not be able to help at all. It had been a rather futile hope that there would just be a big stop button, but Matteo had had to try. His gaze landed on the unconscious man who had been caught up in Loki's schemes. The man was obviously a civilian from his formal but comfortable and personal clothing. He had gray hair, and his physique was wrong for a soldier. There was gravel stuck to his forehead, and it was obvious that he had been knocked unconscious. Matteo wasn't sure why or how that had come about, but he guessed that his best option for shutting down the portal lay within that man's mind. Although Matteo had no medical equipment, he scurried downstairs and found the nearest toilet, which thankfully had a drinking glass sitting next to the sink. He quickly filled it and grabbed some toilet paper before trotting back up to the roof to tend to his patient. The man would be able to fix the machine. There was no other reason that he was there beyond to monitor and control the program. So Matteo would fix the man and would help a small bit towards ending the invasion. At least, that was the reasoning he held in his mind as he ran over to the man. Hopefully, it was good enough to stop his father being completely disappointed with his reckless behavior. If not, then he dreaded to think what kind of punishment Bruce would decide as being appropriate for his disobeying of orders. Matteo knew his father would never strike him. He had sworn he wouldn't so many years ago, but Bruce was clever enough to find something Matteo would miss that he could take away. As gently as he could, he pushed the man over and dabbed at his forehead with the wetted paper. The man had a slight cut on his forehead, and gravel stuck in dents that had been created by the force of impact, but nothing majorly troubling. From the scraggly, unkept beard and deep bags under his eyes, Matteo guessed he hadn't been taking care of himself much. After a bit of mopping of his neck and forehead, the man started to grumble and regain consciousness. Mate was surprised to see the man had brilliantly blue eyes when they first opened, but after a pause they flickered and dulled to a more natural blue. Even then his gaze was quite unfocused and vacant, as if his mind was still setting itself in order from the blow. The gentleman sat up and leant his back against the low wall. "Take it easy there. It looks like you hit your head pretty hard," Matteo said, as the man started to register what was going on around them. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "We aren't safe," the man said quickly once he was fully cognizant and had realized he was sitting next to a child. "I am part of a group here to stop Loki's madness," Matteo said. Even Thor would not be so mindless as to bring a child into a battle. So who would? The man grumbled. "It was my own decision to come and see if I could help. No one else would ever consider letting me join if I'd asked. They were right, though, as I don't think I can help, but seeing as you built the machine, perhaps you can stop it." Matteo asked, "I may be able to do that." The man looked over at his creation with equal parts admiration and loathing. The computer part is still fully functional, and obviously everything else is, as it is still working. But you should probably double-check it all as you know it better, Matteo said as the man clambered slightly unsteadily to his feet. "You're quite smart for a 9-year-old, the man said as he clicked buttons on the keyboard. "I'm 11 this year," Matteo said almost like a question, then carried on before the man could latch onto his hesitancy. "You are probably dehydrated, so you should finish that water before you get on with work." "Doctor's orders?" He smiled and downed the glass. "I think the machine should be all right. Logically, they will want to keep the portal open for as long as possible, and damaging the machine wouldn't help." Matteo offered his opinion as the man did a quick check. "You're right, nothing is amiss." So is there a way of shutting it down? Matteo asked hopefully. There's no physical way of penetrating the shield it generates. Stark's already tried to blow it apart, the scientist said, as he stared thoughtfully at his creation. But there might be a less violent way. Before he could expand on that point, their conversation was cut off by a body falling out of the sky and rolling to a stop on the far side of the roof. Matteo was slightly worried that it was an alien, as neither he nor the scientist would likely be able to overpower it. However, the flash of red hair had him calming down again and feeling slightly sheepish at being found. Selvig, it is good to see you unharmed. And what are you doing here, Matteo? Natasha said in a stern voice. I wanted to look for Dad, but it was pretty obvious it wouldn't be easy to find him in the battle. So to help I came and helped Selvig wake up to close the portal, Matteo explained yet again, happy to know the man's name without asking. Who is your father? Selvig asked. Bruce Banner is, or more accurately, right now, he is that huge green thing over there, Natasha explained. Selvig wisely refrained from commenting and focused back on his creation. We need Loki's staff. You cannot protect against yourself, and the energy inside the staff would allow it to penetrate the shield. I'll get it. We need it quickly, and if I encounter Loki, I have a higher chance of escaping, Natasha said, and quickly disappeared. So, the Hulk's son? I have to admit, I did not see that coming, Selvig said in the quiet. Adopted son. Although apparently I have a decent resemblance to him to pass it off as biological relation, Matteo corrected him. You certainly do, and you have the intelligence to match him, Selvig complimented. Natasha was back very quickly, before Matteo could ask how Selvig knew his father. He was slightly irritated by that fact, but seeing as there were greater things at stake at that moment, he bit his lip and watched the two adults work. Natasha soon had the staff aimed ready to stop the machine, and Selvig did yet another check to ensure nothing was likely to go wrong before they could stop the machine. Although it would be useful if the machine exploded, Matteo really didn't want to be caught in the blast. Natasha quickly tapped her earpiece in order to alert the rest of the team of their plan. But before she could act and close the portal, someone told her to stop, and she froze obediently. They could only hear her side of the conversation, and Matteo was about to ask what the delay was when a red and gold blur shot past them in the direction of the portal. Is he directing a missile? Matteo asked. He had never seen Tony's metal suit before, but seeing as the billionaire was the only one who could fly, Matteo guessed rightly who it was. The impression he got of the suit before it disappeared from view was that Stark had obviously not designed it to be stealthy, unless he was infiltrating an organization that only used red and gold as a color scheme for their lair. Someone decided that aiming a nuclear bomb at the city was the best way to stop this invasion, Natasha said grimly. Stark disappeared into the portal, and everyone waited with bated breath for him to return. Around them, the invading beasts suddenly went limp and died, where they were, obviously destroyed as their source of power was nuked. The black patch of sky suddenly bloomed orange from the impact of missile and ship. The patch of orange grew until it filled the entire patch of space and threatened to bleed through the portal, but Tony was yet to drop through. As the flames got closer and the threat of nuclear fallout approached, Matteo heard someone order Natasha to close the portal. Without any sign of joy or malice, the woman did just that. Selvig and Matteo had turned to look at Natasha as she stopped the machine, but then they returned to staring at the sky, hoping that Tony made it out. The portal shut and the sky returned to its normal color all around, with no triumphant blaze of a crazed billionaire flying across it. "Look, there he is," Matteo pointed out, his slightly better eyesight giving him the advantage. "He isn't slowing down. I don't think he is conscious," Natasha said when she spotted the flailing dot. "I hope someone catches him then. He won't survive an impact with the sidewalk," Selvig observed worriedly. The three of them were watching worriedly when a green blur shot past the buildings and grabbed the metal object out of the air. Matteo had to admit that he had been expecting Thor to be the one to come to the rescue. Seeing as he hadn't been Matteo, hoped the god, hadn't been hurt badly enough to be stopped from flying. The Hulk's landing was not the softest one possible, and even from all the way up on the roof, they heard the crash of him impacting with a car or metal object. However, Matteo didn't think that either of them would suffer negative effects from the impact. The Hulk certainly would be fine. As soon as he knew where the Hulk was, Matteo was off and running after him, determined to see his dad. Natasha called after him, but the child was already through the door to the stairs and was legging it to the lift, leaving both adults standing staring at the wrecked city around them. "What happened? Please tell me nobody kissed me," Tony blurted out as he woke up from his trip through the portal. It was the first thing that sprang to mind when he finally registered that he was being intensely stared at by three other males. The Hulk smiled and roared his amusement at the question, and even Steve smiled at it. Obviously, his attempt at breaking the silence worked well, as he even got a smile out of the god of thunder. "We won," Steve replied, looking around the carnage they were sat in grimly. "Yay, good going, team. You know, we should take a day off, not come in tomorrow. Has anyone tried shawarma? I have no idea what it is, but there is a shawarma joint a few blocks from here, and I really want to try it," Tony rambled, reveling in being alive and able to breathe. "We have some unfinished business to attend to," Steve reminded him. His tone was a lot softer and warmer than when he had berated the billionaire in the lab hours before. Tony realized what he was talking to and sobered up quite a lot. However, there was still a hopeful glint in his eye when he asked, "Then shawarma afterwards?" He accepted the hand up from the super soldier, and the four of them walked back to Stark Tower as quick as they could manage. Steve, even with his heightened strength and stamina, was feeling quite tired and would have loved to have hailed a taxi to get them to the tower. Tony was unwilling to try flying this suit again after the battle and its trip through the portal, at least until he had had a chance to give it a service. Plus, he refused to leave any tech behind, so he had to wear it to get it home. Thor could have flown, but he would not have managed to have carried anyone with his injury. And the Hulk seemed to be wanting to ensure his S.H.I.E.L.D. brothers were all right and was not charging off to smash anything. There really wasn't anything left around for him to smash either, so he was entertaining himself by walking over all the wrecked cars and crushing them further into the ruined concrete. Whenever he encountered a Chitauri body, he nudged it, none too lightly, to ensure it was dead. Both Tony and Steve were almost slightly amazed by the Hulk behaving so calmly and rationally, and Tony was sure that Bruce would want to hear how cooperative his other half had been. They were halfway back to the tower when the sound of approaching feet had the Avengers slowly proceeding with caution, ready to attack if it was a stray Chitauri. However, when the thing came around the last car, three of them dropped their fists immediately, and the Hulk relaxed once more. "Dad!" Matteo shouted happily and launched himself forward to cover the last 5 meters to the Hulk as quickly as possible. Now that Bruce had gained an extra 4 feet at least and a ton of muscle, his son barely came up to his waist, and the sight of the child hugging his leg painted quite an amusing sight. The Hulk did not seem to mind the child doing his impression of a limpet. In fact, the two men and the god watching the scene would swear they heard him sigh in defeat at it. Steve and Tony gaped as the giant carefully lifted Matteo by the collar of his shirt and plunked him down on his wide shoulder. Thor, on the other hand, looked like he would want to attempt riding the Hulk in a similar fashion in the future. Matteo placed a leg either side of the other guy's head and gently grasped his hair to stop himself slipping. "You know that the rubble and dust you have in your hair is going to take an age to get out, Dad," Matteo said to the huge beast beneath him. The Hulk huffed patiently in response and started walking again, and it was only as they were about to get pushed out of the way by the giant did Steve and Tony start walking again. Thor continued to give the Hulk a wide berth because of their interaction during the battle, but he was less worried of a punch now that Matteo was around. The three of them attempted to quietly discuss what they had witnessed as they traveled, all the while watching Matteo, who ignored their stares. The Hulk seemed oblivious to the odd contrast the scene was to his rampaging anger earlier. He was more engrossed in picking the most even route through the carnage, so Matteo would not be jostled by him climbing over cars. The boy on his shoulders started picking the lumps of rubble out of his dad's hair as they went, looking for all the world like a chimpanzee grooming a friend. They were joined by Clint at the doors to Stark Tower, and the agent didn't look at all fazed by the sight that greeted him. However, Tony spotted the bemused look in his eye as he saw the child sitting on the green shoulders like it was the most natural thing in the world. Without trading any words, the Hulk put Matteo gently down with his teammates and jumped up the outside of the building to reach the top level. No one asked how he knew where to go. They had already been surprised by the Hulk enough today and just accepted it. The others got the lift, and Matteo spent the journey nervously shuffling and hoping that he wasn't asked what he was doing. It seemed that an unspoken decision was made that they would ask him later, and they arrived at the top level without breaking the silence. That could have been due to the sheer level of tiredness and pain everyone was experiencing, but whatever the reason, Matteo was grateful for the silence. Matteo hung back as the 6 of them loomed over the slowly awakening Loki. The man was lying in a crater in the once elegant penthouse floor, and it didn't take a genius to figure out how it had been made. The smug and satisfied look on the Hulk's face also gave the answer away pretty quickly. No one seemed ready to start a prolonged physical battle with Loki, and so their united aggressive stance was arranged purely for intimidation. Thankfully, the god was smart and surrendered immediately, seemingly finally aware that he was outmatched by those in front of him. Some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents appeared soon after Loki had surrendered and led the man away, which was when it happened. Loki was passing where Matteo was standing, and their eyes met. Despite their pace, Loki stopped and stared at the boy with such intensity that Matteo dropped his gaze to the floor. The child had attempted to stay out of the way and had stayed by the bar, so the various adults didn't trip over him. If a ruckus had broken out, he was also placed directly by a good amount of shelter and would have been safe. His plan seemed to have worked, as some of the agents hadn't even spotted him, but now he was pinned with nowhere to hide from Loki's scrutinizing. The Hulk immediately saw what was going on, and the room was filled with a deep, angry growl as he voiced his displeasure. When the noise first started up, the few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the room jumped in terror and started reaching for their guns. Even if they had not heard about his cooperative actions in the battle, the fact that he had been quite peaceful standing in the tower should have given them an excuse to give him the benefit of doubt. Clint and Natasha gripped their weapons tightly and tensed as if preparing for a fight, but they were looking at their fellow agents rather than at the Hulk. However, before the situation could deteriorate, Steve raised a hand and gestured for everyone to stand down. Luckily, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents did. Meanwhile, the Hulk's quite low and quiet growl had increased in intensity. In the 5 seconds, it had gone from a restrained sound of protestation to a much more forceful territorial type of noise. Tony, who was standing almost across the room from the behemoth, could feel the vibrations running through his ribcage. The sound made him think of the kind of warning growls a dog would make just before it attacked, except infinitely more powerful. It was obvious that the Hulk had had enough of the disgraced god, and was exercising all his self-restraint in not reacting. Seeing as the Hulk had already created 2 craters in the floor with the god, Tony did not want to go for a hat trick. "Move on reindeer games before we make you," Tony said forcefully because Bruce couldn't. Loki hadn't moved for the 15 seconds or so that the drama had gone on for, and had just stared at Matteo with a confused curiosity. To everyone's relief, the defeated man did as he was told, and the Hulk's growling subsided with a satisfied snort. Matteo shuddered slightly as the intense staring ceased, and he felt that he could move again. There had been no malice in the god's eyes. If anything, Matteo would have said that they were just as lost as Selvig's had been when he came around from being possessed. He wasn't sure, but the child had a sneaking suspicion that Loki had been controlled too. But right then, he didn't overly care. He was more concerned with finding something comforting after the creepy experience. Matteo's sudden movement from the bar to the Hulk's side resulted in the low rumbling to cease as the behemoth once again was able to reach and protect his child. As the rumbling cut off, the tension in the room dropped too, as the threat of imminent destruction reduced exponentially. "I wonder what attracted his attention to Matteo," Natasha said, thoughtfully, once Loki had disappeared in the lift. "He saw me before on the helicarrier, so he cannot be surprised by my presence," Matteo said thoughtlessly. "And how did you meet on the helicarrier?" Tony asked, his voice almost sounding reproachful and a touch paternal. "I was exploring in the vents, and I found the cell. He seemed to spot me despite me still being in the vent," Matteo said half-truthfully. "Hey, those vents are mine, kid," Barton said jokingly. Although Matteo was pretty certain who the man was, he quickly introduced himself as Clint Barton. Matteo trotted over to him and politely held his hand out to be shaken, and the Avengers hid their amusement as they watched his antics. "I was merely keeping them warm for you in your absence. You can have them back now, as I highly doubt Dad, and I will be back on that ship any time soon," Matteo said with a smile in return. "Trust me, we are taking land transport for the rest of my life." The group spun to see a freshly shrunk Bruce standing in the living room. "Ah, all our clothes are still on that helicarrier. Tony, can we borrow some?" Matteo asked as he saw his dad gingerly clinging to the shreds of the jeans he had acquired from somewhere. "Sure, each guest room has assorted sizes of clothes. Go down that corridor and have a look. But be quick, I want shawarma," Tony called after Bruce, who wandered off in the right direction. The gathered Avengers then spent the next few minutes watching Tony, who struggled to pull his suit apart so that he could walk freely. Apparently, there was a machine that could do it on the smaller arm that extended out from this room, but Tony was determined to get shawarma as soon as possible, so he chose to take it off manually. He also muttered something about the damage, possibly causing it to malfunction, and that he didn't want to risk his limbs being pulled off. Steve seemed like he really wanted to speak up and either offer help or to tell the billionaire to just go down to his workshop for tools. Clint was too happy watching the billionaire struggle, and Thor didn't really understand the suit to have an opinion. Matteo was quite happy about his choice, as he could look at each piece as it was dumped on the table in front of him. The sheer amount of wiring and metalwork that went into the suit astounded Matteo, and he gained a new level of respect for the man that had designed and built it. Before the child could get too engrossed in examining the suit, Bruce reappeared, and Tony ripped off the last of the leg plates and stepped out of the boots. The 7 of them then piled into the lift together, and then slowly wound their way through the carnage to the shop that Tony had been itching to visit. He laughed as he pointed out a wrecked taxi with a large dent in the side, which he himself had apparently created after slamming through the bus stop shelter. The owners seemed shocked to have 5 familiar figures stride in through their rather wrecked doorway. It only took them a few seconds of glancing from the news playing on the television to the newcomers in their establishment before they made the link and were hurriedly making an area clear for the group to eat in. Here, if you can keep the food coming, and let me know if we reach the limit. We would appreciate it if you wouldn't mind locking the door too. The press can be rather annoying, Tony said to the owners, and slapped a pile of notes on the counter. Matteo had been tucked slightly behind Bruce, but he was able to see just how much money Tony put down. Matteo saw at least 6 $100 bills on the counter before Tony had finished rummaging in his pockets and handed them over. Unsurprisingly, the owner did hurry over to lock the door, and he also pulled down the shutters over the broken glass windows. It left the room slightly gloomy with only the electric lights above them, but it gave them peace of mind that they could eat without interruption. Shawarma turned out to be the kind of kebabs that Bruce and Matteo had tried during their short trip through Arabic regions, although the kebabs now served to them were 3 times the size. Matteo was not majorly fond of the American version, which seemed to be overly greasy, but seeing as he had only had sandwiches for the last day, he happily tucked in. Everyone else around the table wolfed down at least 3 each to compensate for what they had burned off fighting that day. Thor was happily working through his 6th, while Bruce was beating the others by finishing off his 4th. Natasha and Tony seemed fascinated by his ability to keep eating, but Matteo knew how much energy the other guy burnt through, transforming twice in a day, and both of them had been quite long and proactive stints, meant that Bruce would have to eat a lot to replace the calories burnt, and then he'd sleep for a long time. There was little conversation as the group were mostly dead on their feet, and that beyond fighting they had very little in common to talk about. Matteo finished his single portion of shawarma and sat kicking his feet slightly before his gaze roved around the place. He could spot a few Arabic words that he recognized and spent a short while learning a few more from the English translations below them. When it became obvious that the group would continue to sit in silence and eat for a while longer, yet Matteo stood and trotted over to the woman who was attempting to clean up. "Can I help?" Matteo asked in Arabic. The woman seemed shocked that there was even a small child tagging along with the people who had saved the city. But after a quick look, she had noted the similarities between the man who had not been fighting and the child. She assumed that his father must have been some kind of tactical advisor calling the battle, and that his child had been brought along for the celebrations. Seeing the amount of work she had to do, and the eagerness in the boy's eyes, she nodded and retrieved a broom. "If you can sweep what you can into a pile, that would be great," the woman replied to test the boy's understanding. "I start over there," Matteo replied, pointing to the seating area. "Is your son always on the move?" Tony asked as he slouched back in his chair and gently massaged his stomach. "It depends if there is work to do. He can't resist helping out if there is something he can do," Bruce said as he watched his son start sweeping up the smaller bits of rubble and dust. "You guys helped in the battle. I can help in the cleanup," Matteo called over. "Matteo, you don't have to prove anything, if that is what you are worrying about," Bruce said gently. "I'm not, but I am finished eating and I was slightly bored, so I may as well help," Matteo replied. His look of determination made everyone drop the subject. Eventually the group finished eating, with 25 portions between the 7 of them, and staggered back to Stark Tower. Tony saw the assassins start to reach for their earpieces and stopped them. "I have plenty of rooms and spare clothes at the tower. You're welcome to stay the day, or night, or however long you want," Tony said with a yawn. "There's food in the fridge and alcohol at the bar. The rooms on this level and the next 2 up and down are free for use. I'll see you later." Everyone looked as exhausted as the billionaire, so they all immediately followed Tony down the hall and took a guest room each. Matteo looked at his father and smiled when the man nodded to the unasked question, and the pair entered the same room. The beds were king-sized and were covered by a thick duvet and heaped with fluffed-up pillows. Tony had had the room painted a light cream, practically white color, and overall the room looked quite impersonal. Neither of them complained, though, as they just wanted to sleep. Bruce took a shower first after digging out a loose t-shirt and shorts from the walk-in wardrobe, and Matteo spent the time rummaging for any clothes he liked. Tony hadn't been lying when he said that he had stocked spares of every size, although there were no children's size clothes, so Matteo found some rather small adult shorts and t-shirt to use. They were black and gray, respectively, which Matteo was not overly fond of, but they would make for decent sleepwear for the night/day. He was less taken with the fact they were women's clothes too, but they were the smallest he could find. The large shower confused Matteo for a bit, as it was a lot more complex than he was used to. Thankfully, his dad had left it at a reasonable temperature, so all Matteo had to figure out was how to turn it on, and then what each of the bottles of soap did. He was used to 1 dial and 1 button on a shower and 1 bottle of soap, but here there was at least 10 different types of soap. By the time he was done toweling his hair dry and had returned to the bedroom, his dad was already in bed and half asleep by the looks of it. Matteo smiled at the drowsy look on the man's face before wriggling under the covers and getting comfy. Even though he had had more sleep than the adults the last evening, Matteo too was soon drifting off along with his father. Chapter 18, One question becomes many. Bruce awoke many hours later to the familiar feeling of Matteo curling up against his side, and the unfamiliar feeling of sinking into an incredibly soft bed. His memories of the last day were fuzzy at best, as his during stints as the other guy he was shoved to the back of the beast's consciousness, and he could only catch glimpses of the other guy's actions. However, what he could remember was a lot of productive smashing of Chitauri soldiers, although a lot of buildings got damaged in the process, and then Matteo appearing in the middle of it. He remembered the other guy feeling very content with his day as they had walked back to the tower, as he had got to smash a lot of things whilst the child who called him Dad sat on his shoulders and groomed the rubble out of his hair. Bruce looked down as his child in complete bemusement and tried to decide whether to scold him for his idiocy or to praise him for his bravery. As if felling the gaze on him, Matteo surfaced from his sleep and blinked rapidly until his eyesight cleared. When he spotted his dad was awake, he smiled. "Morning, sleepy," Matteo said to him. "I'm awake before you," Bruce pointed out. "Today you are, but you have been out for a day, so I win." "I've been asleep for a whole day," Bruce asked, shocked that he had slept for so long. "Yep, Tony was ready to call a doctor to have a look at you, but I talked him out of it. To be fair, everyone else slept for at least 15 hours. Clint and Natasha were out for 20, and Tony was only awake because he wanted to get fixing his suit in case of an emergency. That and Pepper, his girlfriend, arrived, and I think she had a fit at him for endangering himself. Thor was off seeing that Loki was secure yesterday morning, and Steve doesn't like sleeping for too long, so he had gone to help with the clear-up," Matteo explained. "I'm still surprised that I slept for 36 hours straight." Bruce rubbed his eyes after looking at his watch. He had missed it, and was grateful that Matteo had kept it safe rather than it being destroyed by the change to the other guy. "Well, at least we have a long day to cover anything we need to talk about," Matteo said, and scrabbled up to get dressed. Bruce noticed as his son returned from the bathroom that he was in new clothes that fit him perfectly. The colors were of the usual earthy tones that Matteo wore, and Bruce was surprised by how comfortable he seemed in American clothes. "Tony has been avoiding contacting S.H.I.E.L.D. for our bags and his equipment in case Fury calls us in for a debrief, so he bought me some new clothes. He had Pepper take me shopping to look after me, and I tried to stop him, but he insisted," Matteo explained. "There are some clothes more in your size that you should like too." At Bruce's quizzical expression, Matteo took a deep breath and quickly outlined what he had done the day before. Flashback. Matteo had awoken and immediately could tell that his dad wouldn't be waking anytime soon. There wasn't any physical indication as Bruce was sleeping like he normally did, on his back with one arm over his stomach and one around Matteo. He only knew what was likely from experience with the other few times the other guy had appeared. The child's stomach rumbled gently in warning of his hunger, and Matteo had a small internal battle about what to do. He could stay in the extremely comfortable bed and wait for his dad to wake up, or try to venture out of the room in search of food. He knew that Bruce wouldn't likely wake for a long time yet, as yesterday would have completely exhausted him. So Matteo carefully rolled out of bed and put his old clothes on before sneaking from the room. The sun was just starting to dart between the skyscraper-filled skyline, and he paused in his journey to the kitchen just to marvel at the sight. He hadn't really had the time yesterday to really appreciate the view. The plumes of smoke and haze of dust had also detracted from the beauty. No one else was up yet that Matteo could tell. There wasn't any sign of life in the communal areas at least, and he didn't expect anyone to stir for a while yet. The clock on the oven said it had only just gone 8 in the morning. Matteo heaved the huge fridge open and perused the shelves for anything that could substitute breakfast, and spent 10 minutes just reading labels. The cupboards were filled with similar eclectic range of foods. In the end, the child settled for toast as something he could prepare and would definitely eat. He wasn't sure what Tony's policy was on eating food on the sofa, so he quickly ate his breakfast in the kitchen and washed up his plate before going and sitting by the window. 2 of them were smashed and had been roughly patched over, so he sat near the wall where there was no risk of being near the drop. With their bags still being on the helicarrier, Matteo realized he had nothing to do. All his books and sketch pads were in their room, apart from his favorite one. He hoped that book survived the explosion without too much damage. There was a large TV on the wall, but he had no idea what channels would be worth looking at for something to watch. It also wasn't his to play with, so Matteo left it alone and entertained himself with looking out the window. To him, it seemed that there were a lot of helicopters circling the city, and when an occasional one came close, he could sometimes see the names of presumably news channels painted on the side. When a few started to circle the tower to film the damage, Matteo carefully snuck around to sit behind the sofa out of sight. Perhaps an hour later, Matteo's silence was shattered by the lift chiming and the doors opening, revealing a very smartly dressed and rather distressed-looking woman. She had cherry blonde hair and blue eyes that seemed to too quickly pick out all the damage in the room, as if she had been expecting carnage. However, Matteo guessed that if she had driven here, she probably had seen some of the external damage and would have known what to expect. The woman seemed to be quite worried about something, and Matteo thought he would remain unseen as she hurried off. However, she was just about to leave the room when her gaze landed on him. "Oh, hello. I didn't see you there." The woman's face instantly transformed from worried to an attempt at welcoming. "Who are you?" "Matteo Banner," he said dutifully, and stood to give a short bow. "Well, you are a very polite man. I assume your dad is Bruce." "Yes, ma'am," Matteo replied. "Sorry, my head's not with it today. I'm Pepper Potts. I run Stark Industries, and I'm Tony's girlfriend. I don't suppose you've seen him?" Pepper asked. "The last I saw, he was heading to bed, but I haven't seen anyone leave since," Matteo said, helpfully. "I'm just going to check on him, but I can show you how to operate the TV if you want, so you have something to watch," she offered as she walked to the remote control. "Thank you, ma'am," Matteo said. "It's Pepper, and I hope you don't mind me calling you Matteo," Pepper said with a small smile. Now, with the TV for entertainment, Matteo didn't feel quite so uncomfortable, and he soon became absorbed with the debates raging hotly on every news channel. It seemed that the world was still trying to come to grips with the thought of superheroes, let alone the idea of aliens. Although there had been some unrest with unusual humans through the years, the very public display of power the Avengers had given had ignited the globe's interest and fear. Pepper was back an hour later with a rather delicate-looking Tony in tow. Matteo would have guessed he had been drinking from his appearance, but he knew he hadn't. It was much more likely that he was still very sleep-deprived, and an intense talk with Pepper hadn't helped his mind. The man instantly headed to the kitchen and the coffee machine, whilst Pepper quickly set about fixing them some breakfast. "Do you want anything, kiddo?" Tony called over. "No, thanks. I had some toast and juice earlier," Matteo replied. "Toast isn't breakfast, it's a filler. How about some pancakes? Pepper makes amazing blueberry ones. I'd offer to make some, but I can burn a salad," Tony admitted. "I've never had them, so you might just waste them on me. I'll be all right." Matteo tried to decline the offer. He wasn't hungry and wouldn't be for a while yet. "You've never had pancakes? Get over here and try one then," Tony said in a shocked tone. Matteo winced at how Tony seemed to practically order him around, and he was rather reluctant to spend time with the man. However, Tony seemed to notice the boy's discomfort and looked confused and a little lost. Pepper was much more inviting with her warm smile and an encouraging nod of the head. So Matteo gingerly walked to the kitchen and accepted a plate with a pancake on it. He was a bit confused as to how to eat it until Tony smothered his with maple syrup and more blueberries, so he mimicked the billionaire in adding the same topping before gingerly nibbling a bit. "How do you eat something so sweet for breakfast?" Matteo said, once he finished his first mouthful. "It's energy for the day, and much more appealing than toast," Tony replied easily. "It's different," Matteo said thoughtfully as he tried another bite. "Not sure I could manage it every day, but it is quite nice." Pepper watched their antics with an amused look on her face as she watched the childlike adult wolf down his breakfast, whilst the actual child poked his food suspiciously. She hadn't heard anything about the Avengers beyond what Tony had let slip before the whole debacle, so to have a child appear alongside the Hulk surprised her. But the child was sweet and polite, and Pepper had already fallen for his puppy eyes. "Matteo, are those the clothes you wore yesterday?" she asked as she finished scrutinizing the boy. Yes," Matteo replied hesitantly. "The rest of our clothes are still on the helicarrier, and I didn't think pajamas were appropriate for out here. We need to rectify that. You might be here for a few days, and you need something not covered in dust and holes," Tony said critically. "It's all right, they will be fine after a wash and some stitching." "I'm good at patching stuff," Matteo argued quickly. They didn't have the money to waste on new clothes when these would last for a little while longer. "Not happening. You need a new wardrobe for New York, and I'm paying for it," Tony said firmly. "Pep, can you take him shopping with Happy? I'm going to go see to the suit, then head out, and see if they need help with the cleanup." "I'm glad you listened to my suggestion," Pepper said smugly. "I take that's only because you don't want to come shopping?" "Not at all, but currently New York needs Iron Man." "Have fun, kiddo." Tony smiled at Matteo before vanishing into the lift. Shopping in the city was certainly an experience for Matteo, and he ended up spending most of the time just following after Pepper as she picked out clothes. Most of the stores in the immediate vicinity of the tower had been damaged, so they had walked, then hailed a taxi to get to a mall further out in the city. Without Tony, they didn't attract too much attention, but Matteo was still uncomfortable with any stares that came their way. By the time they returned to the tower, Pepper had managed to find 3 sets of clothes that suited Matteo that met his approval, and had picked up more clothes that were more to Bruce's tastes. Although Matteo didn't enjoy the shopping part of the trip, he found himself enjoying Pepper and Happy's company as they both tried to get to know him. Happy was a bit gruff and awkward to start with, but Matteo managed to get through his tough exterior with some subtle compliments and innocent questions. By the end of the trip, Happy was acting less like the security detail he was hired to be and more like a normal human. Pepper seemed to be enjoying having a child to dress, and it was only Matteo's polite insistence that he really didn't need toys or extra clothes that stopped them from leaving heavily laden. The woman was kind and genuinely listened to him when he spoke. She was never patronizing or ignored his own opinion when he gave it. Matteo was quite pleased that although he felt guilty for taking their money for clothes, he also felt that he could now count 2 more adults as friends. It wasn't many, but it pretty much doubled the tally from what it had been that morning. "So now, I'll go make breakfast. Everyone is using the kitchen on the next floor up," seeing as Loki broke this level, Matteo finished off and quickly disappeared out the door. Now that he was slightly more awake, Bruce could feel that his body was incredibly rested after his almost coma-like sleep, although he realized he felt rather dehydrated and hungry as a result of being unconscious for so long. Matteo had been right, and new clothes had been put into the walk-in wardrobe that were more similar to his usual style, so he gladly got dressed in a purple shirt and black trousers. The shoes he had borrowed for the meal a couple of days ago were still just inside the door, so he slid them on again. He hadn't noticed after the battle that the rooms were slightly soundproof, but upon stepping outside of their room, Bruce could hear the sounds of workers much more clearly. It seemed that Tony had decided to completely remodel the top of the tower, and the workers were busy ripping out all the fixtures and furnishings for the improvements. Bruce shook his head at the man's indecisiveness and frivolous spending habits before heading for the stairs to the floor above. Matteo was there like he had said, and seemed to be in the middle of creating the biggest fruit salad possible. The child had already cut up an entire pineapple with numerous apples, bananas, strawberries, and kiwis, and had a mound of blueberries, grapes, cranberries, and dried peach slices to add to the bowl. It was almost obvious that Matteo still wasn't used to so much space in the kitchen, as he kept all his work to a tiny part of the kitchen counter. "How many people are you catering for today?" Bruce asked as he went to flick the kettle on. "Well, I thought I could make lots, then we can either eat it later or someone else can have it. Natasha and Clint might like some, or perhaps Steve if he comes around. I think Tony lives off coffee, and Thor is a bit of a carnivore," Matteo said jokingly. Bruce felt a little annoyed that he had slept for so long. It seemed that even if his son hadn't become friends with the Avengers, he at least knew more about them than he did. However, Matteo said that at least Clint, Natasha, and Thor were apparently considering using the building for another couple of days whilst everything was sorted out, so he still had time to catch up with everyone. But he put those thoughts to one side as the tea was ready, and he grabbed some natural yogurt from the fridge to go with the fruit salad. Once they were settled at the breakfast bar, Bruce turned to his charge and put on his serious face. "Right, Matteo, shall we go through what happened yesterday? And you can tell me exactly what you were doing in the middle of a war zone?" Bruce asked neutrally. Matteo pulled a face but honestly explained his thoughts and concerns, and ran through the events from the other guy getting loose on the helicarrier all the way through to their jaunt to the shawarma joint. Bruce sat quietly and listened fairly to the entire story, then continued to sit silently after Matteo had finished his story, had covered his antics over the last day. "Well, I'm slightly disappointed in you. You are smart enough to realize that a battleground is not a safe place to go into without any kind of protection or training. Also, you should know I would never abandon you," Bruce said calmly, and Matteo hung his head in shame. "However, your treatment of Selvig possibly sped up the closure of the portal, and meant that the man was at least more aware to make quick decisions than if someone else had merely slapped him awake." Bruce sat and thought for a bit more, while Matteo looked at him with a faint look of hope in his eyes. "I can hardly ground you, as we have no home at the moment, nor can I take away any kind of privileges, as there is very little in the world that you do that is not creative or beneficial. So all I can say is that I am disappointed in you, and that I wish you would act more rationally in the future." "Sorry, Dad," Matteo said quietly. "And now I have done my duty. I think we should eat up and forget all about it. We can see how we can be useful nearby, with the clear up or in the hospitals," Bruce said. They had just finished their breakfast, and Matteo was washing up when the silence was interrupted by the thumping of heavy feet on the stairs. Matteo seemed unconcerned by the sound, so Bruce followed his example and flicked through a newspaper that had been left on the counter. Soon Thor appeared, wearing his entire battle garb, complete with long flowing red cloak and hammer. "Good morning," Thor, Bruce said in greeting. I am afraid it is not, Doctor, Thor said seriously. What's wrong? Matteo asked as he emptied the sink of water. The child was not a fan of the chore, so Bruce had almost tentatively suggested he do it as punishment. I have been talking to my brother, and he has raised some disturbing concerns, Thor explained slowly. What has he said? Do we need to get the others here? It was Bruce's turn to turn serious. It only concerns you two, or more specifically young Matteo here. Both adults looked at the child, who suddenly felt incredibly nervous. What does Loki want with me? We've only seen each other twice, Matteo said in a small voice. Loki is well versed in the use of magic and how it feels. He says that you are a seeder, a magic wielder of Midgardian descent. Thor explained at their confused looks. Are there such people? There have been some odd incidences in the past that we couldn't explain, but I have never encountered a human magic wielder, Bruce said. When we first visited Midgard, there were a few individuals that could wield magic, and they used to be very common a millennia ago. Your myth of Merlin is not purely the story that you believe it is, as I learnt from Lady Jane. According to Loki, there are still many Seeder on the planet, but they remain hidden to avoid persecution. Well, Matteo being a Seeder is nothing worrying. I admit I am confused about the logistics of someone controlling magic, but I am not going to disown him because of it. However, I doubt family harmony would be something that would cause enough concern for Loki to send you here. Bruce looked thoughtfully at the Norse god. As I said, Loki is much better attuned to magic than I, and he says he has felt a second presence attached to your son. Bruce stood stock still for a few seconds before turning to his son and kneeling at eye level to scrutinize him. Matteo was as baffled as his father, and the two stared into each other's eyes for a minute. The other guy is quite good at sensing things, and he doesn't seem concerned about Matteo having another side like I do. Bruce turned to Thor once he had finished letting the other guy have a metaphorical sniff around. I am unsure whether Loki detected a split personality like you, Dr. Banner, or if he suspected some kind of possession. According to him, his contact with the child was too limited to be certain, Thor said uncomfortably. So, you are implying we go to meet him and talk this through? Bruce said in a carefully measured tone. We don't have much of an option. We don't know if there would be anyone we could talk to in the magical world that could see what Loki has found, Matteo pointed out. There is one other option, Thor said slowly, as if unsure about the idea. My father may be able to detect the same thing as Loki and could fix it. We have technology on Asgard that can do much more than what yours is capable of. Traveling to Asgard may be difficult, though, until the Bifrost is fixed, Bruce said. Although, if your father was agreeable with the idea, I would much rather him sort out the problem than Loki. Perhaps we should go see Loki and let him figure out what he sensed. Then we can decide whether to trust him to fix it or to ask Thor's father to take a look. Matteo suggested. Loki is secured in a facility that means he cannot hurt anyone, and I am sure Fury would be agreeable to ensuring no S.H.I.E.L.D. member attacks you again, friend, Thor said. Bruce looked unhappy with the idea of retuning to any S.H.I.E.L.D. base again, seeing as the last time he had caused a few $1 million worth of damage. I am not letting Matteo anywhere near your brother unless I am nearby. No offense, Thor. I understand. Loki has not endeared himself to anyone here, Thor said honestly, but with sadness in his eyes. I can fly us there now, if you are agreeable. Lead the way. Bruce nodded, and the trio walked up to the roof. Traveling by hammer, as Matteo thought of it, was an odd experience. Matteo decided that it was probably the closest that anyone could get to flying, although there was no obvious propulsion beyond the magic of Mjolnir. Bruce and Matteo were aware of the wind whipping past them and ruffling their clothes, but they were able to see perfectly without pain. If they had had the time to ask Thor some questions, Matteo would have loved to have heard how Mjolnir worked to protect those that were flying. However, as soon as they arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, they were distracted. The soldiers looked extremely on edge when they saw Bruce at Thor's left side, but they refrained from raising their weapons. Matteo was glad of this. The subtle stares were tolerable, but pulling guns was simply unfair on the man who had worked as part of their team to save the Earth. The least they could do would be to cut him some slack. Thor seemed oblivious of the slight raise and tensions and gestured the direction they would head in before leading the way. Bruce strode to catch up and was able to match Thor's pace reasonably comfortably, although he had to keep a fast pace to keep abreast of the man. In contrast, Matteo ended up settling for a trot where 3 of his steps matched one of Thor's. The 3 entered through a large metal door and immediately ended up heading down many stairs. Matteo was unsure how far down they ended up going, but the corridors were freezing from the cold earth around them. It seemed that their destination was at the lowest level in the facility, and Thor strode through to a cell with an ease that spoke of his many visits to his brother. The cell was not dissimilar to the cage that had been built for the Hulk on the helicarrier, and Bruce had a sinking suspicion that this prison was originally designed for the other guy as well. Inside the glass walls, Loki sat on a hard bench bed and stared at the newcomers with undisguised interest. Obviously, he received very little mental stimulation, so even some new faces were a welcome distraction. "I brought them, as I said I would, brother," Thor said rather redundantly. Loki didn't deign to reply, but merely sat there and stared at Bruce and Matteo. Bruce looked away first, nervously shifting feet and unconsciously fiddling with the hem of his shirt. He was still very much aware of the consequences of the last time the god had played with his mind. However, in contrast, Matteo held his gaze impassively and waited the man out. After 3 minutes, Loki smiled and stood. "I like this child. He has fire in his soul. It helped me survive until someone cared about me," Matteo said shortly. "Something you should know well, seeing as you are adopted too." Loki regarded the boy again and seemed to decide to ignore the last sentence Matteo said. He walked to the edge of his cell before talking again. "We may as well get on with what we have gathered for. If I am to examine you, then I need you to come closer." Matteo felt his dad tense up behind him, so he flashed Bruce a comforting smile as he walked to within a meter of the glass walls. "If you cannot sense what's wrong from here, then you do not deserve the reputation that is built up around you." Loki looked both infuriated and amused by the one who was playing with his ego. Matteo raised an eyebrow and waited patiently for Loki to do whatever he was going to do. The adopted Asgardian seemed to give up trying to regain some superiority and made eye contact with the child. The captive put his hand on the glass wall before frowning in concentration. At first, it seemed that nothing was happening, but slowly Matteo was aware of a buzzing in his ears. The sound then seemed to become a feeling inside his head, and he started to feel a headache building around the area where his scar used to be. As much as Matteo wanted to look away and scratch his forehead, He couldn't do anything. He was frozen and slightly afraid. The pain was reaching levels equal to a migraine when Loki dropped his hand and sighed from his exertion. Matteo rubbed his forehead as if trying to get rid of the pain, but he found that it was ineffectual. As soon as Loki had cut the connection, the pain had vanished, leaving only the memory of the sensation to bother the child. "So what did you find, brother?" Thor asked, once both the magical users stood back from the glass. Matteo looked hopefully at the man sealed in the cell. Loki sighed and looked at the two adults. "I was right. There is a second presence within the child." Bruce looked ready to interrupt, but Loki raised a hand. "No, it is not the same as with your monster. It is more like a sliver of another's soul has attached itself to the boy at some point. Did you have a severe head injury at some point in the past?" "I had a scar when I was little, but Bruce paid for me to have plastic surgery so that it wasn't visible anymore." Matteo tapped where the lightning bolt used to be. "Do you know how it was caused?" "No, I had it for as long as I could remember. My aunt and uncle said I got it when my parents died." Matteo shrugged. Without any further information, Loki moved on. "The presence has survived alongside your magical core, and although it hasn't grown as you have, it shows no sign of dying off of its own accord. There seems to be no obvious negative effect on you apart from perhaps a few extra talents, but I would not recommend you keeping it there." "Will it harm him to have it for a few more years?" "I would rather not expose him to a possibly painful procedure to have it removed just yet," Bruce asked. "As I said, there is no obvious negative effects of the extra piece being in there. It is not feeding off his life energy or his magical reserves. It just seems to be using his body as a storage container." Loki rolled his eyes at having to repeat himself. "It will not harm him for it to remain there, nor will it harm him to have it removed. In the same vein, delaying the inevitable will not lessen the unpleasantness of the process. However, you will have to wait until you find someone able to do what you require." No one wanted to discuss the possibility of Loki doing it, and an uncomfortable silence fell. "So can you sense other magic users on Midgard?" Matteo asked, and was careful to use the terms that Loki would use. "Not accurately from here, but whilst I roam in your world, I could sense pockets of cedar across the globe. Mostly they seem to keep themselves separate. Less than a percentage of your population have the gift, so discovering these men would not be easy if that is your intent," Loki supplied. "I just wondered if you knew anything about them." "I've not heard of magic being real before." Matteo shrugged. "Like I said, with so few of them being around, it would be easy to dismiss odd happenings as a trick of sight. Some seed or do make their way in life amongst the majority as street performers, but the power that they, and you, wield is much more versatile and dangerous than mere tricks. Do you know what I can do? Can you tell how much power I have?" Matteo asked eagerly. Bruce was going to interrupt. He did not like the idea of Loki spending more time than necessary with his child. However, Loki did not seem to be too annoyed by Matteo's questioning. If anything, he seemed almost happy to indulge the child. The cedar that existed when Odin and his ilk first visited Midgard were limited by their knowledge. Those I found recently are limited by tradition and nonsensical guidelines than by knowledge. It is almost amusing, Loki smirked. If you train with them, you'll be as blind and powerless as they are. And if I wasn't limited, Matteo asked, you would not be as powerful as I am. Our magic is different, and I've had centuries to practice. However, You could easily destroy the monster you call a father with a single spell, Loki declared. He isn't a monster, Matteo stated firmly. He's different, and that means he is misunderstood. The same as you. Bruce put a hand on Matteo's shoulder to indicate their departure. He had kept his silence and allowed the two to converse. Loki was only likely to turn the conversation into an argument about semantics, and Matteo would not be able to keep up with the silver-tongued god. Thor looked reluctant to leave, but turned to lead the way out, and Bruce nodded respectfully for Loki's work. Thank you for taking a look, Loki, Matteo said honestly before he turned away. The god looked surprised to be thanked sincerely and nodded in acknowledgement. Matteo returned to his father, and the trio bid the god farewell before leaving. The child looked back before the door slammed shut, and he managed to catch the pensive look on Loki's face. You went to visit that psychopath. Tony was not happy when they returned. They had just made it to the new communal level and had settled down in the living room when Tony had burst through the lift doors. Obviously, he had hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. security cameras and knew everything, so Bruce didn't even try to deny it. I assume you hacked the CCTV footage and watched everything? He had the answers we needed, and we didn't know of anyone else we could ask. Bruce rubbed the bridge of his nose as if warding off a headache. It could have been a trap, Tony huffed. And yes, I did watch the footage. I've also erased any records that S.H.I.E.L.D. could have of your conversation or visit. With Thor and Dad there, then I highly doubt we would have any problems, Matteo pointed out whilst Bruce smiled gratefully at Tony for his action. What's done is done. We are back safe and with more questions than answers, Bruce said with a tone of finality. He refused to discuss the meeting and his son with the man he barely knew, and there would be no way he would budge on that stance. What is the situation here with the city? Steve's been helping out with the rubble clearance the last couple of days. Natasha and Clint have been staying out of the way as they are still S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives and need a level of anonymity. Although Clint's been missing for a few hours, so he is probably out helping too. I'm going to suit up again and help as Pepper said that we need good press. Which reminds me, if anyone asks about the two of you, as you are likely to be spotted anyway, what do you want her to say? Well, we cannot stay for long, so being spotted is likely to not be a problem, Bruce said. You can't just leave. I haven't shown you the R&D department yet, or the labs, or anything I'm working on. Tony protested. Tony wouldn't say it out loud. He didn't do sharing his emotions, but he had quite enjoyed the short amount of time he had spent with both the Banners. As the two had guessed, the billionaire had no idea how to deal with kids, but Matteo had been smart and reasonably easy to talk to. He still wouldn't consider having a child of his own anytime soon, but Tony could be persuaded if they were as easy as Matteo. With that revelation, and the possibility of a good friendship in Bruce, Tony wasn't about to let the pair of Banners leave quite yet. Matteo was similarly disappointed to hear they were going to be leaving soon, but held his tongue. He knew Bruce was likely still feeling guilty about hulking out in the helicarrier, and he had never been truly comfortable since they had left Calcutta. Tony, I am a wanted fugitive. I cannot stay here in case Ross turns up and opens fire again, like he did at the university 10 years ago. Plus, I have Matteo to think about. I cannot run the risk of being caught. Bruce sighed. Exactly. Think of Matteo. The kid needs a decent place to call home. And where better than here? He can get a decent education and get to play with all the coolest gadgets here. While you could do proper research and be a scientist again, Tony exclaimed. But that does not remove the problem that I have an anger management problem, as you pointed out, and that I am a wanted man, Bruce argued. We can talk to S.H.I.E.L.D. about that. They said they kept people off your back before, and they can do it again. Otherwise, I will withdraw my funding and tech. Also think about the problem if you are caught elsewhere. Who will look after Matteo? Granted, he is a smart kid and would probably get along fine. But here, there would be other people to look out for him if you had to be called away. Tony plowed on. Don't guilt-trip me into staying here, Bruce warned, annoyed that the man was considering of sinking that low to get his way. Tony luckily stopped with that train of thought, which gave Matteo a chance to speak up. We could see whether there were any small clinics that would want an extra helping hand, Matteo said quietly. It wouldn't be as beneficial as being in developing countries, but you said it yourself once that running was becoming harder as more places started to have rumors of the other guy. Even Matteo agrees with me, Tony crowed. I am not agreeing. I am laying the facts out. Matteo snapped at the older man, surprisingly backed out of the family discussion for a short while. You could practice your proper field of science again and help the world that way, and I can learn to be a doctor and get qualified. There is the risk of people coming after you, but if the other guy was seen to be useful as an avenger, then it would be a lot harder for someone like this Ross guy to kidnap you. However, I know you've said that rich countries cost more to live in, and I doubt our rupee stash would convert to many dollars. Don't worry about that. You can move in here. Tony couldn't restrain himself anymore. You help me with some of my other projects, and then you can have a share in the profits they generate. I'm sure you have some ideas, too, that we could work on to help people in the countries you've been in. And seeing as I am remodeling the tower, I can build you to your own personal level to live in. I don't want us to be a burden, Bruce said weakly. Tony grinned like a cat that had the cream, and he pushed his advantage. Bruce, I have an entire tower here, then a number of houses across the globe and my own island. Stark Industries profits mean I wouldn't be able to bankrupt myself even in 3 lifetimes at my current rate of spending. So you're moving in. Do I have to enroll at a school? Matteo asked. He was not against learning, but the types of behavior and customs of American kids was likely completely different to what he was used to. We could probably homeschool you if you wanted, Bruce, and I could teach you science, math, English, and DT without any trouble. We could get a tutor for the rest, Tony said. He was exhilarated that his idea had come to fruition. His possible friend and the child he could almost see himself adopting weren't running off again. Tony would happily don a tutu and learn ballet with S.H.I.E.L.D. if it meant that the pair would stay. Actually, we might have a problem with enrolling you. I have no papers proving your existence, Bruce realized. How have you gotten through border checks then? Tony asked. Illegally. Bruce stated the obvious with a raised eyebrow. How did you adopt him then? The billionaire rolled his eyes at Bruce's statement, feeling that he had walked into that one. Technically, I haven't. In India, people just accepted my word, and we avoided any government figure that might question me and check it up, Bruce admitted. Then that is the first thing we are going to fix, Tony said decisively. Jarvis, bring up any paperwork we would need to fill out to get this ball rolling. Certainly, sir. Shall I also get your lawyers ready to have this filed as quickly as possible? Yes, good idea. If we can have this done before the press get hold of it, then we can seal out any potential relatives that try to force him to go back to them. Pull up the relevant citizenship papers, too, and we can get started on that as well, Tony replied, his head already directed at the electronic tablet in his hand. He missed the worried look on Matteo's face at the mention of relatives trying to claim him. With the combined power of all Tony's lawyers, the adoption was rushed through, and 2 evenings later, all the members of the Avengers gathered in the kitchen of Stark Tower to bear witness to the signing of the adoption papers. Matteo had known very little information of his proper identity, only that he was probably born near the end of July, and thought he was 6 when he had met Bruce. The two of them had usually celebrated Matteo's birthday at the beginning of July to save confusion, and so Tony used that to create the official paperwork that they needed for the adoption. Forging a birth certificate was not hard for the billionaire genius, and in no time at all he had created a convincingly original record for Matteo, and soon Matteo Banner, née Smith, was toasted by the 6 most famous and celebrated people of the world. A careless comment from Thor about family traditions on Asgard soon had the male Avengers arguing over the human tradition of assigning godparents. Pepper was voted as godmother, as she was not likely to end up in life-threatening situations like Natasha, and so was likely to be the safest option to still be around if she was needed to fulfill her duties. Who the godfather was going to be took an hour to decide, as the men were a lot more vocal and argumentative during the decision process. Natasha had bowed out quite when they decided that Pepper was the better choice, but the male Avengers were less inclined to give in so easily. Thor seemed to be the most reliable bet, but should he be called to take up the mantle as King of Asgard, he would be unable to be there for Matteo. Clint was in the same position as Natasha in that he lived with the most risk of being in danger on missions. Steve had the better personality of the 2 remaining candidates that would be more conducive to raising a child, but if anyone really wanted to get their hands on Matteo, then they could probably bring up his confusion with modern-day life as a sign of psychosis and have Matteo taken away by force. So the only option was Tony, as he had the financial and political clout to force anything he wanted to happen. The other Avengers were looking slightly put out at the decision as Pepper and Tony accepted their roles as godparents. Matteo helped to cheer them up by announcing that he was making everyone else aunt and uncles so that they were still part of his family. Clint immediately perked up at that, and he declared that he was going to be the uncle that led him astray, whilst Natasha sighed and gave him a look that obviously said she was the one that was going to stop him. Bruce had watched the interaction from the sideline and was rather surprised by the turn of events. He was certainly pleased that there was such a large and formidable family formed to protect his son from any threat the world could throw at him. And seeing the group together interacting with his son helped settle the worried feeling that had been plaguing him ever since he had agreed to stay in the U.S. Even if he was threatened, at least Matteo would be protected by people that would and could tear apart a city to find him and keep him safe. Chapter 19, Living the Stark Life. Once the minor modifications had been made to Stark Tower, or Avengers Tower as the media had started to call it, Bruce and Matteo were given a floor as Tony had promised. The entire floor space easily outstripped the combined area of all their past houses they decided, and for a few days they experienced a mild case of claustrophilia. After about a week, Matteo found himself at ease with his huge room, which had been helped by Tony urging him to choose a color scheme for it, and then paying for extra furnishings. Matteo now had a room painted in a soft sunset orange with a cream and brown fleck carpet. Tony had seemingly immediately picked up on the theme without being told, and had the bed replaced with a wooden 4-poster bed with genuine Indian drapes, had Indian patterns painted around the doorways, and bought a wide variety of decorations for the room. Matteo had been over the moon when he was allowed back in his room after Tony had gone on a painting spree, and he had had to bite back a laugh when Bruce had scolded the man for hanging 2 crossed tulwar and a dowel shield on the wall. Tony had won the argument by pointing out every inhabitant of the building had weapons. 2 more hung on the wall was not going to make a difference. Tony seemed to have gone to the same amount of effort for Bruce's room, too, and it had a very similar style apart from it being ocean blue with gold swirling patterns across the ceiling. Both had been dragged shopping by an eager Pepper and less willing Tony, and their wardrobes were now full of clothes for any occasion. Tony had only agreed to go along without arguing by striking a compromise and took Matteo shopping for a variety of construction toy sets and a stack of books. Although Matteo had no idea if he would ever need the 5 bags of toys, he now had it made his room look less empty. Their shared areas were just as incredible as their rooms, with a large open-plan living room and kitchen, as well as a guest room on their floor. Seeing as neither of them expected it to be used often, they decided to fill the wall space with shelves and started a mini library with the books they had carried with them. Over the first few days, they noticed how other odd books started to appear amongst the dog-eared copies of myths, poetry, and science books. They never spotted Tony on their floor, but Matteo wouldn't have been surprised if the man was trying to find more ways of making their stay more enjoyable so that they wouldn't leave. Steve had also accepted a floor once Tony had worn him down, and he had moved in a few days after Bruce and Matteo. His arrival was a bit of a surprise for everyone considering how well he had gotten on with Stark, but Matteo and Bruce just rolled with it. Although the man had a flat already thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D, Bruce assumed that Tony was worried the man would refuse to leave the 1940s unless forced to. Also forcing him to move in and interact with others was probably Tony's convoluted way of showing he cared. Steve and Tony didn't often interact, as the latter was often at business meetings or in his workshop even once they started living in the same building. However, on the occasions, they were all in the same room. Together, it was obvious that their initial hostilities had mellowed somewhat. Tony could still be immature and argumentative, and Steve could still be a stickler for politeness and formality. However, both of them seemed to try to cut the other some slack, and the tension between them slowly eased. Steve was often a little baffled about the new technology of the 21st century and seemed rather ashamed of the fact, so would often avoid the labs and anything technological. However, Matteo was in the same boat with half the gadgets found in Stark Tower, and soon managed to get the man to accompany him to go talk to Bruce or Tony to find out what things did. The ploy helped both get to grips with technology, whilst getting better acquainted with the other 2 Avengers. Bruce was often better at explaining in a way Steve and Matteo could understand, but Tony knew the intricacies of his technology. So it ended up being a good exercise for the billionaire in trying to be more cohesive and patient when he spoke to the pair. Tony had also badgered Clint and Natasha about moving in as well. And although they were assuming they would regularly be off on missions, they had moved in. It seemed that they mostly did so grudgingly. It was kind of obvious they wanted to take advantage of the amazing accommodation that was being offered to them for free. Matteo hadn't even slept in his bed on the helicarrier, but if it was as hard as it had looked, then he wouldn't have hesitated on moving home to escape permanently sleeping on one. What also hadn't helped the situation was that the footage of the battle had been aired globally, so the 2 agents were finding it hard not being on missions as regularly as they were used to. Clint was also being forced to undergo psych evaluations to ensure Loki had not caused any serious psychological damage. As a result, the 2 were spending more time than they first assumed at the tower. Tony had seemingly planned for this, and had had a shooting range and gym/sparring room built in a basement level under the garage that he just happened to have spare. Both of the assassins had been surprised by the facilities when Tony had taken them both, unwillingly, on a tour of the tower. But the installations worked well as the pair remained happily engaged in training. Bruce had retold the story of Tony madly designing and constructing both the shooting range and gym in time for Barton and Romanoff's arrival. Apparently, he had been worried that without sufficient distraction, he could be under threat of mauling by the easily irritated red-headed assassin. Bruce hadn't wanted to correct him and had let Tony spend a few days building the machinery for the rooms, as it gave him some space from the energetic billionaire. The first few days after everyone had moved in to live in the tower was admittedly a little awkward, as everyone tried to dance around each other and settle in. Although they had worked well as a team to stop the Chitauri, there was little in the way of obvious similarities or connections between the individual members of the group. Tony and Bruce bonded over science, while Clint and Natasha were already very close from many missions where they had had each other's backs. Steve seemed pretty nervous to interfere with the established friendships, while no one knew how to keep up with Tony and Bruce if they started on one of their discussions. So Mateo, who had seen the problem already, decided to try to help out. To start with, he learnt the layout of the vents within the tower, and then he purposefully went to find Clint. The archer had made a few nests within the vents, seemingly as his refuge away from everyone, and Mateo was lucky when he found the man after a few minutes searching. He felt a bit bad for intruding on the man's privacy. He hadn't been told, but it was obvious that Clint was struggling with his actions under Loki's control. Although he had kept it together to fight the Chitauri, you couldn't fail to see the bags under his eyes and the pale and drawn look on his features. The vents and nests were his way of being hidden and safe, but close to others so he could see day-to-day life. But Mateo had a plan to help that, he hoped, so he needed Clint to come out. "Hey, Squirt, I told you that the vents are mine," he said half in jest. "Well, you can hardly turf me out if you can't catch me," Mateo said with a grin of challenge. "That's a bold challenge," Clint smiled back. Then the pair were off scrambling through the vents. What Mateo may have gained in being small enough to easily maneuver through the metal maze Clint made up for in sheer strength, enabling him to barrel along propelled by his limbs. The race was almost evenly matched when it came down to it, and Mateo grinned in exhilaration as they slithered down straights, rattled around corners, scaled vertical shafts, and slammed down others as the chase covered all of the communal floors. The Avengers at work within the tower, they were slightly confused by the loud banging and shouting that emanated from the ceiling and walls, and more than one of them were concerned enough to reach for their weapons. Steve, who was adequately armed with just his fists anyway, had approached the grill to the vent in his living room as the sounds of clanging and shouting got louder. He had been sketching memories of his old life when the noise attracted his attention. Although there were various other people in the building that he could talk to, when he got lonely, Steve had found himself becoming ever more reluctant to leave his level to find people. The view was amazing, and the selection of books promised to keep him entertained for hours. And leaving his apartment level meant having to interact with gadgets and technology that he was baffled by. The rattling and banging coming from the ceiling was a new noise, one that Steve hadn't heard before in his week of living at the tower. So despite his better judgment, he put down his sketch pad and walked cautiously over to the source of the sound. Suddenly, the soldier was almost barreled off his feet by the small body which fell out and into his arms. Matteo was slightly dusty from the vents, red-cheeked from exertion and exhilaration, and was laughing hard enough to be almost in tears. All right, I give up, Hawkeye. The vents are yours, Matteo gasped. That's right. And don't you forget it. Clint's sweaty face appeared a moment later. Oh, hello, Cap. What are you both doing? Steve asked in amusement, still holding the laughing child. Matteo foolishly challenged me for ownership of the vents, and he lost. Clint glared in mock severity at the boy. So that was all the banging, Steve said in realization. Yes, sorry about that. We may have gotten carried away. Matteo stopped laughing and tried to look contrite. However, his shining eyes showed that he was still far too amused to feel remorse yet. As long as the Hulk doesn't suspect an attack, we will be fine, Steve pointed out. You give Dad too little credit. His tolerance and control is really very good, Matteo insisted. How many times have you met the Hulk? He seemed to be pretty comfortable with you, Clint asked curiously as he clambered out of the air vent. About 3 maybe? Dad almost lost it once in India a few months after we had met, and that's when I learnt properly about the other guy. He came out to protect me when we were in Brazil, when I was about 9, and again, once in Africa, when a storm triggered some kind of flashback. The other guy at first seemed confused when I wasn't running away screaming. On both occasions. But then he curled around me to protect me from the storm, and that pretty much set the tone for our relationship. Bruce is still in there when the other guy takes over, but he is severely suppressed. Strong emotions get through, though, like his protectiveness of me. And now you guys probably... Matteo had to think about his relationship with the other half of his dad. I thought that protective streak may have been new. He did not seem very concerned about looking after Natasha when he got loose on the helicarrier. Steve bit back, still angry at the Hulk's actions. He was under a severe amount of stress without an obvious way out. He hasn't been that bad in a while. We were in Brazil, the last time the other guy reacted so badly. I think it is the guns pointed at him that causes that. Matteo shrugged, not pleased with how the conversation was going. What happened in Brazil? Clint asked. We had moved into a very run-down favela that had a huge problem with drugs and virtually no medical presence to help them. Anyway, Dad started treating people like he always did, accepting what people could spare, and working with what he could afford. After a while, the cartel that was running in the neighborhood was not impressed with his philanthropic work, as it was giving people hope that things could improve. They lured us to a warehouse where apparently someone had been injured and needed help. The boss tried to force Dad to either work for him or to pay protection money, and then he had the brilliant idea of getting one of his goons to put a gun to my head. The other guy really didn't like that, and I don't think anyone apart from the two of us got out alive, Matteo explained. The Hulk really is rather possessive. Clint whistled. He is, if you get to know Bruce more. Plus, then you will realize Dad is much more than a nervous shell fragilely containing the Hulk. Matteo glared at the pair disapprovingly. How do you suggest we go about doing that? Steve asked, willing to give it a try. Dad loves cooking, and he is mean at playing poker. He has quite a sense of humor for practical jokes, too, once he knows you, Matteo suggested. We'll start cooking as a group then, if he emerges from the labs at any point, Clint promised. Leave that to me, Matteo smiled. We need to get to know you two better, kid. You seem to be pretty fast and agile in the vents, Clint praised him. Have you had much training to defend yourself? I've had a few lessons here and there in Brazil, and China mostly, but nothing major, Mateo replied in confusion. Then we are so taking you to the gym at some point. But for now, food. Clint smiled and lifted the child over his shoulder and marched to the lift. The mechanic and his scientist friend were broken out of their joined concentration by Jarvis. The two regularly ended up spending more time in the labs than they intended, and Bruce had only meant to be there for a couple of hours that day. Sirs, I have been asked to tell you to head to the communal kitchen immediately, the AI said passively. What's wrong, Jarvis? Tony asked as he put down his pad. I am unsure. I have merely been told to summon you both, the British voice said vaguely. The pair looked at each other in confusion. Who is asking for us? Your son is Dr. Banner. He is rather insistent. Mateo never makes a fuss unless it is urgent, Bruce explained as he took his glasses off. We better go then. We can leave the computer running through the results of this code. Tony tapped a few commands into the computer and followed after Bruce, who was already at the door. There was no conversation in the lift up from the R&D labs, as Bruce was worried about what had caused Mateo to request their presence. Tony knew that the man was worrying as he fidgeted with his shirt cuffs and was shuffling constantly, so he left the man alone to his thoughts. Despite most of the team being under the illusion that he had the social skills of a chimpanzee, Tony knew that there was nothing he could say that could possibly calm the man in the next 12 seconds. So instead of making the situation worse, he knew to keep quiet, which Bruce seemed to appreciate. What the pair did not expect upon the doors of the lift opening was the sound of laughter and chatter. Bruce almost legged it from the lift to the kitchen, and Tony was only a few meters behind him. They found Mateo sitting on the island countertop, whilst Clint and Steve were rummaging through the cupboards. Are you all right, Mateo? Bruce asked as he approached. I realized there was something very wrong going on, Mateo said honestly. What's that? The two newcomers froze as Tony voiced the thought they shared. You guys are sharing the same building, but you barely interact or speak to each other. So I am fixing that. We are making dinner together and watching a film or having a gaming marathon, Mateo announced. You didn't tell us about the film? Clint said suspiciously. I thought it was obvious. You are the spy after all, Mateo pointed out. Kid, you are almost too smart for your own good, Tony smiled. But you dragged us out of the labs to cook? That might not have been so smart. It's a perfectly smart idea. Dad is an awesome cook, the boy grinned. Tony looked as if he was going to argue with the idea of an entire evening wasted, but Steve and Clint silenced him with matching glares. It seemed that Mateo had more than just Bruce and Pepper wrapped around his fingers, and they had not even lived there a month. What do people fancy? Bruce asked. Dad can cook Chinese, Indian, Thai, Brazilian, and African dishes quite easily. Mateo narrowed down the options. Well, we could probably manage curries or Chinese from the ingredients we have. Clint quickly glanced through the cupboards again. Stir fry and Thai curry, all right for people? Bruce suggested. We can make dumplings too, Mateo suggested. Natasha and Pepper, who had been at S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries respectively, arrived back at the tower roughly at the same time and managed to catch the same lift up to the communal floor. In the few days Natasha had lived there, she had learnt that few people cooked regularly, but Clint would at least be in the kitchen at this time, choosing which takeaway to order that day. Pepper, after hearing her plan to order takeout, decided to join in. They were both surprised when the lift door opened and they smelt an interesting mixture of spices and herbs. "What's all this?" Pepper asked as they rounded the corner. "Bonding night. Mateo had the idea that we cooked dinner together and then watched some movies or something. We liked the idea, so we're doing it," Tony explained as he turned around. Pepper stifled a laugh at the amount of flour in his hair, probably transferred there, when he ruffled it in frustration. Clint and Steve were both lightly dusted, but most of the flour they wore was on their clothing. Mateo, who knelt on a stool to be level with the kitchen counter, and Bruce were completely clean and were failing to hide their amused smiles. She had no idea how the child had managed to get Tony out of his lab, but she was immediately determined to make the evening a success if it meant he was out of there more often. "Well then, how can we help?" Pepper dropped her purse on the table next to the sofa and looked eagerly at the two chefs. Natasha was similarly surprised with the situation, but more the fact that Clint hadn't yet gotten annoyed with Stark and shot him, and that Tony seemed to be very accommodating and nice to everyone. At first she thought that the persona was being forced, and that the billionaire would eventually crack and storm out. However, as the last of the preparations were made, and after the minimal amount of cleaning that Bruce insisted had been done, the group of 7 of them sat down to the meal. "This is really good," Steve said as they all dug in. "You sound surprised," Clint laughed. "You helped make it." "It is because we helped out that I wasn't sure how good it would be," Steve admitted. Bruce chuckled along with the rest of the table at that confession. Although most people around the table were reasonably proficient with chopsticks, Steve was slightly clumsy with them, and Mateo kindly pointed out some ways that he could get better with them. The super soldier couldn't help but notice that Bruce and Mateo were using theirs as easily as a fork to scoop up rice and vegetables. Even Tony, who had explained that he had had a number of business trips to China, did not seem so skilled with the odd utensils. "So how long did you two spend in China to get so good at cooking the food and using chopsticks?" Steve asked. "About 8 months in total. We had to wait while Mateo was booked into surgery, and then had fully recovered before even considering moving. It was a good country. We were heading back there eventually after Calcutta stopped being a viable place to live," Bruce explained. "Why did you need surgery?" Pepper asked worriedly. "I had a scar on my forehead that I was quite self-conscious about. It was ugly and people could immediately identify me, so I didn't want it. I also needed glasses, and Dad suggested that we got that fixed at the same time," Mateo explained. Pepper studied the boy intently, which made him slightly uncomfortable. "I like how you style your hair now. You wouldn't look good with a fringe hiding your face. And not having glasses is definitely a good thing, as we can see your beautiful eyes clearly now." Mateo blushed slightly and looked down at his food while a hand did travel up to ruffle his swept-back hair self-consciously. But Pepper had been completely honest, and his hair brushed in quite a similar manner to his father suited him. Mateo mumbled a thanks for the compliment, and she smiled at him before the conversation moved on. "How did you afford that? Your wages can't have been that high in Noariston," Tony asked. "Through a lot of crafty saving and offering my services at the hospital while Mateo was recovering," Bruce said with a shrug. "I may not have been a registered doctor, but after they caught me discussing a child's case with her parents, they were prepared to ignore the technicalities to have me advising when needed. The rest of the time, I was a janitor." "How did you get the scar in the first place?" Steve asked, and then immediately wished he hadn't when Bruce winced. I got it in a car crash when I was small. My parents were drunk and crashed the car, which killed them and gave me the scar, Matteo mumbled, barely loud enough for everyone to hear. I'm sorry, Matteo. I really shouldn't have asked, Steve said as sincerely as he could to the child. You didn't know, and I was only 1, so I don't remember them. Matteo shrugged and tried to lighten the mood. Hang on, Bruce only found you when you were 6, didn't he? Where did you live between that? Tony asked. Someone left me on the doorstep of my aunt and uncle's house, so they were forced to take me in. They weren't happy with the arrangement, Matteo said shortly. The way that Bruce's eyes were burning fiercely told the group that there may have been more to the situation than that. However, the way that the man shuffled his chair closer to his son in comfort, and the anger slowly simmered in his eyes, told the group clearly to drop the subject. What film do we want to watch tonight? Or is some kind of game, tournament, more your guys' things? Natasha asked quickly. She did not miss the grateful glance Bruce shot her, as the other men started arguing over movie genres. Considering the discrepancy in age in the room, they settled for Star Wars as a safe option for all involved. Steve had missed them as well whilst he was in the ice, so they started at the first one and managed to get through 2. Clint ended up starting a popcorn fight with Tony across the room, and soon Matteo and Steve were joining in. The latter had seemed more inclined to tell them off, but after glancing at Matteo's puppy dog eyes, he had sighed and joined in instead. It was when Natasha was hit in the face by a stray piece that the small game devolved into a massive war, with Steve, Bruce, and Matteo behind one sofa, Clint and Natasha behind theirs, and Pepper and Tony behind the other. Clint and Natasha ended up being declared the winners by the time everyone had had enough, because they had undoubtedly scored the most hits whilst being hit the least in return. Bruce shepherded a rather reluctant Matteo down to his bed before returning to help clean up the worst of the popcorn and sorting the last of the food into containers to go into the fridge. You know Matteo's appearance in India shocked S.H.I.E.L.D. No one expected you to adopt a child. Natasha broached the subject first. I wouldn't have even contemplated the idea before meeting Matteo, but he had no one else to look after to him. I probably had every misgiving that was brought up by S.H.I.E.L.D., but I felt that it was the lesser of the 2 evils to take him with me. I certainly tried twice as hard to keep the other guy under wraps from then on, Bruce said awkwardly in response to the almost accusation. What about his aunt and uncle? Clint asked. They hated the boy, the rags he was dressed in, and the complete lack of body fat he had when I found him attested to that, Bruce said angrily. He was abused. Pepper asked, suddenly as angry as Bruce. Broken wrist, numerous old head injuries, healing ribs. His skin was littered with bruises where he had been grabbed and shoved, and welts on his back. Bruce spat out. The room was silent as they absorbed the information before a cracking sound snapped them out of it. Bruce had been holding a bowl in his hand, but now it was in quite a few pieces on the table and in his hand. Shit, sorry, Tony, Bruce muttered as he quickly started to mop up his own blood with his handkerchief. Considering Big Green hasn't made an appearance, I'd say the damage is rather minimal. Tony waved it off. How did he get to you from his relatives? I assume he is British from his accent, even if it is slightly diluted from your travels. Natasha asked. I honestly have no idea. He appeared in an alley thinking it was a dream. He never faded back to wherever he came from and had no way home, so I kept him with me. Bruce shrugged. He's a mutant, Pepper suggested. Possibly. I'm not going to submit him to any kind of medical test unless I absolutely have to. But if more odd events occur, then I shall see about contacting Professor Xavier for advice. That's only if Matteo is agreeable to the idea, Bruce replied as Tony set about sorting out his hand. It wasn't that he didn't trust Pepper or any of the other Avengers, but Bruce wanted to keep Matteo's talents at least slightly secret, until they knew more about magic at least. For as long as possible, Bruce was going to keep Matteo's magic a secret, and let them believe the mutant theory. Where are his relatives? Tony asked. Somewhere near London. Matteo thinks their name was Dursley, and they had a son called Dudley. So that should narrow it down. Why? Bruce asked warily. I may do a little bit of research about them. It can't hurt to know who the enemy is. Tony smiled chillingly. Bruce glanced around the room and was incredibly touched to see that everyone seemed to have the same opinion as Tony. It may not have happened how Matteo had planned, but the group was certainly united through more than just work now. Bruce had been slightly worried, but grateful when the super soldier and the two assassins offered to teach Matteo how to fight the day after the meal. However, his boy had seemed eager as he followed the trio down to the sparring room for his first lesson, so Bruce let them carry on. Initially, Bruce considered going down and watching them to ensure Matteo was not overexerted. But when the four of them re-emerged for lunch, Matteo reassured him that the three adults were going very slowly with him. Steve commented on his surprise on how fast the kid was picking up the material they were teaching him and promised that over the next few months they would try to cover as much as they could. However, they would only go at a pace that Matteo could handle, not one he wanted to go at. Tony joined in with educating Matteo, and when the boy wasn't in the sparring room or shooting range, he could possibly be found in Tony's workshop learning how various machines worked. Although he had been adamant that Matteo was not allowed to touch his suit, Tony did bring up 3D interactive schematics for the boy to study and learn from. When he was busy, Tony would set up Matteo on the internet and got him researching important inventions through the ages and how they impacted human development. Even Pepper was found talking with the child regularly. Although she was more often tied up with Stark Industries business at breakfast or in the evenings, the two could be found talking. Sometimes their conversations were simple things like books Matteo might like or what was making the news that day. However, Tony had almost wanted to stage an intervention when he caught Matteo learning about business management from Pepper one morning. Overall life within the tower was surprisingly harmonious. Despite their varied and sometimes conflicting personalities, the Avengers seemed determined to make the situation work. Thor had left a week after the adoption celebration, which left the tower surprisingly quiet. However, whilst he was still there, the 6 Avengers tried their best to forge bonds between themselves. Their attempts sometimes were rather unconventional, but when you had 6 heroes in the same building, it was unsurprising that their antics got out of hand at times. They were at least sensible enough to not risk death or permanent maiming, but Pepper did occasionally find herself acting like a mother and scolding those responsible. However, despite their antics inside the tower, not many of them attempted to venture out because of one problem that plagued them all sitting right on the front doorstep. The media had been surprisingly persistent in camping outside the steps of the Avengers Tower, waiting for shots of the mysterious occupants. Tony was well known and freely came and went by car to any engagements he had booked. The others encountered a little more difficulty as they really did not relish the idea of being in the spotlight. Tony told them that there were numerous attempts to sneak into the tower, and Jarvis was fending off multiple hackers a day as people tried to get any information on the Avengers. Thankfully, the security system that Tony had installed around the Stark system and buildings meant that no one who attempted to break in had any chance of gaining any kind of information. However, Matteo was starting to feel claustrophobic staying inside most of the time. Going out onto the balcony that extended from the communal level was not the same as walking the streets. He threw himself into the drills that Steve taught him and started skipping like Natasha told him to, so that his footwork sped up. Bruce noticed how Matteo was starting to get restless, something he had only seen a couple of times when they had been laying low in other countries. There had only been a couple of occasions when they had really had to keep hidden until the heat died down, and Matteo had hated that the most out of any experience. He needs to go out and to do something. Matteo isn't used to being cooped up for such long periods of time. Everyone's attempts to entertain him have been brilliant. They really have, but I think he really wants to see the city. I promised him we could see some of the sights when we first came to America, Bruce explained as he helped Tony with one of his projects. Well, we shall take him out to see the sights then, Tony replied, as if it was that easy. But that would mean risking him being mobbed by the media. I don't want him to be ripped to shreds, Bruce said worriedly. He's a child who still has quite a large dislike of too much attention. The 6 of you were quite a shock to his system anyway. How do you think he would react to a crush of reporters? I'm afraid when they are in a mood like this, they aren't going to go away until they get something. Tony spoke with experience. So if we go out, then they will go away? Bruce asked hopefully. Perhaps, but I think that they could be here for a while, Tony said slowly. Bruce sighed unhappily at that. Tony looked rather thoughtful for the next few minutes, then smiled. I've got it, I'll do an interview. An interview? What, like for a newspaper? Better. I have a few friends in the television industry who will do a fair job of portraying us in a good light. Tony grinned and pulled out his phone. Chapter 20, An Interview. 2 nights later, Bruce and Matteo were sat with Steve and Clint on various sofas in the communal living room watching a chat show host called Ellen introduce her lineup for the evening. Tony had insisted that she was the best person for the job he had in mind, and had disappeared off that morning wearing one of the most expensive-looking suits Bruce had seen him in. The huge television displayed everything with crystal clarity, and for the first time Bruce understood why Tony put so much energy into his appearance every time he was to be on camera. The group sat through a few annoying interviews with pretentious musicians and singers, with numerous advert breaks in between. Bruce checked his watch and realized that the show was only halfway through when Tony was introduced. Obviously, they thought that what he had to say was worth 20 minutes of interview time. And last but by no means last tonight, we have an extra special guest tonight. A certified genius and philanthropist, one of the 6 Avengers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Tony Stark. Ellen practically had to shout over her overenthusiastic audience. The screaming as Tony appeared around the corner was painfully loud and incoherent even for the 4 sitting around the living room. Matteo did not envy their friend, who actually had to stand in the studio and endure the raucous shouting without wincing. Tony, however, appeared to love it. He flashed his trademark peace sign and strutted over to the sofas to hug Ellen before sitting on the cream sofa like it was a throne. The image was completely at odds with the relaxed man they had shared a meal with at the beginning of their time together at the tower. And Bruce realized that even he had been duped into not realizing just how many faces Tony had. Well, Tony Stark, this is a very surprising interview, I have to say, Ellen started. It was a bit of a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it was do this interview or play another round of hide and seek with two master assassins. So here I am. There is only so many times you can play that game before you run out of hiding places. Tony smiled disarmingly. Hang on, you play hide and seek in that tower together. Ellen laughed. When they aren't out on missions, there is nothing Hawkeye and Black Widow love more than training or mucking around. Seriously, we lost Hawkeye for an entire day once because he was so good at hiding. I had to use the intercom and tempt him out with the promise of donuts to get him to appear. Oh, and a warning for all the viewers. Do not promise Hawkeye donuts without actually having them with you, or you may face being thrown off a building. Tony chuckled along as the crowd erupted into laughter. He's good, Mateo said as they watched. Bruce hummed in agreement, but refrained from answering as Ellen continued. So, is there anything you can tell us about your partners? I have heard that the paparazzi have been camping on your doorstep for the last month. Ellen asked. Well, obviously I have to keep the identity of some of my teammates a secret, but I have the permission of the others to talk freely about them. So I can spill a lot of secrets while they aren't here to stop me. Tony smiled evilly. If he isn't joking, then I am going to use him as target practice next time. Clint growled from his sofa. What can you tell us about Captain America? The Cap is quite a nice chap. We had our disagreements at the start, but that was because he is still getting to grips with this century. He fell into the ice when there was rationing. Then he woke up to a culture that has more disposable income a month than he earned previously in a year. But he takes it in his stride. He is never down for long, and definitely he is the heart of the team. We have a few disagreements still. That's the problem with conflicting personalities. But overall, we all get on well. If there is anything going on, then you can be sure he will join in, even in popcorn wars. You just need to give him the right nudge. He's not a bad artist either. We keep finding pencils all over the place. Tony explained. I'm tempted to staple the next one I find to his hand, so he can't put it down. The crowd chuckled at that joke, and Mateo noticed Steve relax as his piece was over. Moving on, it must have been a shock to come face to face with a mythological god. Thor was an even bigger surprise than finding out that the Cap was still alive. I'm afraid I haven't been able to socialize with him as much as I would like, but he returned home a few days after the battle to ensure Loki was securely contained. However, he has an even harder time understanding Midgardian culture than the Cap did. He adores Pop-Tarts, though. We can eat breakfast and then find him wandering around with a box of them 5 minutes later. Apparently, they aren't big on sweet pastries on Asgard, so whenever he is around you can guarantee he can be found with a box nearby. The 6 of us sometimes have movie nights, and while the rest of us eat popcorn, he has a couple of boxes of them. It's madness. And then there is Hawkeye and Black Widow. What are you allowed to reveal about them? Like I said, a lot of their files are classified, so I cannot reveal their names or anything majorly important. But Hawkeye, as you have seen, is an amazing shot. We installed a shooting range in the tower, and I have yet to see him miss a single shot, even if he and the target are moving. In desperation, I tried to push him over once, and he still managed to hit the bulls. His accuracy gets a bit annoying when you are about to eat the last waffle, and he shoots it out of your hand, though. The crowd gasped a bit at that, and Tony was quick to explain. Hawkeye has the worst sweet tooth I have ever encountered. I seriously wasn't joking about having to use donuts as bribery. I was unlucky enough to find this out when I tried to eat the waffles that he had bought. I was moving from the cupboard to the microwave, and he was still coming down the stairs from the balcony when he saw me. The shot missed my head by about 4 inches and pinned the waffle to the wall. So I've learnt to keep a cupboard of waffles and one of Pop-Tarts to keep him and Thor happy at all times. It sounds like the Avengers Tower is a bit of a lethal place to be, Ellen observed. We muck around and rub each other up the wrong way, but we know how far we can push. Like I said, we play hide and seek, have movie nights, eat meals together, blow stuff up together. We are like a huge dysfunctional family. All 4 men in the room stilled at that thought, but Matteo noticed that none of them objected to the idea. Black Widow must be one patient woman to deal with the 5 of you all in one building, Ellen joked. She is as bad as the rest of us. She steals my coffee in the morning and won't hesitate to chase you if you think it is a good idea to push her off the sofa if she is engrossed in a TV program. I did that once and had to jump off the building to escape her. Once again, Tony was interrupted by the gasps and screams of the mostly female crowd, who were obviously horrified at the idea of their idol being threatened. Obviously, I survived. Tony smiled winningly at the women. Luckily, I had a prototype suit that can track me, and it worked in time to save me from splattering the sidewalk. I had to come home with a box of truffles and some wine to appease her after that. Widow has the most killer death stare out there. Seriously, you can feel a chunk of your soul die when she glares at you. But she is an amazing piano player. We've challenged her to play various pieces, and she is yet to make a mistake with any of them. So you have music evenings, play games, and watch movies. It sounds like an idyllic lifestyle when you aren't busy off saving the world. Ellen chipped in. In some ways it is. I am glad that the Avengers worked out and that we can spend this time together. However, we have to be ready in case we are ever called on. Our resident assassins have been called out a few times to go on undercover intel missions, and it is not nice to worry whether they will make it back. Pretty much everyone has nightmares too about what we have had to face, so it can be a bit somber at times at breakfast, Tony said, and the honesty of his words drawing small noises of sympathy from many people watching. Everyone has nightmares. It might sound surprising that even assassins and gods can have nightmares, but considering the variety of backgrounds we all came from and the types of life we have led, it is not surprising that nightmares occur, whether they are about betrayal or death or fire, I don't know. But I do know that we all have skeletons in our closets that we regret immensely. We respect each other's privacy and let people talk only if they want to. It's become common practice to give the person in question control of the coffee pot at breakfast and first dibs on whatever is cooked for breakfast. Tony shrugged. Can I ask what yours are about? Ellen pried gently. For a while, Matteo thought that he wouldn't reply. He knew that Tony was hardly the most open man even with the Avengers, so to open up on a chat show would be a miracle. A mixture of things, mostly my time in Afghanistan, but recently my short trip through the portal has been added to that. Suffocation is not something I recommend. There are a few skeptics who think that the portal was merely a large CGI stunt, but it is pretty obvious that they are wrong, Ellen said. If it was a CGI stunt, then whatever they managed to slip me gave one hell of a hallucination, and I wouldn't recommend anyone else trying to fly through a CGI portal, unless you want an eye-opening experience and a brush with death along with it. We all saw the footage of the Hulk catching you as you fell back to Earth, but no one has seen him since. Where is he being hidden? Ellen steered the conversation back to a topic that many wanted addressing. Oh, he is with us. Don't you think people would have spotted Mean Green way more often than he has been if he was like that all the time? This is the bit that I had to have a long chat with someone about, as obviously the Hulk's normal ego rather likes his anonymity. However, Bruce decided it was easier if he let me talk about him openly. Tony said. Matteo stiffened next to his dad and looked at him cautiously. They both knew that revealing his identity to the world would mean the end of their relative anonymity in any country for a good length of time, possibly forever. Bruce was looking slightly tense, but not overly worried, so Matteo took his cue from the man and settled down against his chest again to watch the interview. We have a rather poor photo taken of the group of you heading back to the tower on the afternoon of the battle. Are you saying the guy in casual clothing is called Bruce and is also the Hulk? The grainy photo in question flashed up on the screens around the set, and the camera feed was replaced by the same image for a few seconds. The photographer that had taken it was obviously quite far away, and using the greatest zoom that he could. It certainly wouldn't win any awards or be used as a promotional photo, but you could pretty much make out the detail of each person's face. Thankfully, Matteo was behind a car at the time, so he had been spared from the photograph. But if Tony was discussing Bruce, it was only a matter of minutes before he was mentioned. Matteo wasn't sure whether he was excited or terrified of possibly becoming a topic for debate like his father. Yep, Bruce Banner used to be a genius scientist working in gamma research and was working on a prototype contract for the government. Something went wrong during the testing phase, and apparently it was touch and go for a while. But now that he is stabilized, he turns into the Jolly Green Giant whenever he is pushed too far. It's surprising he has managed to stay mostly in the shadows for the last 10 years despite people like General Ross of the U.S. Army hunting him constantly. Why would he do a thing like that? The amount of resources wasted must be astronomical, Ellen asked in confusion. Oh yes, I've calculated that the number of people, amount of ammunition, and diversity of machinery used by the man to hunt Bruce, who is one of the biggest pacifists I know, probably costs at least $5 million each year. Ross seems to think that the Hulk is an abomination that must be put down, or that he should be dissected until his secrets have been revealed so that Ross can command an army of Hulks. I have had access to some rather private files that details the treatment Bruce received whilst he was held captive by the sadist for 2 months. It is unsurprising that Bruce has taken to hiding in third world countries when one of the leading men of the army treated him in a way that makes what the Spanish Inquisition look like toddlers playing at the game. It was only because we needed his scientific expertise to stop Loki that Bruce decided to leave his little pocket of isolation and come home. What has he been doing if he has been hiding? Helping people, of course. Apparently, Bruce has been working as a doctor for those who could not afford medical care. So he's become our go-to guy if we've had an accident in the tower. He is rather useless at taking care of himself. He usually uses superglue if he himself gets an injury rather than actually using medical resources. But if he sees one of us with an injury, then the whole first aid kit comes out and he'll ensure any cut is clean and bandaged securely before we are allowed to leave the room. He is the biggest mother hen out there. It's good to know he has our backs. I know that many people are probably rather worried that the Hulk is able to walk around freely as a man. Do you have anything to say to them? I do. And that's this. Why does a man like Bruce scare you when I don't? Bruce has spent the last 10 years of his life living in shacks, spending every single penny on helping others and saving lives to atone for the guilt he feels when he is pushed too far. And the other guy comes out. Remember, I used to be called the Merchant of Death. I have more blood on my hands than Bruce has, and yet I am welcome to any social situation that I want simply because my line of work pays more. The last 2 times the Hulk was unleashed in America before the battle was because Bruce was attacked by those who thought that the Hulk was a mindless beast that needed taking down. I owe my life to that beast, and I would have no fear in placing my life in his hands again and again. His kid certainly hasn't had any negative effects from being raised by an apparent monster, so why worry about him? Bruce Banner has a child. Ellen had obviously not expected that, and the audience rumbled uncertainly with that information. Yeah, he does. Hang on, I think I have a photo. Tony flicked through his phone until he found the right picture and showed it to Ellen before standing and walking over to a camera so they could get a close-up. The one he had chosen was of Bruce and Mateo when they had just officially moved into the tower and had ended up falling asleep on the sofa whilst watching Lord of the Rings. It showed Bruce sitting against the arm of the sofa, one hand propping up his head whilst the other was slung around Mateo, who had ended up curling up against his side. Mateo was also covered by a blanket, but there was enough of his face and head showing for people to know exactly what he looked like. It seemed that the audience approved of the picture from the noises they were making. Clint chuckled at the pair, who were shifting uncomfortably at the fact they were both being called cute by the talk show hostess and a large proportion of the audience. Once he was certain the camera had seen the picture for long enough, Tony put his phone away and carried on with the interview. Mateo was an orphan child Bruce encountered on his travels, and he adopted to save him from the streets. Sure, that child may not have had the most pampered of upbringings, but he certainly was not abused by the man you all seem to think is a raving savage. I've watched Bruce interact with Mateo, and I have no doubt that Bruce has done everything within his power during their time together to ensure Mateo had as much as Bruce could provide for him. I'd say that without a shadow of a doubt Mateo has had a better childhood with Bruce than even I had with my parents. Tony said passionately, "How does Mateo react to being amongst the Avengers? Obviously, you guys are world-known heroes, but you are also soldiers that have dark pasts." Ellen asked, "When we all first moved in together, it was Mateo that enabled everyone to bond better than I had expected by dragging us all together to socialize and teach him. Although the kid has numerous skills and talents, he hasn't had much of a grounding in such things as video games and movies. So we have all ended up banding together to teach him anything we know whilst getting him and Thor and the captain at the same time up to date on modern technology. Although our options are a bit limited with films, we can't watch spy films as the 2 assassins pick them apart. Sci-fi are becoming difficult as Bruce pulls apart the science behind them. War movies are often unrealistic according to the Cap, and Mateo will quickly point out any language or cultural mistake in a film if he has ever encountered the region before. I think we have ended up being limited to fantasy, comedy, or romance. But you can imagine how well that last one goes down." Tony had to pause as the audience chuckled loudly at that thought. Once they had finished, he carried on. "Mateo is actually the reason I am here now. Bruce, and he have lived in at least 10 different countries south of the equator over the last 4 years alone to avoid people like General Ross. And although this means that Mateo is fluent in numerous languages and can recite random facts about any culture, it makes this is his first time in America. Now, when in America it is a crime not to visit New York, especially if you are living right in the middle of it. But the child hasn't been able to leave the tower with his father for fear of the press and those who would attempt to harm Bruce. The only crime bigger than not visiting New York is the crime of keeping a child sealed inside a building because he is afraid of the people waiting on the doorstep. And that should tell you something of Bruce and the Hulk. If a child is more afraid of the paparazzi than the other guy, then who should you really be worried about? It sounds like Matteo has found a very loyal father and extended family. Ellen voiced, "Even in the month that we have known each other, I have learnt to trust these people more than some people I have known for years." Matteo declared that we were all his unofficial uncles and aunts, which shows how close we have become and how accepting Matteo is of everything. We may be a screwed-up bunch of soldiers, gods, assassins, and scientists, but I don't doubt that any of us would allow harm to come to our comrades. And I would class public harassment with that. My lawyers are very good, and I wouldn't hesitate to press charges on anyone I deem as harassing my friends, Tony said forcefully. The crowd went wild at that, and were cheering away. Tony smiled at them and the camera before pulling out his phone. Ellen looked at him when he chuckled, and he showed her his phone. "Sorry, I know it is rude, but I just got a rather amusing text," Tony explained. "Seeing as we can't get the cameras on this, I'll read it out, if you don't mind." Ellen waited for Tony's nod before continuing. It's from Hawkeye, and it says, "Your speech almost has me in tears, so much so I may have to use that fabulous Iron Man t-shirt you got me as a hanky. P.S. I am still not letting you anywhere near my maple syrup stash. I told you we have a laugh together." Tony grinned. "Now, we have a few minutes left to kill, so I have a few audience questions here. As you know, everyone in the audience is given a sheet as they come in that they can write questions on, and I pick out my favorites. So, Tony, who would win in a paintball death match?" Ellen asked first. Well, Hawkeye and Black Widow are the best shots out of all of us without a doubt, but it depends if we are allowing our special talents into the fight. The Hulk is surprisingly speedy once he gets going, and no one can get past the Cap's shield. I'd narrow it down to Hawkeye and the Cap based on skill and defense, but beyond that I couldn't guess, Tony said thoughtfully. "Whose idea was it for all of you to live in the same tower?" "That was mine. Bruce and Matteo had nowhere to go apart from disappearing back to some rural community halfway around the globe. It made sense for them to move in, so that Bruce could return to doing the scientific experiments he is awesome at, and Matteo could potentially take his exams when he reaches the right age. After they moved in, it was just logical to extend the offer and have everyone nearby, so we can react quicker instead of waiting for someone to turn up when we need to get somewhere in a hurry." Who would win out of a fight between the Hulk and Thor? Neither would win, because by the time they got to the point that they may have worn down their opponent, there wouldn't be a planet left to hold the fight on. Who is the most domesticated out of all of you, and what do? Unsurprisingly, when you consider the company he keeps, it is Bruce that wins that title. Like I said, he is like a mother hen when we are injured, and he has the most practice in looking after another person. I have to admit I get distracted and can end up living off of coffee without sleep for a few days if I get working in the labs, and Bruce has been known to drag me out to sleep and eat occasionally. Seeing as Bruce and Matteo have lived in numerous countries, they can also cook pretty much any dish. Their cooking is quite often better than some takeouts I've eaten, so they usually use food as a type of bribery to get us all together in the evenings for a movie night. We try to help, but after the first attempt, Bruce gave up asking for help. I can burn a salad, and Hawkeye usually ends up getting distracted and forgets what he is supposed to be doing with the vegetables. Tony ended up getting quite a few laughs at that. A talk of the devil. Hawkeye has told me to stop insulting him, or he'll hide all of Thor's Pop-Tarts and tell him I ate them. Tony, read another text. We better move on then to our final question. What is the worst thing you guys have done as a team? It depends what you define as worst thing. Within the tower, the worst thing we did was play Risk. You know, that board game where you get a few countries and some soldiers, and you have to take over the world. Well, we ended up having a few arguments, and people ended up wearing their army's colors and actually forming alliances and territories on the residential floors of the tower and acting out the war with laser tag guns. That lasted for 3 days. Pepper was not amused at us. Outside of the tower, the stupidest Hawkeye, Thor, and I did was see who would win a race. Thor can use Mjolnir to fly. I obviously have the Iron Man suit, and Hawkeye had a jet. I'm not sure how many army radar alerts we set off, or how many people called the police because of that. I can't remember who won as the telling off we got from Black Widow, and Pepper kind of ruined the celebrations of the winner. Unfortunately, that is all we have time for tonight. So a huge thank you to Tony Stark for shedding some light on his friends. Ellen applauded, and the audience joined in. The credits rolled, and the four in the living room breathed a sigh of relief. Mateo looked stunned that Tony had basically put himself through that for him, while Steve was grateful that Tony had not gone off on a rant about him. Clint was still chuckling about his text, and was happy Tony had checked his phone. Bruce was anxious about whether that was the best thing to do, but now that it had been done, he could only face the fallout and hope for the best. Let's hope it works, Mateo said, as he looked up at his dad's troubled face. Thanks to Tony's not-so-subtle threat, the three of them were able to leave the tower the next morning without so much as hint of any reporters being nearby. In celebration, Tony took them on a whirlwind tour of the city, visiting as many places as possible that Mateo said that he wanted to see. They hailed a taxi and drove down Times Square, went to a viewpoint to see Lady Liberty, bought lunch from a hot dog vendor at Central Park, and then spent the afternoon in the zoo. Although Mateo was unimpressed by the thought of keeping animals in cages, he was at least mollified by the obvious care given to the animals and enjoyed seeing some animals he had never heard of before. The trio were recognized many times by the public throughout the day, but thankfully most kept their distance and left them to their day. A few did sum up the courage and spoke to Bruce, voicing their support and leaving before Tony decided to have them arrested. For Bruce, it was an odd sensation to have someone else be the one that people feared, and he appreciated the lengths Tony had gone to in order to organize this day for Mateo. The child in question seemed rather nervous at some of the stares they received, but Tony made the effort to keep his attention on other things where possible. Mateo spent the entire journey home grinning and thanking Tony, and then in the evening everyone who met the boy ended up getting an earful of their day. But Clint and Steve put up with it and indulged the child, as they truly were starting to think of him as a nephew. They ended up having a mini celebration a week later, when Tony practically skipped into breakfast one morning and shoved an actual paper under Bruce's nose. The article that attracted the joy and glee was one on General Ross' retirement from military service. Most people around the table were also of the opinion that the news would also mean that Bruce should get a reprieve from the U.S. military at least. If he was safe from the authorities of America, then he should be free to wander with Matteo, which everyone was joyful about. The ensuing celebrations ended up going on for most of that evening once Tony and Pepper were free from S.I. obligations. And so, the foundations are being laid. Harry isn't rushing into battles. He's building something deeper. Trust, knowledge, and influence. What did you think of the political undercurrents in this part? How do you feel about Harry's alliance with certain Slytherins? Share your thoughts below. Your insight helps shape this community too. If you're enjoying this audiobook, remember to like, subscribe, and consider joining the Wizard Army. Your support helps us keep adapting hidden gems like this one. Did you know? In many fan circles, To Shape and Change is praised for its detailed magical theory and reimagining of pure-blood culture, offering a far more nuanced look than canon ever dared. Coming up in Part 3, secrets deepen, Hogwarts finally arrives, and the Sorting Hat faces a very different Harry Potter. And always remember, the power to change your future often starts with reshaping your past. Until next time, stay clever, stay cautious, and never stop asking questions.